evening, folks. It's Friday, September 30th, 2022. Last day of September. I didn't put the placeholder until kind of late, but we managed to get it up there. So, once again, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, the favorite, number one hobby talk show of floating heads everywhere, and sworn enemy of the Dutch. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
You know, you know.
Tom, first comment. Good evening. Absolutely. Good evening, cardboard addicts and friends. Watch out those slingers for die-cut vinyl acetate one-of-one kabooms. Always an issue.
Eric's favorite. Yes.
Love those kabooms.
Yep.
Can't get
It
enough.
is.
Kaboom.
So anyway, Yannick, it's been a little bit. I know you were doing some school stuff. How are things going for you?
Fast and furious, but catching up. Halfway through last semester. It's been a long year, but I'm caught up now, so I got time tonight, and I was looking forward to it. So
I know.
good to see you all.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I was telling the guys that it threw me off a little bit the way this week was structured. I did the PSA Canada thing with Brad yesterday, and then the plan was to get the little placeholder up right after that. But I started doing some other stuff, and then suddenly I forgot. Slept in today a little bit. Had the bank holiday delivery post. Although Amazon did deliver for me, so that was good. But yeah, it completely threw off the schedule. I was kind of just puttering around, chilling out, and then all of a sudden I looked at the clock. I go, "Did I do the placeholder?" And I was like, "Oh,
damn."
Oh, well, I did it with about 4 or 5 hours. Usually I have it the night before.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, usually the night before I've got it covered. But anyway, if you follow the Instagram, you'll see the post, so you get that on there.
Yeah.
It's time to Scarborough. Good evening. Best live show on YouTube. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Does Timeless Cardboard only get one channel on YouTube?
I think so.
Eric, stop trying to give us a lack of credit. Your inabilities, we overcome them. We transcend above them of your limitations.
Oh, okay.
If we spent all our time talking about Beckett, then you'd probably appreciate it a little bit more.
Maybe.
You'd really enjoy that a little bit more.
Probably.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So anyway, another bit of a slow news week. That's kind of what led us into adding to the canon my personal 16-year Cold War with the Dutch. Like I said, won't be a reference point tonight, but it might be again down the road. But this week was kind of a slow week. Nothing too crazy going on. Although I did make the video and we did have a little bit of fun. So I don't know which one of you guys is echoing.
I don't know. I have muted my mic.
I actually muted everybody a second ago. So I'm wondering where the heck that sound's coming from.
Okay, at least we.
Okay, well that worked. So let me try that again. So looks like it's you, Bobby.
Yep. All right. Good enough. I will talk when it's appropriate.
All right, sounds fair. Okay, cool. So yeah, no, we're just trying to figure that out, Carla. So we got it. I think we've got it figured out. Okay, it's cool. So all I was going to say was I did a quick video on it. Unfortunately, our good friend Brian Gray decided to get very passionate on the Twitter, and like I mentioned offline when I think I was talking to Brad, I said it's like what actually made me mad wasn't anything Brian Gray said. He's perfectly within his rights to say stuff, even though I might advise against it. My issue was the fact that it forced me to go to Twitter because I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter with the passion of 1,000 burning suns. So anything that forces me to go to Twitter simply makes me angry. So at that moment, then I'm already more inclined to be a lot more pissed off about this than I would otherwise have been if he had picked a better platform. But the big issue really came down to the 2022 metal soccer. Not a product that I'm going to be interested in, so be it. I don't mind unlicensed stuff. I've talked about in the past that I have no issue with unlicensed, but it's not for everybody, and that's completely fine. Leaf products are not for everybody, which again is also fine. But I guess what really came down to is that he was very upset that people were not beloving the genius of 2022 metal soccer, and apparently some of the distributors or folks that were getting the product were basically dumping the product out below factory cost, which was a moral affront to Mr. Gray, and in turn created a bit of a firestorm that he decided to send out an ill-advised letter. I would call it ill-advised, where he basically was trying to browbeat some people, and then ended up having to clarify himself a little bit because he left it kind of open-ended. He was saying it's just people didn't appreciate it. They just weren't doing the research. They weren't digging into it enough. And I was like, well, that's kind of the consumer's prerogative. If they have to do a research paper in order to know the value of your product, then maybe you didn't do a good enough job explaining the value proposition. It obviously wasn't clear-cut enough to certain people. But the customer is right on this. The customer isn't always right, to be fair, but the customer is right when it comes to the money they spend. If they don't see the value in what you're talking about, then I guess it's on you to convince them, but browbeating them isn't going to be the way to do it. That would be kind of the way that I would present my response to that. Eric, any thoughts on that? Just kind of an open-ended. By the way, Brad, whenever you're ready, you just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on. Cool.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. So I just would be repeating it, but I just think that that Brian needs to remember that he's the president of a company and he's representing his company, and he needs to be professional at all times and not let his quote passion. He likes to bang his thumb with a hammer, I think, sometimes, and it's just not necessary.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair enough. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to is that, look, he's entitled to the kind of the way that I phrased it. And I was explaining that somebody on there, again, I get really annoyed when I have to go to Twitter. I hate Twitter. But I will say, out of the litany of responses, good, bad, and indifferent, there was one that he kind of replied to that I thought was the most polite response. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact wording of it. But they basically, they said, hey, Brian, it's like, I understand you're very passionate about this. But as a customer, why would I want to do business with you if this is kind of how you react to it? So I'm paraphrasing kind of. And then Brian came back to he's like, no, you're right. I got let this get away from me. I shouldn't be responding to all this stuff. And we'll see. I figured that'll last about a day before somebody says something and then he responds to it again. But at least for that one specific exchange, somebody was trying to convey to him like, hey, this is not the way you're the CEO. This isn't the Brian Gray personal account. This is the @Leaf CEO account. So you are representing your company specifically with the account that you're using for this. It means you got to think about what you're going to do before you post. You can't just go off and just start posting. So it's one of those things. You got to be a little bit careful with it. Yannick, any thoughts on that just in general?
Did he try to reach his attorney and sue someone?
Not yet. Not that we know of. That's always in play, though. There's always a chance. Brad, to your knowledge, are we going to be seeing any lawsuits coming out of Brian Gray? Will he be suing, random commenters on Twitter? I hate Leaf 123. Is that going to be a lawsuit forthcoming?
Get me someone. I need people to sue right now, please.
Absolutely. So Bobbles here is a traitor. I call him a Benedict Arnold, but I don't know what the Dutch equivalent is. We'll have to figure it out. It'll come to me at some point. So Tom here says, I'm done. I won a Probstein 123 auction, not realizing it. 55 All-American Newt Rockney, PSA 3. I won it cheap with no back picture, of course. Has a swastika drawn on the back. Now, you would think Probstein, of all people, would want to disclose that somewhere on there. I know Probstein, I know they only scan the front. It's like, if there's a swastika on the back, you might want to disclose that. It's like, technically speaking, it is MK.
Oh, ironic.
That is an accurate one. You might want to disclose that. That might change who might be interested. Fair enough. Also, multiple gold shinies shipped in top load with no penny sleeves, gross old penny sleeves. Yeah. No, he's been critiqued a lot, and deservedly so, for kind of the approach they take to scanning only one side. But Probstein has said publicly multiple times, they basically run a factory out there. Realistically, they do the bare minimum required to get the stuff up and get a ton of eBay auctions up. So you got to kind of bear that in mind. That is literally how they do business.
I think it's important that you show the front and the back of a graded card. I think that you're not disclosing what you're actually hiding something if you're not.
There's two sides of a card. There should always be two.
Yes.
Well,
do you grade both sides?
Yeah.
Yes.
If somebody really wants to get the card, maybe they care about the centering on the back. Maybe they want a clean back. That might be especially with vintage. With vintage, the aesthetics really matter. So it's like you have to give people that information. Show them the front and the back. Let them make up their own mind.
Why would you go through the whole trouble to just show the front, not the back?
Oh, because they only scan the front. If you check out the Probstein auction, they're fairly consistent about it. It's what'll save them the most time.
Okay, I get if you do it a million cards, but let's say it's the only one you put on your eBay account and you still don't put in the back. That just blows my mind every time.
I agree. But they list a lot of stuff. They do.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll read a couple more of these comments here. Good evening, Staven. Good evening, Business 124. I respect everyone's right to my opinion. Correct. Yep, just remind me to never buy with them. Yeah, well, at least you learned a lesson. And by the way, to be fair though, if you want, my understanding is they'll take the returns back, no questions asked. So if nothing else, from feedback I've gotten from folks, at least if you want to return it because you were kind of misled and you would like to have seen the back to know that, if you don't want the card anymore, just tell them I want to return this. And for the most part, generally, I've heard that they're generally pretty good about taking it back. Then they'll release it without a scan of the back. That's usually how it goes, but you do have the right because that's a piece of information you maybe wanted to have prior to and it was left out. So Brad, how's it going this evening?
As an eBay store, right? So you can only deal with eBay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, no, I just finished the move for the night, so I called it a day. So now I'm just going to sit here. I didn't have my little nap, which I wanted to have, but
Oh,
yeah, I feel good. I just cracked my first cold beer in a long time, and I'm going to enjoy the show with some
There you
good
go.
people, minus
Sounds
Eric. Good people.
yeah, exactly. I was going to say important qualifier.
I was going to correct. Wait a minute. I was going to correct him.
At least have a few things in the background there, Brad.
I was man. It's very hectic moving. Let me tell you, it's and I'm trying to get the setup now, so I got a nice background coming that's going to be pretty cool. So I'm excited for it. So
I missed the part. Like, where's your old background, Brad? Where's this secret undisclosed location you're in right now?
oh, it's everywhere. It's it's so we moved from the 23rd floor to the top floor in our building. So now we overlook the Halifax Harbor, and it's a unit that I've been dying to get. A friend of mine actually had it, and she started to date a Toronto Blue Jay, Zach Pop, the pitcher.
Okay, that one doesn't ring a bell. Is he
No,
close with
neither.
Alex Manoah? Is that how you're getting your intel? Your Alex Manoah
Oh,
intel?
I don't have any intel from that source. I just know that she's an awesome person, and she's super happy. So she moved to Toronto with them, and she gave up this unit, which is probably one of the best in the city. And we're like, this is what we wanted to do for the next 10, 15 years until we go down and live in Boston next to Eric.
Oh, ooh.
Nice.
You're going to give up the penthouse?
By
to
that
right
point,
across the street.
he'll have the Poopy Pony NFT money, and he'll probably be living in a small mansion somewhere out there.
Absolutely.
He's like, can I have Tom Brady's old mansion, the haunted one?
He's like, hang on, Brad is at the 23rd floor. I want the
That's right.
24th.
Exactly. But what's going to happen, like I said, by the time you move out, beside Bougie Eric, he'll have bought the old Tom Brady mansion, the haunted one. Basically, being haunted by the poltergeist, if you ever see the movie. It's basically that. But Tom Brady likes it that way. That's the way he prefers it. Giselle was not so keen on it.
Yeah, you have to understand, Brett. Martha's Vineyard is not Boston.
Yeah.
You're not going to move to Boston.
Yeah. I can tell you, I will never move to Martha's Vineyard. I mean, when I was down there, I looked at hotels that time just to try to get a hotel for one night. It was like $4,000 for like 2 queens. I was like, what? You can't be serious.
How much for 2 kings?
Good question.
Hard to say. But it's one of those things where it's, look, at that point, you may as well, if you're going to end up down that way, I would probably just see if you could build something on top of the turnpike, because you're never going to escape it anyway. So I hate unpacking. I have boxes that have not been opened for more than 2 moves. That's fair. When I moved into this place, I moved into this place in 2014. I think I opened the last of the boxes. All the critical stuff was open right away because I needed to have it. But there was some stuff that was like, all right, I'll get to this later when I first moved in. I opened it somewhere in late 2017. It took me almost 3 years before I finally got the last of the boxes from the initial move. And I was like, I just don't even want to deal with it. No,
All that
no.
pro set. Oh, my God.
It was just endless. It was pro set and Tom Brady rookies and Mike Trout one-of-ones. Trash. Literally stuff I just thrown out. It would have been better.
Mike Trout rookie.
Would have saved me some time, but it is what it is. Have a good evening, DR. Good evening. I bought 500,000 card collection and found a surprise Tom Brady Bowman paper rookie card. You see, it probably came from my 2017 box opening. That's the most expensive card I've ever held in my hand. There you go. So the Bowman paper one. Yep. Sending it off to Beckett just for Eric. Yes, absolutely. Eric appreciates that, man. Like it's one of those things. Eric doesn't want to, he doesn't want to embarrass everybody. He wants everybody to feel good about what they're doing. But like, let's be honest, there are some connections between Beckett and Eric that he doesn't want to acknowledge completely. But I guarantee that in time, these secrets will come out. People are finding out about these things. It is known. Okay,
It's time for people to know.
People should know. Look at the horror on the sports car radio guy's face. I'm horrified. This is terrible. It's scandalous, is what it is. Scandalous. Pop gets traded from the Marlins to the playoff team and gets a woman to move out of a prime apartment. Talk about winning. There you go. Hashtag winning.
Eric was standing on Jeremy's shoulders there.
Yep. How many collections were destroyed in the Florida hurricane? Probably a couple. I guess it depends on whereabouts you moved in and how you took care of your stuff. It's one of those things. Like, if you live in an area like that has a lot of natural disasters, I hope you're well insured. There's only so many things you can do to actually protect the physical items, but I hope you're well insured.
One
Most
place,
Pelican case waterproof.
yeah, one place you don't want to flood is Florida with gators. Like, come on. Damn.
Yeah. You should see on that Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, that got they got just demolished. But on CNN, it was funny. I don't mean it wasn't funny. This was just kind of ironic. You seen binders of Ultra Pro sheets floating around in CNN, and the guy on CNN goes, "Jeez, I wonder if there's some good sports cards in there." And he just kind of made the comment, but it's something that you might have seen when we picked up. But he brought it up.
What he should have done is, if he could reach it, he should have grabbed the sheet just to see what they had.
Yeah.
Like, Brady, send it back. Catch and release, gone. But it is what it is. But the thing is, it's a consideration. Like it is. If you live in an area that is prone to flooding, if you live in an area that can in fact have that type of natural disaster, like water is the sworn enemy of the sports card collection. Like there's only so many things you can do. Moisture, water, these things. Water damage is water damage, and after that, there's not a lot of things you can do to salvage the items.
And I heard it was the savior too.
All right. So the only coupons I have are from Marvin the Martian. Look at you, Bob Jackson. Good evening. You missed out on Bougie Eric's debut on Sports Card Radio. He's going to be #exposed.
Earthlings make me very angry.
Facts.
Okay.
I've been paying for a 5x15 storage unit last 12 years and grabbed something out of it maybe once in that time period. Stuff I obviously didn't need. Yep. And the unfortunate thing is during that time, you're paying for the storage unit. The whole time you're paying for it. It's so important that in all those years you've only gone in there once. It tells you something. Well, that's basically what happened with the, I know some of you guys have seen it, the Chasing Cardboard thing that Benchcare is doing, their little show, their YouTube show they're doing with it. They bought that, I think it was a 6 million card collection, the very large one. We've talked about it a little bit, but obviously there's some good stuff in there for sure. They've already found some good stuff in there, but there's going to be stuff that's just, 90s junk wax and miscellaneous stuff for like hundreds of thousands or millions of cards that are going to qualify for that. The majority of the value is going to be in a certain subset of the collection, some of the complete sets, boxes, and stuff like that. But there's going to be millions of cards that are genuine trash, that are literally like, it's kindling. There's not much you can do with it outside of that is of use. But in the interim, until you sort through it and determine that and actually check, it's taking up space in these storage units and you're paying for all these storage units. That's a storage cost, right? So it's kind of a consideration. That's why I've never been a big fan of the idea of having this gigantic sports card collection. I enjoy the cards, but I don't want hundreds of thousands or millions of cards. I just don't want to deal with it. Look, see how terrible it is? Even the thought of it causes Bobby's structure to fall over. Yeah. Just the thought of it. And he doesn't have the cards there. Imagine if he did. The horror that would befall him. Terrible.
Careful there, Bobby.
Yeah. Bobby, if you need a second to come offline, feel free. Yeah, there you go. Did I just hear that Eric's going to expose himself? Gross. Absolutely. It's just terrifying. Just horrific.
This show's not starting off well.
It started off well for a lot of us. Not you.
It's been the worst 20 minutes in the show's history.
18 minutes. Not even 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, you already added some time. Yeah. Is Bobby swimming in a bed sheet, Ted? I know. I think we asked him, what is the thing on the side? I don't remember. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when he comes back. He's got to rebuild his structure there. He's got his fort that he's got to rebuild over there. Yeah, we'll find out how Bobby's doing. We'll find out. Yeah, I just got here about 5 minutes ago. It's all right. It's all good. Yeah.
I have to tell you, that was one of my favorite things as a kid, though. Like, we would build the monster forts. Like, that just brought back a lot of memories. Every gadget table we'd hockey pucks, and we'd have sticks, and I love that.
Yannick's internet's under attack too. Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Occasion reason was good to make a fort for sure.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. But yeah. So
Brad, when you move down here, we'll in the future, we'll get together on weekends and build forts together.
I'd love to. I don't know.
It's gotta be great.
I could imagine me trying to crawl through a fort right now. I just lie there and be stuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Never enough heavy pillows to hold corners. Facts.
True.
Facts. But yeah, so kind of obvious given the way the week's gone. Like I said, I talked about the Brian Gray thing just off the top because we talked about it a little bit. This week, yeah, right now we are very much in a hobby holding pattern. Like, we really are. Just as far as the hobby itself, news wise, we're in a holding pattern. I think collection wise, we're in kind of a holding pattern too. Not necessarily even like I'm different folks are going to do it for different reasons. I saw some videos that kind of touched on it, like, you know, the economic factor, by the way, which is a real thing. We have to kind of factor that in as well. There are other things that maybe are a higher priority to pay for. Absolutely. We're not going to downplay that. We shouldn't. Never. But I'm in the position where I have a little bit of budget set aside for cards, and I am willing to spend them, but the prices are not to my liking. So it's a situation where like the lack of purchases is more than anything due to like, no, I need the price I need. I want the price I want, and if you show me that price, I'm willing to make a deal. But if you're not showing me that price, money sits in my pocket. We'll move it over to Expo time. That's fine. I'm willing to wait. I can afford to be a little bit patient. We need an Eric rant about Beckett every Friday. Last week was hilarious. There you go. Perfect.
Well, I'm glad that you find that my pain is funny. I'm glad that, you know, here I am. I'm trying to educate, get the word out, let people know just how absolutely horrible this company is. And you're just sitting at home laughing. And you probably went out and bought 40 slabs and submitted 110 others to the company. So maybe I'll just stop.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to educate you people and help you out, and all you're doing is laughing.
You people, jeez.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Good Lord. My goodness.
Maybe I won't even try anymore.
Well, listen. Look, I was being a little bit mean with the sports card radio thing. It was wrong. It was inappropriate. Look, would you feel better if you got a chance to rant about Beckett and I put in the Beckett executive on the screen again, like I usually do?
Maybe.
Would you feel a little better? Do you want to take a minute and have we can do a
Jeremy
little
up,
warm
girls.
up and then we can do the next one later? Do you want to do a little warm up? You got anything Beckett wise for us in terms of that?
Not specifically, but I'm sure they did something bad this week.
Well, I heard that they hired a new guy. The previous Beckett executive was a little bit concerning. I was weirded out by that dude, but the new guy, Jesus, I don't even know what to say. Good Lord, like, would you trust this man? I would not trust this man. I'm deeply disturbed and deeply concerned by this. The situation going on in Beckett, it's falling apart. Brad, that situation's falling apart by the second. It's getting worse, man. Getting worse and worse and worse.
Who's in charge there now?
This guy apparently, like, it's just bizarre. It's so weird. Dang. All right.
Oh,
You know,
it's a Halloween.
it is.
Prison
Yeah.
buddy.
Oh,
Prison buddy.
prison buddy. Oh yeah.
I hate you all, and this show is stupid.
Do you still hear feedback?
Nope.
Less so. I think now we're good. Feedback wise, I think we're good now.
Yeah, I turned down the volume on my system, so
Okay.
I think it was up a little bit too high, so it was getting a lot of kickback.
Gotcha. All right, sounds good. So let's.
You're
take a
good
look
with
here.
that load bearing wall there, Bob?
Yes, I am. It's not the ideal situation, but
We were actually having a fun discussion on fort building. Let us discuss the finer points of fort building.
Fortnite.
That's right. So let's take a look here. Is Brian really out there trying to tell people how to collect? Yes. Apparently, if you don't like his product, you're wrong. Let's see here. This man looks like a grape smuggler. If that's true. The suited guy, he's a weirdo. It's tough, man. Breaking news: Beckett stocks are back in the negative, as they should be. Jeez, we saw that corporate turnover. Good God.
At what point were they back in the positive? Is it 1996 again?
Well, when you were an influencer and you were promoting them every single week on the show, you know, that probably helped. But now with the new management structure, do I have to show you the executive again? Because I will.
Please.
And on Clubhouse.
Mm-hmm. The DR says the collection also had a 95.6 Fleer metal hockey set, and I took your advice on the market. Is what the market is, and sold for half of the other set listing on eBay because hockey isn't for me. And that's fine. Yeah, as long as there's nothing wrong with getting out of stuff that you don't want. Whenever I did the ComC thing, most of the stuff I had there I had held for a long time, so my cost basis was next to nothing. Like, I had gotten rid of almost everything that I wanted. I'm not worried about getting the absolute top dollar. This is not necessarily advice, just something to think about, just something to take back with you and chew on, and you figure out what you want to do. It's your money, it's your time, it's your cards, whatever. So you figure it out. I wasn't worried about maximizing my dollars. My goal was like, look, I just don't want this stuff anymore. I want to get rid of it. I, at this point, have nothing in it because I've had it for so damn long that whatever money I needed to make out of the box or whatever that I pulled it from, I already made the money back. So the goal wasn't to be like, oh man, I want to get the highest possible price. I want to get it sold. I want the deal that will sell for the best.
So you're screwing up comps.
I know, I am. I did that with a Josh Allen rookie this week. This week, last week, and then this week I shipped it. So I sold a Josh Allen 2018 Prism rookie, and I had opened it in a box back in the channel. I actually showed the video that I opened it in, and I had sold off enough cards from the box that I made my money back from the box and was in the black already. So all the cards I have are basically free at this point. Fine. So this Josh Allen card has obviously appreciated as Josh Allen has become a better player. Great. I got it graded. It came back at PSA 9. It was fine, but it was a profitable venture for me. Right now, you could have gotten like 260, 270 US, give or take. I had a couple of offers. They were decent offers. One person tried to like nickel and dime me, and I was like, forget that. Another person came in with a $200 US offer. They were in Mississauga. I'm in Mississauga. So you've just made my life easier. Could I have tried to squeeze you for a little bit more money? Yes. But I'm already in the black. By doing this, I literally put it in the mail, and the next day it was already out for delivery. And it was already done. Deal done, transaction done, clean, and I got my money. Win-win. So I was like, okay. So I did mess up y'all's comps. Sorry. But I got my money, I got it quickly, and I was able to get the card to the person immediately without, basically, I could have handed it off to them. It would have been marginally faster.
Yeah. It's good to dump things.
Did
like
you get card line or no?
No. Unfortunately, they're not going to hear about it. They're going to have to pull it from eBay themselves. They got to do the work. I'm not doing the work for them. Y'all do your own work. But the point is that for me, it was a purely profitable venture because at that point, my cost basis was effectively zero. So it was like almost 100% profit. So why would I complain? What do I need to squeeze another 20 or 30 bucks out of the transaction for and have to hold it a little while and maybe something happens? Or I can get it sold right now, sell it to somebody locally. Money comes to me immediately. He's happy. I'm happy. Great. Win-win. Josh here. Good evening. Just arrived. Good evening. I've had my Because I'm Carlos bingo card out as Eric has showed off his Gretzky PMG or Beckett slab yet. Not yet. But we do have a couple of Eric Beckett references already in the show.
I will sell this to you for $40,000.
It used to be $1 million.
But the market's gone down.
Mm-hmm.
July 1st, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to get what I can for it. But I will sell this to anyone in the chat for $40,000. My Gretzky PMG.
Interesting.
Is it emerald green or just green?
Oh, it's emerald green. It even says so.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a color wheel on that.
Quite
I need to see what shade of green.
50 shades of green for Eric.
For Eric, yes. How many people are panicking about their collection after what happened to Tua yesterday? Yes. The answer is yes. So we can talk about that one actually briefly because I caught it after Brad and I were doing the PSA Canada thing last night. That was during the Thursday night football game, and I was watching a lot of the sports talk shows this morning, obviously talking about Tua, and this unfortunately is the risk of young quarterbacks and young players in general. You just never know what's going to happen. They were being very responsible about that one. I'm of the opinion that I think he did have a concussion because last Sunday he 100% had it. You know, they claim the back injury, they claim leg injury, and I'm like, dude, you're keeling over. You can't stand. I'm sorry. That isn't just, oh man, my back, I can't stand. It's like, hey, I don't know where I am. What day of the week is it? What are we doing? When are we getting ice cream? He wasn't there. He wasn't there.
I am really, really disappointed with the NFL and on this subject because there's also I could go on and on and on.
The NFL has a couple of things to be disappointed in, but yes, sure.
Yeah, the National Felons League, yeah, they have a few issues. They made a promise to their players. They made a promise to their fans that they were going to start taking CTE seriously, concussion protocol seriously. They're going to have experts down on the field that have no affiliation with the teams.
Yeah, the neurologist, you're supposed to have a neurologist, an independent neurologist. That's part of the protocol supposedly to these days now. And
not only did they fail this young guy, they covered it up and lied about it for a whole week. Like we're idiots. Like the people who watch sports have no idea, what they witnessed with their own eyes, just a few days before. Because it really wasn't even a week, right? It was a Sunday. It was a Sunday, Thursday.
So that was so I'll quickly add a little flavor to this. Part of the problem is that regardless of whether you want to argue or not, after the initial hit on Sunday, the Players Association said, hey, we want to launch an investigation. We're a little questioning this a little bit. We need to look at this. But then they had to turn around and do a game on Thursday. So they didn't even have a full week, a normal week, Sunday to Sunday. They did a situation where they went Sunday. They let him back in the game, which was questionable. So that's why the Players Association like, hey guys, did you actually do this protocol properly? And then they're doing a game on Thursday and they let him start the game on Thursday. On Thursday, he gets a second hit. We're now even the people who were kind of like denying it on the first one and trying to be a little cagey with it, they're like, and the infamous scene is he's having an involuntary reaction where his hands are kind of frozen in place, which is kind of a neurological issue. It's like your hands are literally locked up. And it's like, well, how do you want to interpret this one? Was it his back again?
Yeah, he had a knee sprain this time.
Yeah, like it was like, good luck with that one.
I'm absolutely disgusted, and I really hope that the NFLPA does something. They have said for the last handful of years that they truly acknowledge and apologize for the things that have happened in the past. We've seen these players, retire. A few years go by and they're either killing themselves, they have serious drug and alcohol problems, they're beating up their wives and kids, they're having these horrible lives after football. And then here in Massachusetts, I believe it's Boston University is the one that's leading the CTE studies worldwide. And they're finding that these guys all have CTE, got brain damage. And, they've you remember during the preseason, they're putting those stupid helmets over their helmets.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to do that nonsense when no one's really hitting hard on a team practice. Right. And that's mandatory. But this kid doesn't know what planet he's on. And we're going to pretend everything's okay. And then we're going to cover it up and say that he has a back injury.
Yep.
Now, the player is always going to want to play. The player's not going to take himself out.
Yeah.
I think they even caught him opening a box of Leaf or something on top of that.
No, he was totally out of his mind.
And he bought it for half price.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So
$150 if he was
let me read
that.
let me read a couple of comments here, just as we're talking here, and we'll get into it. So, average Joe, card collector. Good evening. When it comes to that, they followed protocol. I don't care about the NFL's protocol. The NFL's protocol is bullshit. So I'm going to start with that. But I'm not sure those comments will be fair. You're questioning a medical professional. You're damn right I am. I'm questioning a medical professional who agreed to work with the National Football League. Independent or not, they agreed to work. CTE was a thing years before they ever diagnosed it, and plenty of medical professionals signed off on that because they were incentivized to do so. Independent, yes. That doesn't mean the NFL, they're still working with the NFL. They're still part of that. It's supposed to be neutral, but at the same time, it's fully neutral. Well, how do you end up in that position? So that's always, I question that. So yeah, I do question the medical professional. Plenty of medical professionals signed off on a lot of bad things to help the NFL keep going.
Oh, good Lord.
Food truck style to sell packs blasters. Oh, so here you go. Food truck style shop to sell wax packs blasters, yay or nay. You want to run a food truck, a card food truck, Brad?
No.
That'd be interesting.
I once heard a rumor that they were selling the, the 66 packs on ice cream trucks in California.
Yeah. Could be. Makes sense.
It's a bad idea.
Makes no sense.
If you're doing it as part of an ice cream truck thing and you happen to have packs, that might not be a terrible idea. I could see that being viable as like an add-on if some kids want to have some of that since they're there. But just as a food truck just for packs and blasters, that might be a little tough.
I think a card shop on wheels is fantastic, especially if you have it like a large event.
So after the poopy pony money comes in, are you saying you're going to buy a food truck and reposition it for wax packs and blasters?
A whole fleet.
It's possible. And I'm gonna have Corey build me a whole show your slabs thing on the wall, and I'll have all the slabs in it, and the kids will come up to the window and they'll be like, I want that one. And I'll go over and I'll take the slab down off the wall and hand it to them. I'm gonna make millions, suckers.
Do you think they're all going to want Beckett slabs? Because that's all you're going to have.
It's not gonna be Beckett slabs, Carlos.
If you say so. Anyway, so shouldn't the neutral party doctor who gave the green light for Tua to go back to where the investigation began, I think my big problem is they didn't have the chance to really do the investigation on the first one. My big issue is I feel like if you're investigating something and you want to check it out, maybe take the week off. At the bare minimum, give them a chance to at least do the investigation on the first one before you trot them out there only days later for the second one. That might be a little tough. So this one here is referring to when Paul Correa's head was launched from his body. He had an out-of-body experience and then infamously came back and scored, I think it was the game winner, wasn't it, in that playoff game?
At the end of the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, he was never the same after that, and he doesn't remember it.
No.
So, like, the fact that a player was able to play in that situation doesn't change the fact that he suffered brain damage from said event. At that time, they were willing to let it go, but then down the road, Paul Correa to this day cannot remember that. Like, he has no recollection of the event in question, even though, like, we have the tape, we can show it. Like, you did it. It was you.
I
And
think
the
going
part
forward, they're
about-
going to have contracts signed. Like boxing, UFC, those things are obviously, sign a contract, and if you want to play, play. If you don't, you don't. Anything problems happen, that's why you get paid so much money, I guess.
Yep.
And the part that says Eric cheered, 100% correct. And the reason I cheered that day was this happened, many years ago now, was my lack of education on this subject. And I am now much older. I am much wiser.
You were much older. So much
I
older.
am much older.
Unbelievably older.
And I have a much different opinion of things like this than I did, 20 years ago when that happened. And yeah, I was that I'll remember that I was watching that game live. I watched Paul Correa die. And if you watch the video, that man stopped breathing. And then all of a sudden you saw this puff of air come up and hit his visor, and it fogged up immediately. That man was dead. He died. Scott Stevens killed that guy.
We better
And
make a
instead,
movie
he comes
about
back and
Scott
scores the
Stevens
game.
killed a lot of guys.
Well, in fairness, Bobby, sometimes these miraculous things happen. One of my buddies from university, I watched him die. I'm still convinced he is dead. I think he's been The Walking Dead for years. Since 2006, he's been dead. I know this for a fact. It's like, I watched it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's like, I watched that man die. I carried that corpse, and then it reanimated. And it continues to roam the earth to this very day.
Is that the other one you have on the other video you do?
Oh, no, not that
dead
one.
guy you're talking
No,
to?
no, he's not nearly interesting enough. No.
He's not dead enough for you. Okay.
No, not that enough. The other one I watched die. He drank about 3 times his body weight in alcohol in the one evening, and I was like, yep, I think that
That's always
checks
a good
out.
idea.
Yep. Oh, it's a fantastic idea. He was. I'll explain the story after. We'll finish the concussion discussion. Actually, it was a fun story. I'll explain it.
Concussion discussion. Wow.
Yeah, it is the concussion discussion. And if you're concussed, you're not in a place to make a decision for yourself. Yes, correct. There has to be someone looking out for you. That's where the independent neurologist is supposed. That's where they're supposed to be stepping in. The problem, though, is speaking of the protocol thing. The problem is the protocol is. I only understand a little bit of it. I've looked into it a little bit. They try to use a certain baseline because everybody's a little bit different, right? How you respond to certain neurological stimulus is different. But the problem is that a lot of it is they're trying to make sure that you seem to be aware of your surroundings, surrounded by. But what if you're kind of an absent-minded person anyway? Your latitude you're going to have is going to be a little bit wider than somebody who's sharp and on it all the time. So your baseline is going to be a little bit different. So we're measuring you on a different scale depending on the individual player. So as long as he was able to do just enough to clear it, he could pass protocol and totally be out of his mind. Again, in the example we gave, Paul Correa was physically able to come back into the game, participate in hockey, score a goal, perform some skill, and still has physically no recollection of any of the events in question. And he was never the same after that. Like, he was physically never the same after that, never able to physically perform at the same level. And his career ended, and like, he was not the same dude after that whole thing happened. So like, the person can still perform and still not be right after that happened in the first place.
So I know I'm going to set myself up for future, laughs and all, and I'm fine with that because I think it's a serious thing, and I want to try to explain to people just how serious this is firsthand.
Okay, then before you do, I'm finishing the poopy pony comments real quick.
Okay.
Hold on, just finishing them with them. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead now. You're good.
Beckett.
In my previous life, I played high level high school and college soccer, and I didn't.
Were you in the 2022 medal set?
I think
Is this why the prices were depressed?
That is
Yeah.
correct. They found out that I had an insert card, and people don't want that crap.
Maybe we should do a GoFundMe and get Brian Gray money to take it back.
maybe
I think that would be a
that
good.
would work.
I think that would make a lot of
Might be
sense.
the right thing to do. Please continue your story.
So I get kicked in the head, and I get pulled out of the
Sorry.
game because I was completely
That was in a movie theater. Was that at
Right.
the game, or was that movie theater like at the burger
No.
joint after? Like,
So I get kicked in the head. I get knocked
How many
out.
times did you get kicked in the head?
Over the years, many, but this was just
Like there's like a dozen times just at Expo. Bobby really put the boots to you. Like I think he was coming back
I
for the
knew he
steel-toed
did.
boots.
He said he did it, but I knew he did.
Of course he did. Like he just couldn't get the steel-toed boots. Otherwise, you'd have really gotten it. It would have
No, I-
really hurt if he had put
I
steel.
told Bond to give it to him too.
Mm-hmm.
So I come out of the game for a while. This is back, in the early 90s, 1991, 92. The education was not there. It was still rub some dirt on it, be tough, play through. You got your bell rung. Here's some smelling salts, you'll be fine. I went back in and played the rest of the game, supposedly. I have no recollection of it. I do not recall the bus ride. It was an away game. I do not recall the bus ride home. I do not recall getting from my high school to my home. I told my parents what happened. I guess I was acting weird or something. They brought me to the emergency room. And at the emergency room, the doctor starts asking you questions. And, so, such as, what year is it, your name, things like that. Well, I got those right. Then he starts asking me questions. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I go, I have a sister. Okay. What grade's your sister in? 3rd grade. My sister was in 6th. I cut the number in half.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's, do you know who the president is? And I said, sure. And I told him it was George Washington. At the time, it was the first George Bush.
Now, in fairness, at the time that Eric
Just
was
had a
saying
dollar
this,
bill.
yeah, the problem was that Eric said this in 1808, and like at that point, Washington was out of power. But close enough, close enough.
And I kept answering questions like that, and I sat there completely straight faced from what my father told me, like this is all very matter of fact.
How long was the test?
I think they only asked me like 5 questions because I think they figured out real quickly that my brain was a mess.
Yeah.
They kept me for a while at the hospital, and then believe it or not, I violently threw up, and the second I finished vomiting, my head cleared right up. They asked me all the questions again, and I nailed all the answers. They kept me around for a little while longer, then sent me home. And my parents had to wake me up every single hour for the rest of the night to make sure I was alive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to school the next day.
Yep. And then years later, you got turkey breast and turkey leg completely screwed up. So the concussion systems decades later are still impactful.
I think it had something to do with my concussion.
That's how devastating it was. Devastating.
So
tragic stories.
So this stuff is really serious. I have no recollection of what happened after I got hit, and I was talking to the doctor very matter-of-factly about these answers, and I thought they was ridiculous that he was asking me these stupid questions. I thought I was fine, and I was far from it.
Yeah, so, the thing is that to put a serious to make the point serious, and I'll read a couple of these comments here in a second as well. But the serious point is that the problem is when you're saying protocol, it's easy to say the person passed protocol. The question is, okay, so how stringent is your protocol? A lot of times it's just asking really silly questions, and you're basically trying to trip somebody up and trying to see if the synapses are working for you. And you can get relatively close or relatively right answers. So the person who's doing the assessment is supposed to be trying to determine, like, are you just absent-minded? Are you just forgetful? Or did you sustain some damage a moment ago? Do you not recall what... Because the brain is a weird thing. It's not as simple. Look, if you break your arm, you break your arm. We go run an x-ray, we find out you broke it. It's easy. That's a piece of cake. You damage a ligament, we can do an MRI. We can find out that you damaged a ligament. That's straightforward. You damage your brain, maybe you can do certain things. Maybe other things are suddenly very complex that were actually very simple for you to do, and you struggle with them, even though, like, oh, you've done this a trillion times. Like, but right now you can't. And everything else is fine. You can answer 1,000 questions, no problem. But you can't put a hat on for some reason because suddenly your spatial awareness is gone and you can't figure out how to put it on your head. But you can answer who the president is with no problems.
They wanted to know how old my sister was, and at the time she was 12. And I spun the numbers around and I said that she was 21. So my answers were I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade and George Washington was president.
A dyslexic moment.
And I thought that was
just ugly head every once in a while back.
Yeah, and I just thought that was completely fine.
And at least now, look, the good news is you had enough time to heal, and now at least you know the current president is Lincoln, so that's good.
Well, yeah, we've moved forward in time, duh.
Absolutely. So Bobbles here says, man, Golden has a TWD props for sale. TWD. Help me. Does anybody know this one? Walking Dead? Oh, Walking Dead. Thank you, Brad. You muted yourself, by the way. Just letting you know. Walking Dead props for sale. I wish I had the money I could be stupid with. Tag isn't paying me enough. Tag should pay you more, Bubbles. I agree. Let me scroll through here.
Is he the owner of the company?
Well, he's the owner of like multiple
Oh.
companies, bro.
Oh,
Nice.
There it is.
Look at you. He's still got stuff in his new room.
He got the Negan bat.
Yep, work in progress. He's still building up the new room. We're full of swag. Brad, you're muted. You did it yourself. I didn't do it to you.
Sorry. That is when I stopped watching The Walking Dead. I was
I was disappointed.
I was just mortified when he used that bat on Kenny. I just was like, I don't know, nothing in movie history or TV history has ever affected me like that. I don't know if it was just the night that I was like,
No,
what? Oh, I was
same
disturbed.
with me. I said they went way too far.
Way too far.
What are they doing?
Yep. So let me quickly get caught up on a couple of the comments here, but I'll quickly say Bob is making the same point that I was making. Sounds like an excuse for why he tried to get turkey legs instead of breasts and got it sent to the store by his mom. Facts. Easy way is to make a mandatory 10 to 14 days off when you have a concussion-related event and then run the protocol before you came back. Look, my answer is, regardless of whatever you want to believe, the first hit that Tua took, to me, was serious enough that it warranted having the 1 game off. Go and check him out fully. Make sure you're good. And look, if you're the NFL, you want to avoid liability, right? At the bare minimum, like to cover your own asses, when you want at least like, okay, but you're turning it around in less than a week. You know what? He's out. He's ineligible to play this week. He can come back next week. Give him a week off, at least run some tests, finish your check, and then if you're good, fine, bring him back in the game, next game. 1 game is not going to kill him one way or the other. You could let the guy have the game off.
I think in the future they're going to have that written in contracts.
Yeah. I don't think 1 game is unreasonable. I don't think it would have been that crazy to do. I don't think they would have gotten too much yelling from anybody. Bobble says, I suffered a grade 3 concussion. Still do to this day not recall where the room for the CT scans was at that hospital, and I had 2 of them done. Yep. That checks out.
It's a grade 6 concussion. And
yep.
You were 12
we had to
years
elevate
old.
it. Also dealt with post-concussive
21.
syndrome for nearly 2 years after. Yep. I told him Grade the Hammer Valentine was president. I think that's fair. I'll accept that response. I went to the hospital the first time the CT didn't show because the swelling was so bad. It took a second trip to show it. They didn't diagnose it the first time, hence why I had 2 CT scans. Yep. That's why I said it's not as simple as, like, that's why I gave the example. You break your arm or your leg, we can do an x-ray. You damage a ligament, we can run an MRI. Most medical professionals worth their salt can figure that out more or less. The brain thing's really tough. It's not as straightforward. Yannick, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you back on.
Yeah, I got hit by a car when I was, I guess, 6 years old. I went between 2 parked cars to get a ball. We were playing ball hockey, and I bent over, pick up the ball, and a taxi cab actually hit me. I flew back 40 feet, and I don't know. He drove us to the hospital for free, which was great. And then my parents came in the room, and they said after 2 or 3 times coming in the room, I would get up just before they were coming in the room. Okay, my name's this, and so everything was fine after that.
If you
That's
say
exactly
so.
right. Yeah, Golden has the actual Lucille up for auction. There you go. The Negan bat is sweet from Shock
Oh,
Arts.
really?
Thank you. Good evening. We're talking about head injuries, and he brings out the Negan bat. Facts. We all watched The Walking Dead plus Fear of the Walking Dead. Never too far. Heck, last night they never dropped an F-bomb in the show. Okay, just realized last night they've never dropped an F-bomb in the show. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, the show is horrible in the last couple of years. It's horrible.
Oh,
I
yeah?
don't even watch it anymore. Nope.
Gotcha.
Gone.
So,
Dead.
Aaron here, say good evening. Eric's right. I had a skull fracture and a bleeding in the brain at 15. I often wonder what impact it may have on me as I get older. Yeah. The thing is, you never know. You never know for sure. I don't bother joking about it because I don't think. Look, I like to make fun of a lot of stuff, and I really have no hesitation about it. I don't make fun of brain injuries because you never know what's going to cause what kind of damage it can cause. I talk about. I'll give like a simple example. In my family, we don't have any history really of like vision loss. I've worn these for a very long time since my teens. When I was in school, we liked to play handball. This was like towards the tail end of elementary school. We liked to play a lot of handball. And I was playing handball, and on one day, I basically went in, and I was trying not to dive because we're on concrete. I'm not trying to dive on concrete. But I'm trying to get the ball. I'm reaching as far as I can. I reach, I trip, and right there, the wall's directly in front of me. I'm very close to it. I actually hit the wall head on. And then I fall down, and I'm looking up, And basically, it takes me a little while to get up, but when I get up, my vision's blurry. And the problem was my vision actually never cleared fully. It was one of those things. I avoided getting glasses for a little while, but my vision was 20/20, like pristine, clear, crystal clear. After that, it was not clear, and it was really blurry, and then it became less blurry, but it never got back to 20/20. It actually stayed a little bit off, and then over time, it got a little bit progressively worse and worse and worse. At this point, it's stabilized, but I've been wearing these for now decades. I haven't had 20/20 vision since I was a kid.
What did the
My,
doctor
my
say?
the thing is, at the time, we didn't even think to do the doctor because, other than that, I really didn't have any issues. I just went out about my business because I didn't have any headaches or any long-term issues of any kind. I was going at school, everything was fine. I kept going, chugging along my way, no issue there. If there had been something else, we probably would have done it, but otherwise, there was no reason to. Very, very well done, Bobby. But otherwise, there was no reason for me to do anything with it. But at the time, we didn't think of that. Like that was when I was a kid, decades ago now. Nowadays, they'd be like, "Hey, you might want to go to the doctor, just get that checked out. You know, not a big deal, but go check that out."
Yeah, you hit your head, now you can't see right. Yeah, I think you should go to a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like at the time, we didn't even think of it. Like it wasn't even a thing necessarily. And my parents were like, "Well, probably it'll clear up in a little bit."
He's
And that's the
fine.
thing.
We got another one.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, my younger brother's vision is perfect. My dad's vision is perfect. Like now he's approaching his 70s. Just now he's got a little bit of vision, but it's minor. My vision stabilized years ago because once I started wearing my glasses properly, it stabilized for me. But yeah, my vision got worse really fast and then never recovered.
They never try to maybe just hit the other side to kind of even it out.
I thought about that. I considered that. That would be a good Russian solution. I think that would be a good solid, like, instead of surgery, just like hit the other side and see if you can knock it back in place. I thought about that.
Never know.
Never go to a French Canadian hospital. That's the treatment you're gonna get.
We Michoud.
Yeah.
Rick Vintage Outlaw Cards, good evening. When did Boba Fett get traded to the Dodgers? As soon as Sports Card Investor said so.
Yes.
Obviously, Rick. Come on. But anyway, so my point that I'm getting at is that I never make fun of head injuries because you have no idea how they're going to manifest themselves. You have no idea what kind of issues they can create. Sometimes it's nothing. For the most part, I didn't really have too many other issues with that kind of thing. But I've had a few concussions in my time other than that one. So it's one of those things. You never know. It could have been just that one that created a problem. It could have been in combination with some other ones at the time. I haven't had any issue like that since, but it's one of those things where you never know. You looked at Eric Lindros and you thought this guy was built like a Greek god. He should have been built like a tank. And as it turns out, nope. He and his brother, both of them, basically, I think they're twins, right? He and his brother.
No.
Well, they still both physically, they're both imposing guys, both big guys.
Yeah. His
But
brother
both
ended
like,
up the same.
but like basically, the must have the thinnest skulls in the world because as soon as it got hit, it disintegrated, and that was the end of that.
He
But you
crossed
never know.
Scott Stevens Boulevard and then
Yeah, and that happened with a lot of guys in Scott Stevens, and it was like wrong place, wrong time, and he would lay into you, and he wouldn't hold back, he'd hit you, and it happens. But you can still function after that, but you never know what it's going to result in. And to be fair, for a lot of those people at that time, we didn't know what we know now. We don't even think to ask that question. Eric's question was a valid one. Today, if the same thing happens, we go to the doctor, we run an MRI, we run a neurological check. Hey, because by the way, I could have answered all those questions and I would have been 100%. I would have had no issue answering any question you wanted at that moment. Not a problem. It's just my vision was blurry. It just like I'd be looking at stuff and trying to like squint a little bit to like get it to be a little bit clear. It was off, and it never fully cleared up.
So back to the question that started all this with, how do you think this situation with Tua is going to affect his card trading? And I don't think that's really the concern, obviously. But
You're asking the question.
no, I'm repeating the question.
That was the
Who
original
said it?
question. Yeah, that was the original
Oh.
question. Yeah.
So you sure? How hard did that cab hit you?
Yeah,
Pretty
I thought to be honest, I thought the concussion discussion was a little bit more pertinent. But like, look, let's put the short version. Like the card one is an easy one. It's actually not difficult to figure out the card impact.
Well, that's what I was gonna say,
Tua
yeah.
already has had an injury history. Anything that adds to that injury history will make people more wary, and in turn will suppress that market. So that's what I mean. Like, it's actually a very easy part to figure out. The card angle is easy. There's going to be concerns. Even if he recovers and is able to play again and plays at a good level, everybody's going to be kind of sitting there a little bit scared, because he has had some injury history, not pertaining to the head specifically, but he injured his hip. He had an issue with that. He had a couple of issues in college with injuries. And this is just a new one in the pros, adding another injury to it.
That's the thing. Everything that's on TV that we see that goes wrong with somebody, it affects the card market.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And we're going to
especially-
remember that. We're going to remember that Tua got a hit on a Thursday night primetime game. It was the only game on TV at that moment for football, and everybody got to see him get hit and have like basically a neurological symptom that like he couldn't control his hands. He literally physically couldn't control his hands. And some people are going to remember that and be like, I'm going to stay away on that one. Even if they think, oh, but this is a really nice card. Yeah, but I'm not going to pay top dollar for that. I'm worried. Like, it would take one more hit, and who knows what happens after that.
And
Yeah,
another
let's
thing that,
put it on
that
the buy it
really
now.
shocked me was towards the end of the game, they reported that either he was going to be released from the hospital soon or had already been released. And it's like, you're not keeping this guy overnight? Did you not see what the hell just happened to this guy? I mean, it isn't a money thing, hospital, who's all about money and insurance. You got the NFL, the NFLPA, and this multi-million-dollar player. You'll get your money. Can you keep him in bed for a night and hook him up to some machines?
You got kicked in the soccer head. They
Would you
didn't keep you
guys-
overnight.
What was
No,
that, Yannick?
nobody cared in 1991, and I'm poor.
Oh,
I
What's that?
I was remembering. I think the NHL got more serious with it when Sidney Crosby got hurt.
Yeah. He was the golden
know.
boy. Like, they.
Before
it-
that, it was like okay,
Yeah.
but when he got hurt, and then you realize like okay, our main product is missed a whole season and a half,
Mhm.
missed those Winter Classic. I can't remember exactly the dates and everything, but I remember clearly that this went okay. This is serious. Like,
Well, that's usually,
Yeah.
if a league is going to respond, it's when their money is threatened. Like, really,
Yeah.
what it comes down to is, look, kind of the subtext of a lot of this conversation is this. Everybody can do their own. You can decide for yourself what you care about, what you don't care about, and that's fine. That's why I just wanted to be clear on my stance on it. Brain injuries is one thing I won't joke about, just because I can see from examples I've seen around. That's like, it's not a game that I would play. That's one area that I'll leave alone. I'm willing to go to a lot of places and make fun of a lot of things. I leave brain injuries alone. That one, I don't feel it's appropriate, and I won't joke about that. The reality of it is that from a league perspective, they only care when the money's impacted. A player of Sidney Crosby's not my favorite by any stretch of the imagination. But when Sidney Crosby is out and you lose one of your star players, the league suddenly goes, maybe we need to do something about this. If it's just Joe Schmo, they don't care. They'll be like, we'll give him some
Unfortunately.
medical attention, he'll be fine. Patch him up and send him back out there.
When Tom Brady got his knee blown out, and
Speaking of Joe Schmo, continue.
when Joe Schmo, the Canadians still only have 2 Stanley Cups, right?
You mean the Canadiens?
They only have 2, right? We still
As
have-
long as their deal's still intact. Look, how many Super Bowls does Tom Brady have?
Oh, he cheated on all of them. He gets none.
Fair enough. Continue as you were. Continue.
Okay, so Joe Schmo gets his knee blown out in the first game of the season. You have the biggest draw in the NFL at that time. He misses the entire season. The next season, what happens? There's
there's
this
just
new
rules.
rule that you're not allowed to even breathe on a quarterback in this league ever again. You
Yep.
can't sack him. You can't push him. You can't nick of their hand. I mean, you can't look at him with an angry look.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
roughing the
gonna-
passer. It's roughing the passer in almost every instance, yes.
might
It's
as well play tag
ridiculous.
football.
So just because their star player got hit and got his knee blown
No,
out,
I think that was a Freudian slip. Continue. Please continue.
there's the NFL star player got his knee blown out,
Yeah.
and they changed the rules the next year. Well,
They did,
this kid is the future of the league. He was having a pretty good year so far this year. He's getting tons of advertisement dollars. He's on the banners of NFL commercials and things. What are they going to do? No, they put him back on a plane.
Yeah. Well, I think the bigger issue with that one is that they still haven't done the MRI. So now they're actually letting it sit for a little while. It's like, so now he gets to fly back, and they haven't done the test. Like, you actually want to do the real test. Do the real test now. You had him in a hospital. Do the test. You're right
I
there.
don't
Go
know
ahead.
to correct you because I'm not an expert, but I think it's CAT scans.
Well,
for,
fair enough.
brain
Yeah,
injuries.
but I know they didn't. Basically, they had him for observation, and then they let him go back with the team, and they could still run some more tests, and they hadn't run them yet. So now they're going to get another opportunity to run them later. And it's like, well, you should just run them while you're there. You're already in the hospital. Just go ahead, run the CAT
understand
scans.
is with a concussion, you should not be on an airplane. I honestly believe that
It's a pressure thing.
There's a
It's
pressure
one of those
thing.
things that,
that you are told by responsible doctors you are not allowed to fly for X amount of time after a major concussion like that. And that kid walked out of a hospital and went and jumped on a plane.
But
I
Eric,
just-
but don't you think, like, again, I don't know the whole situation, but do you know how many people are watching out for the health of Tua? I'm not saying they made the right call on the field, but afterwards, if he went to a hospital, he got checked out of the hospital, and he got put on a plane, I'm quite confident that he must have been cleared okay by a hell of a lot of people that are smarter than us armchair doctors that are sitting here.
Brad, since it's the NFL, I'm going to be honest. Given the track record of the NFL, I would bet you they would have checked him out if he was already dead.
Yeah,
Like they really don't care. at all.
I get the on-field thing, and I agree. It was like he should never have went back. Like he should have been gone from the game. He should have been. All that makes sense to me, but I just feel like on that situation, like it's hard to critique some of the medical staff that's in place, and I do have faith in the medical today, not back years, not back, but in today's league. My personal opinions on it, just my personal thoughts. I have all the confidence in the world in these doctors.
I'm just curious. The thing that was Brad is it might not be in their hands. I'd be curious if the team doctor would have the authority to be able to check him out under reconnaissance and say, like, I'll take over from here. Don't worry about it. We'll get him checked out.
Well, that's what I mean. But if he was in the hospital, the doctors in the hospital, they have the authority. Tua has the authority. His agents have this. I don't know. Just my thoughts. I think that obviously he was cleared and in a better place than we think he was.
I hope
His
that's the
agent.
case, Brad. I really do. I think these businesses are all about money, and they don't care about the players unless it's going to affect the bottom line. And after the cover up from a week ago, I don't see. I could not have the same opinion as you, simply because of the cover up from Sunday night. I think
where's Jerry Maguire in all of this?
To show you the money?
Yeah.
I think it's important. So Aaron here says, Don Cherry's Rock'em Sock'em continued until 2018. Yannick's really having a lot of issues with that connection. That's actually much later than I figured, given the awareness around CTE. Yeah, it went on for quite a while. Now, mind you, like fights and stuff, it would be still fairly easy to pay plenty of clips of that. So I don't think they'd have too much issue with that. So quickly, I'll touch on Hockey 99. I wanted to get through a couple of these other comments here. Any thoughts on Ken Golden now being a sports car radio crosshair? So videos coming out soon. Seems like they get as many views as SCI. I don't think they get quite as many as SCI. I will say, I was thinking about this a little bit earlier. I don't think it's a big deal because Ken Golden, honestly, there's plenty of material. If you want to go back, because they referenced that they wanted to go back to like decades. And I was like, dude, there's plenty of material out there. I did a video on freaking Ken Golden and, Don West just for fun.
Like everybody has.
Yeah, like there's plenty of material out there if you want to go to it. Most people, it'll be funny that some people will, maybe this will be new for them. They do have a good sized audience, so for them it might be new. For the people that have been around a little while, they'll be like, yeah, yep, QVC, Don West, old Kenny, yep, mm-hmm. Oh, but scoreboard, yep, What else you got? Yeah, we know.
Don't tread on me, kind of thing.
Can I pose a thought though? Kind of just a general thought. And this is I was trying to think about this. Oh, I will. This is my show. I might as well. The thing is this, and this would be kind of my question on this. I was trying to find the right analogy because because some people really get stuck and fixated. They struggle with the whole hobby and the concept of this. And I was trying to think of it. The hobby is basically what Vegas would be if the mob still ran it to this day. Because it's basically the families. And the friends of the friends and a lot of cronyism involved in it and all that.
I hear you.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that, guess what? There were people during that era that still had no issue with it. There were people during that era that were able to operate within it because they understood the rules of the game and the rules on the ground. And they were still able to do what they wanted to do. People could still win and participate and play the games. And there were card players who were successful and all that. Even with it, it's like, oh, but the mob's running it. Yes, I understand. But they had rules too. And as long as you played under the rules, they basically allowed you to operate. So it's one of those things. The card hobby, people want to think it's this like corporatized thing. It's like, no, it's good old Kenny has been around for a really long time, and he's just hanging in there, and now he's part of the institution. He is an institution. He's gonna have the Netflix show. He's gonna have all this other stuff. That's all well and good.
And we
It's
have
all
the
kind of
card-
shady
We
business.
have the card fixers too.
Yep. It's all kind of shady business, and it's always been kind of shady business. And it's cute watching the new folks being like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize it was this." Going back decades, bro. Decades and decades and decades and decades. These are not new players. Kenny didn't show up 5 minutes ago.
No.
He's been around a while. Good old Probstein, he's been around a while. We go back, a lot of these guys go back a ways. Probstein had Bill Mastro on. Bill Mastro was back in the day. Some of the new people don't remember Bill Mastro, but he was a dude for a while. He was around.
Quite a dude.
They're still around. They're still around to this day. Bill Mastro can still pop up here and there. You never know when he's going to show up somewhere. And Brad, we kind of had alluded to kind of this conversation. It's kind of fun for people who've been around the hobby a long time. Bobby knows as well, and Eric knows because Eric's old. But if you're around long enough, you realize like, yeah, it's the same names and the same players kind of just circular around and around in a circle. And it's like, So that's why when they do this, here's the thing. I welcome it because it'll be entertaining. I have no doubt they'll find some fun clips and stuff. But I don't think they'll find anything new that hasn't already been out there for a very long time.
No.
Then you look at it and you say, okay, well, these are the guys that we know about. And the names that keep recircling or they keep getting caught or they keep doing things, Maestro, all these guys that are out there. I always look back and say, okay, well, what about the 90% of the people that don't get caught that are doing these things? There's so many guys in all businesses, but in the collectible business, in the autographs, I mean, it's mind-blowing how much bad stuff is out there. And it bothers me as a collector more than anything. Like it frustrates me as a collector wanting to buy more autographs and stuff and just seeing the amount of bad stuff that's out there. It's everywhere.
Wax. No, that's good.
Well, look, I know Pokemon cases are good. As long as you got some proper G.I. Joe cards in there, you're fine.
Yep.
But the reason I wanted to kind of quickly broach this discussion here for a moment is I kind of wanted to reiterate, because it's been kind of the ethos of the show, is that I do take a very laissez-faire thing to it, because again, for me, in the card space, it really hasn't been too much of an issue for me. But I'm not ignorant to what's there. And if you ask me, I will not deny it. I won't say it's not there. But like, yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, but what about the trimming? It's like, mm-hmm, yep. Going back decades, yeah. What else you got? Oh, but it's like also been around a long time, yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, but the third-party grade, yep. The first PSA card was a trim card, yep. SGC was done by some card trimmers back in the day, yep. What else? What else did you want? Sorry? Oh, because I don't spend every day bashing you over the head with it over and over again. Doesn't mean we don't know. And if you ask, we'll tell you. But I don't feel the need day to day.
One of the few shows where collectively we have a century or more of information and hobby history.
Yeah.
Collectively.
Yeah.
Whereas other guys, they've been around since, before the internet in 2016 or something like that.
I think 2016 is, it was like the dawn of hobby internet. I think that's about right. Yeah. But the thing is like, no. But I occasionally, it's good from time to time to revisit the discussion, because it's like, it comes off cynical. It comes off indifferent. And I don't want it to come off indifferent. But it's like, dude, I've been around this already a while. I've seen those folks that do that weird, shady shit. And what you do is you learn. It's like this big old minefield. Tons of mines everywhere. The problem is maybe the issue is, I learned how to walk around the mines a long time ago, to the point that now I do it while staring at my phone and looking at stuff. And I just literally walk around it from memory.
Yeah,
So I just,
path.
you follow the path and you walk right by it. Whereas somebody else walks in and loses their leg. And it's like, oh crap. Yeah, that mine was there. Sorry. Should have told you. Sorry about that.
Are we going to mention the elephant in the room?
About your Beckett children?
No, about, what Brad does about, cutting cards and grading cards in his basement and giving everything away. I mean,
he's moved out to the penthouse now, bro. It's been successful.
Oh,
he's moved to the penthouse.
This lizards were the first thing in the room.
You just going to ignore this? I mean,
that's what we do.
You talk about Shady.
Scissors.
I had a guy send in I did something today that I didn't, as a submitter. I'm going to ask you guys a question.
I'm sorry, did you say Shady?
Yeah. There you go.
Go on. Tell us about the shadiness, Bougie Eric.
That's good.
Oh, God.
Go on.
We had a guy that dropped off 20 cards at the shop, local, and inside there was 3 Marcel Dion rookies that were all beat up. Like they're going to be 1s or 2s, but he wants them encapsulated.
Mhm.
And on the front of one of them was like the whole thing was just wax. So I looked at it and I was like, well, what do I do? I called, he didn't answer, and I was like, okay, he wants me to send these cards in, but so I got my pantyhose. I made the decision. I'm like, I'm sending them in for this guy. We don't touch people's cards, but I'm like, I can't just send this in because I know what it's going to come back.
Gotcha.
So I took it out and I cleaned it. And I was like, I bet you this is going to get probably like maybe get a 3 now. It looks so much better, right? And I did that without saying, but that's the first time I can remember I touched somebody's card without their permission. But I'll deal with it if he says anything. I think I made
It's a foregone conclusion. It's something you should do anyways.
Yeah.
You know, if a guy because you can miss it without a reflection. You know, you can kind of go, oh, I didn't know that was there.
Oh, this one was like the worst I've ever seen on a card, and you could see because it was like brown. You know what I mean? Like you know how it turns.
Oh,
like,
aged.
brown up.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, this was. I looked at it. I was like, man, oh man. And it was so gratifying when I was cleaning it. Like,
Preserved.
yeah, I was just like, this is awesome. It's good. I'm going to make this card look beautiful, and I love that card too. So
The only way somebody would be upset about that is if they have a lot of money, so they don't care about wasting it, and they were doing it as a gag.
Or it's a rare wax covered version that you use up.
Yes.
I was going to say that makes it extra special. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Josh here says, so Brad, I know you swear by the pantyhose over the microfiber cloth. So yeah, that makes that one's a classic there. So one quick thing I wanted to add as well, because we poked a little bit of fun here with the PSA branded scissors. Yes. But look, here's the thing. We like to have a sense of humor about it because we're also realistic about it. I cannot muster the energy to be outraged by any of this because you're not showing me anything I haven't already seen. And I'll give an example. There was the recent card that I think was covered by a couple of the channels. It was the Connor McDavid. And there was a Connor McDavid that was graded at Beckett, probably by Eric. It came back as an 8.5. And then basically from what you can see on the scans, because it's a numbered card, right? So it's a numbered card. And you can see that it was trimmed and likelihood the corner was fixed up. And you can see from the images that it's been altered. And it ended up now in a PSA 10 holder. So it's been altered and it's been upgraded in terms of the holder and grade and everything, right? So, and this is where I said, I like to bring up the discussion sometimes because it's important to kind of reiterate something that we're not indifferent to it, but we are a little desensitized to it. So it's good sometimes to kind of bring back the discussion and talk it out a little bit with you guys in the chat and everybody else, because by all means, feel free. But I am desensitized to it in the sense of this, and this is the way I would explain it. I'm not in the market for one of those. So you can alter every single one of those in the print run and I don't care. Not because it's good. It's a bad thing that it's been altered. So I want to kind of like lead with that. It's a bad thing that's been altered. But how much, and Brad, you know the card I'm referring to, right? The Connor McDavid, I think it's the Cup RPA or whatever. Yeah. So how much, what do they go for? What's the going rate on some of those? Like in the 8, 9, 10, whatever categories?
50K now, I think.
Okay, sure. So do you think I'm in the market for a 50K card? I'm not, under any circumstances. I have been collecting a very long time. The most expensive cards I have are a couple of grand at most. There are other folks who have been collecting less time and have bigger cards and all that, and congratulations to them. But even if I had all the money in the world, my best card would maybe go up to low 5 figures because there's a couple of vintage cards that might be interesting for me to have in that. But that's like the top end. That's the maximum. I don't need 6 or 7 figure cards in my collection. And again, that's a vintage card. I'm being very specific what I'm talking about. As far as modern, most of the cards that I want are 4 figures. Even the absolute top end, best condition, best version I can get will be a 4-figure card. And maybe not even mid 4 figures, like low end 4 figures. Which is to say it's still within attainable range. Like it's still within striking distance. And I have $1,000 cards, not a ton of them, but I've got a few. And I've done that over time and built up that collection. So a $50,000 card does not impact me in any way, shape, or form. You could alter all of them. And I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying, why do I care? Most people are not altering $1,000 cards. Could you? Sure. But that's generally not worth your time and generally not worth your effort. Usually there's like a higher threshold you're looking for to make the money, to make it worth your time to do. A $50,000 card is sure as hell worth altering because there's a lot of money that you could make going from an 8.5 to a 10. There's a lot of additional revenue in there. Yes. Go ahead, Eric.
So my question, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, and I'm not joking. So it's an actual question.
You have
You
an actual
said,
question?
yeah, it was an actual question. So you said that this card was first in a Beckett holder. It was cracked
8.5.
out and then put into a PSA holder and got
Correct.
a 10.
Yep. After it had been altered, yes.
Sounds like both companies graded and accepted a altered, cut, fixed, manipulated card.
Well, the original card wasn't altered. The 8.5 was before the alteration.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was in an
So
8.5
it's really-
holder
So
and
it's really-
showed some flaws on it that disappeared before it ended up in the 10 holder.
so Brad altered it
Yes.
and then created it a 10.
Allegedly, yes. Allegedly.
Made so much. Sorry.
Well, how do you think you got the new condo?
Exactly.
We know how you got the new
Moving
condo.
on up, moving on up.
I know. But like my point is a card like that, the difference in value between an 8.5 and a 10. Yes. I can't pretend that I'm shocked that someone would go and take the chance and try to make the amount of money that you could make on that difference. That difference is huge. If you take $1,000 card and make it a $1,200 card, is it worth it you risking getting an altered, back? A couple $100? Probably not. Does that mean it doesn't happen? I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. But my point is, most collectors like getting outraged about it, but most collectors are not affected by it. Because they're frankly not buying expensive enough cards where the incentive is there to alter it that way. Doesn't mean that no one would ever do it. Totally possible. But most people are not going to alter $200 cards to make them $250 cards.
Do you know what's bizarre too? Like on modern cards for me, for Brad the collector, modern cards that are rare or numbered or autoed, the condition, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter as much to me. Like if I would much sooner have an 8 and a whole bunch of other cards of that McDavid card. But when I get into vintage, grade really matters to me.
Sure.
But on modern cards, if it's numbered out of 99 and I got one, awesome. Couldn't be happier. That's all. I don't care if it's an 8 or 9 or, and if it was actually a 10, I'd probably sell it on a big card because those aren't cards that I would keep, right? So that's just my personal thoughts on it. But it does matter, like on vintage. I love, and I flip-flopped on vintage, not to get off topic, but all through my life growing up, my uncle was always about centering and I was always about corners. The number one thing for me from when I was 10 years old up till 20 years old, let's say, was corners. If it had 4 sharp corners, I didn't care about the centering. Now I'm all about centering. I love centering. So.
See, I'm still the other way because the centering came from the factory that way.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I like vintage, and when you have a nice vintage card, 50 years later and it's still in great shape, I always love the history. Where's this card been? How many owners has it had? Was it on the playgrounds back in 1962? Trading. If you have sharp corners on a vintage card, it survived. That's a big deal to me. It came
4 sharp corners?
left, right, up, down. But if the corners are still good on a vintage card, that's something special because it was taken care of through its multiple owners over the last 50 years. You know what I mean? I mean, right now, all corners are good that are modern because you open up a pack, you find the card, you put it right in the sleeve. So now you care more about centering because it's like, goddamn factory can't even do their job right.
But Eric, do you get bonus points if somebody cut the corners and you actually have 8 corners?
8 corners?
8 corners.
Octagon.
You could have 8 corners.
Come into the octagon.
Facts.
Ooh.
I'll read a couple of these comments here.
Yeah.
Maximus Pumperneck said, "What about the Fanatic sponsorship comes in? Would you be interested in that? If they cut a big enough check, I would care about whatever they want me to care about. Whatever they want me to care about after the check clears." Brandon Ryan, good evening. I thought your father, and I appreciate you spelling it correctly, is coming along nicely. It is, and but he's a scoundrel and a scallywag, and frankly, his cards should be worth nothing. So sell them to me for nothing. Moving on. The best card in the history of cards has been alternate PSA Soto. And a PSA holder, Juan Soto. And he says, no, talking about the Wagner. Millie Vanilli 1-1 rookie. You spelled Juan
Oh,
Soto
yeah.
wrong. Yes, Juan Soto. Correct. Okay, so real quick, I'm skipping ahead a couple of comments here. By the way, thank you all for the comments as always. By the way, reminder, I always like to remind, now is a good time as any. We are billing.
no.
We are billing the Shady Beckett individual for the like button, as always. We billed him for PSA Canada's episodes. We bill him for these episodes. And you know what? We billed him for the Baubles and Ball cards live stream the other day.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice.
come on. I didn't
Because
even
this
know about that one.
This bastard got a pay raise, like, honestly. And if you all don't believe me, like, all you gotta do, look at how homeless chic he is doing right now. He's doing his little homeless chic thing, trying to fool you. Look, this man was able to get in a suit. He had a suit, right? Look at how happy he is. He just got a big old raise from Dr. Beckett's successor. And he's like, thank you, Mr. Dr. Beckett's successor, man. I will buy this lovely suit.
did you get that picture from the Beckett website? Or the
I did.
corporate listings of the.
I did. He's going to be adding it to his LinkedIn anytime now. It's very exciting. So, like, that man wearing the suit is trying to lie to you with his little T-shirt. He's like, oh, I can only afford a T-shirt. Lies!
Yeah.
Lies!
Complete.
Hit send on that. I said, I'm going to regret that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
he
would
did.
regret it so much. Like, I was like, it's like, did I really need help, Eric?
Did you?
Did I really need help? It's like, y'all just make this easy for me now. So Bobbles here says, Eric, Tag will be including all that on the report cards once they start doing vintage. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they're going to interview the cards once they scan them. Yes. History report coming soon. Facts. What if it's die cut? How many corners or edges will they have then? True. LOL, yes. You're on a trail or something, couldn't even attend, so you get the bill. Facts. I heard Eric was planning on putting windmills outside of Leaf's office to fund the light button via electricity sales. There's lots of wind coming from inside the building.
Oh, there's the Dutch again.
Exactly. Dutch windmills? The conspiracy deepens. Are you in leagues with the Dutch, Eric? Is there something we need to know about?
I
Is there a
was,
hall
You know how I
in
feel
Dutch?
about the Dutch, Eric.
I was a huge.
I mean to you before, but if I find out you betrayed me for the Dutch, God help you, young man.
I have to say that
Is this a hole in the
back in
dike?
the 90s, I was a huge fan of Ruud Gullit. So,
Who?
He was a famous Dutch soccer player.
He is really famous. He must be really famous. Just like literally Bobby's answers who, and I agree with him.
I have his cards.
Somebody does. Are they centered or are they sharp cornered?
Do they have 8 corners?
Do they?
They may have 8 corners because they're
I'm
Dutch.
gonna look that up in this book I found. Look at this one I found.
Mm-hmm,
1985.
Interesting.
It's good.
I even have the insert, so you can order more.
I got some suspicions right now. Brad, we might have to deal. Listen, we might have to deal with this Eric Sanderson to Or Menace. If I find out he's in league with the Dutch, Brad, heads are gonna roll, bro. Heads are gonna roll. We're gonna have some floating heads here, and they started off attached to something at the beginning. Is all I'm saying.
All right.
I will not
listen,
tolerate this.
I changed. My name isn't really my name. Okay. My real
My
name
is
is
Slim Shady.
is Carl van der Vlugen.
And Bob Jackson said, I bet Eric is wearing clogs right now. Yes.
No
Indeed.
doubt.
Interesting. I think that's the picture that came with the new frame I just bought. True. That's an expensive looking haircut. True. If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. Kamikaze. The betrayal. These people. I don't even know, man. I don't know. Interesting. Anyway. All right. So we'll wind down that thought. We'll wind out that discussion with the idea that we'll bring it up from time to time. It'll be worthwhile, but it's good to be a reminder. Be like, by the way, it's not indifference. It's not lack of sympathy for issues like that in the hobby. They're part of it, but it's like, what specifically would you like to do about it? Because there is certain institutional issues with a lot of it. There is cronyism. Like call it what it is. It's cronyism. Because people in the space like to deal with and work with people they're friends with, they're buddies with, they network and socialize with. And Eric, please, by all means, Brad, by all means, like, am I wrong on this? When people go to like the industry events, when people go to the big shows and these things, are they not networking? Are they not having dinners with, having a drink with so and so and so and so and so and so, who are all in kind of the group, the club, the homies? We don't need to name names, but let's be honest, is that not part of the deal here?
Yeah. Definitely. Like 100%.
Yeah, like, my question to the folks that get outraged about this though is like, are you really surprised though? Like, am I really telling you so? Oh my god, I can't believe that. Like, seriously? Like, am I really presenting something that should shock you right now? Or is that kind of how things work in that kind of business? That's why I gave you that mob analogy with Vegas. Think of this. Think of the hobby as being Vegas if the mob still ran it. If you're friends with the right people, everything moves very smoothly for you.
Yeah.
You may not like it, you may not appreciate it, but if you want to play the game, then you should probably know who the players are, who to be friendly with, who to not be friendly with. And like, that's part of it. And if you don't like it, by all means, don't participate in it. My suggestion to you, if you don't like it and don't want to handle it or deal with it at all, then do not participate in it, or participate in it at the level that makes sense. Because I genuinely believe most of the hobby are people who buy the odd blaster here and there, a couple of packs here and there, and just have fun and they don't care. The rest of this doesn't matter to them. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Especially the whole part if you don't like it, leave.
But that's fact. But I'm being honest. I'm not incentivized to protect the hobby's population. If it really is problematic to you, like, maybe you will be happier doing something else, which is completely fine. That's okay, and I understand.
I think you just need to remember what you're we joke about it, but the rules that we've been coming up with in the last year, it comes from experience. And number 3 that we decided was there's a lot of corruption and lying and bad apples in this business, and that's just the way it is.
Mhm.
And so you have to pick and choose who you do business with. You have to be on the lookout, and the more money that you are willing to invest, the more
#invest.
#invest. You have to be that much more aware of who you're doing business with, because if there's $1 to be made, someone's going to try to get 2 out of you.
Yes. Yep. And that's that. As long as you, the ethos of this channel that I try to convey on the videos and all these other things. Look, as long as you're going in with your eyes wide open and you understand exactly what you're getting into, then you can decide for yourself where you fit in this. And if you generally don't fit anywhere and you don't feel like it's something you're comfortable with, then I would show you the door, not in a mean way, not like I want you out of here, more like, look, I think you'll be happier if you walk outside this door. You'll probably be a lot happier, less things will stress you. This is supposed to be fun. The problem is, even with all the issues we're talking about, I still have fun. I still have a lot of fun. I have a good time. I have red noses. We have conversation. I still have a good time to this point. And I understand where some of these skeletons are in these closets. And it hasn't really dissuaded me. It hasn't bothered me. Like, no, I go on about my business. I collect what I want and I do my thing. If it doesn't work for you, though, don't. Like, I'm not going to force you.
I agree with you, and have fun at it. Like what we have on the Friday night shows. Like, this is great. Like, this is enjoyable. If you're in the chat, it's enjoyable. It's here. There's so many of these. Content creators? Sorry. Oh, I thought I was muted.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. No, look, Eric's just being one of those shady characters in the hobby. Like, we talked about the shady characters. We're trying not to say anybody in particular, but there are some shady characters in the hobby. Ixnay on the mention A.
Yeah.
On the Beckett A.
But don't you guys think there's content creators? There's just content creators out there that are not. They're always negative, like Eric. They're always negative.
Facts.
But they don't have any fun. Like, they're not having any fun. They get on there and they're miserable. They're not enjoying themselves. What? They're not making big money off of YouTube. Why do they keep doing it? I don't understand it.
Well,
Like,
it does get.
We have fun. Yeah.
It does get attention though. Like from an attention standpoint, if your goal is to get attention, it does work. But look, a lot of this point of this discussion that I'm having with you is I'm not telling you not to feel the way you feel. I am not, because I can't, because it's you. You got to figure your own situation out for yourself. All I can do is tell you how it is. You can decide then for yourself what you want to do with that. I can also tell you that the majority of those people who are complaining the loudest will not change anything. They will complain until the end of the end of time. And then, anyway. So either you find your lane that works for you, and if you need information, then we can try our best to provide information. We can do that. Like if there's a specific inquiry or question, and I don't have a stake in preventing you from finding out this incredibly secret information. If I have it, we'll share it. But if I don't have it, I don't have it. I'm not sitting at the secret boardroom meetings. I'm not. But can I figure some of this stuff out just from experience and knowing what I know about some of the players in question? Yeah, I can extrapolate some of this stuff. And then when it happens, it's like, okay, I'm not surprised that happened based on who was involved, who was dealing with who, and you can kind of figure that out a little bit. If you do have a seat at the table, then you know even more. But for the most part, though, like a lot of this plays out the way you would expect it to based on who's talking with who. And you can work that out if you want to, if that's something you're interested in. So Bob was here says, Refractor is currently at the industry summit, doing exactly what we said with the homies, trying to get some details about that other topic we're talking about. Yeah. And like, look, there's nothing wrong with folks that are chatting within, that are personable, that are in there. It's not because everybody's a bad person. It's just because, like, look, these are the rules we're playing under. As long as you understand what the rules you're playing under and you want to participate in the game, then so be it. That's why I said if you don't want to participate in the game, that's completely fine. But if you do, you should probably understand how the rules are. And the best thing to do is to open your eyes, open your ears, pay attention, and you will learn a lot. Very quickly. You really will. And then after that, you can decide where you fit in this, or if you don't.
And you can have good intentions on that. You know, like, again, I enjoy sitting at the table. You know, I talk weekly, almost daily to some of the biggest guys in the hobby. And I love learning new things. I love hearing about the inside gossip. I like all that stuff.
I like talking to you too, Brad.
Yeah, there you go. Right. But I do because I enjoy it. Right. And plus it's part of business. You want to be in the know. We all want to be in the know. Right. When we hear something breaking news, it's like, that's interesting. Then we text each other, we call each other.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Keeps things going.
The conversations are had. It's like we're just being like we're not hiding that from anybody. The conversations are had, and it's like, what do you think about this? Oftentimes it's like, okay, so what do you think about this? Did you see this? What do you think? And as you go along, you find out it's like, well, I talked to so and so, and they were telling me this, and then you kind of put the pieces together. It's like, okay, so I know this person, I know this person. You kind of figure it out from there. Yeah. And you can learn a lot just by watching and listening. And that's what I did for the majority of my hobby time until, again, the YouTube thing only started a couple of years ago. But I was there in the game, just paying attention and listening back then at the expos and all the shows and talking with different dealers and different people involved in it back then. So it wasn't new to me. Okay, so now we're going to do it here. Now we're doing it here. You all get to watch and you get to ask questions.
Back then. See, this was the largest.
It's a little different back then. Yeah.
In 85. It was a kill in 401 in 1985. And I went to those. I went to that hotel, the Ramada. And that was my first show. So that was probably 80, somewhere around there.
Well, it was in 85. The dates are on the
yeah, well, it actually ran for.
I wanted to go. I wanted to go to that, but I was 11.
And you're American.
My mother said no.
Well, yeah, you were 111. Your mom said no when you're older.
Yeah. I was.
Speaking of that, do you guys think? I think on Sunday that everything that we've all. I feel like here's my prediction. Sunday, there's going to be breaking news. We already know what the news is, but
Sunday.
This Sunday, 2 days from now, I think there'll be major breaking news that we already all know, but I think it will be official on Sunday. Oh, that's what I'm hearing. So.
Okay.
All right, interesting.
Now everyone's wondering.
Well, the thing is, there's been one. Like, look, it's the one.
You're in the know. You're in the know, right?
But the reality is, there is one news story that everybody and their brother has been predicting for months and months and months. It involves, I think, sandwiches or something. And yeah, apparently somebody acquired a sandwich, and possibly per Brad here, possibly by Sunday we'll find out what the sandwich is.
I like that. That was good.
Yeah. So DR says, I watched the video and the guy posed the following question. How long does one need to hold cards prior to selling to be considered a dealer instead of a flipper? Dealers are viewed more positively. So I think I understand the question, but my retort would be, who cares? I think the idea that I think people obsessed with this say, oh, I don't want to be seen as a flipper. Who cares, man? Just buy and sell cards. If that's what you want to do, do it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Live your life.
Most of the guys are dealer flippers now, anyways.
The thing, even beyond that,
Everybody.
Bobby, who's sitting there with a stopwatch going, look, well, if I hold it for another 3 hours, then I'm a dealer and not a flipper. Who cares?
I think
Eric is.
I think the what people have a problem with, all right, if
Is shady people who work at organizations in the hobby?
shady people who work at a Beckett, which is everybody, including just wanted to throw that out. Remember, the true owner of Beckett is in federal prison.
So when you interviewed for your job, did you do it at the prison?
I had to go, yes, and I had to sit behind the glass, and he's on the other side with the phone, right? And I lifted my shirt up, and I put my chest on the glass, and went, Billy.
So now you all know, and it is canon, how Eric got the job. And he got the job as a Beckett employee / cable guy.
Is the only one old enough to get the reference.
I think yeah, it wasn't him.
Well, the look on his face is based on how he found out how Eric got the job. Look at the look of horror, the abject horror.
Well,
Understandable.
You got to do what you got to do if you want to get paid, baby.
So Bob was here to ask a question. Brad, are those CGC slabs behind you?
Oh my
Yes.
God! Don't say that.
The only comics that I have in my collection that are slabbed are all CGC.
There you go.
Well,
And I
that's
know
all.
they-
That's really
There's
the only
another
one.
one. There's
Yeah.
CBCS, I think. or
I think JX, something like that.
CBCS. I forget.
Yeah,
CX.
there's another one. The initials escape me. It has 4 instead of 3, so it throws me off.
Right.
Dan Brad, I'm in the chat. You can just say my name. Facts.
There we go.
Hawking and Collectibles, good evening. Yep. Do we need to get an announcement of Fanatics purchasing Panini at the industry summit? What? Allegations, shenanigans. How dare you even suggest such a thing? How dare you, sir? I made mashed potatoes from scratch tonight. Irrelevant, but delicious. Completely irrelevant. But did you grow the potatoes before mashing them? Facts. Is this the story of Fanatics buying Leaf?
You never know on that one.
It's the story of Fanatics buying a couple of boxes of 2022 Leaf Metal Soccer.
And giving them away for $10.
$10. Panini is a type of sandwich. It is.
Then you
I
can
don't
cut
personally-
at the bottom and send it in and get that extra little cards that they're sending away.
Yep. I don't personally care, but it's a well-done video with the guy articulating his hesitation identifying his flip. That's fine. I got it. He walked into new LCS and the sales guy asked you collect or flip. A weird question to ask, but sure.
Oh,
Look, if I walked into an LCS and the guy asked me that question, I'd walk out. I go, fuck you.
I-
Mind your own business. Do you want money or not, dude? Come on.
Can I just back up for a second? So I was saying, I think the only issue people have versus the flippers versus collectors is during the peak
Good evening, Dave.
and during the the COVID situation is that people that have no care or concern about this hobby, have no love for it, don't give a rat's ass about it, jumped in with money and started flipping and making more money, and then quickly jumped out when everything went downhill July 1st. So I think the only frustrating part is you had people that didn't care. If you're not buying cards and selling cards, collectors can't buy cards and collect them. We need people to sell. Brad needs to sell cards at his card shop. He's a flipper. Cards come in, he purchases them. He in his brick and mortar, he puts them out for a little bit more so he can make some money.
Unless they're Alex Manoa, in which case they're his precious and they get locked into a secret vault.
Well, of course. But if he doesn't do that, how is a collector supposed to purchase something? So there is no issue with flippers doing that because that's the only way collectors can get their hands on the things they collect. What we hate is the people who just showed up and
Don't pluralize everyone here.
just showed up and then got out when things started going south.
But I
That's
don't even care about it. I don't even care about that. If they came in, they spent some money, they bought, they sold, they lost, they won.
I'm in the same camp, and I think Bobby, based on him nodding. So look, I understand it. So I'll be clear. Eric is not incorrect that there are people who freak out about that. That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
I was saying the issues that people have is this.
I agree.
Sorry.
But I push back. I push back against that issue those people have because I'm going to point out something that is obvious, but I'm going to repeat it anyway because oftentimes in the hobby we have to repeat the obvious. Anybody can buy or sell anything for any reason they damn well please. The same way that a collector would not want someone to dictate to them how they should collect, what I should collect, how I should collect, what I should collect. They would complain to the high heavens if someone dared to tell them how to collect. This person bought this, they paid the money, and then they sold it and somebody else agreed to buy it from them. If they are pricing it incorrectly and nobody wants to buy it, then it sits there and rots and collects dust and they're losing money. But if they bought it and somebody's bought it from them for more money, they were willing to pay more money for that thing, and in turn, that person is well within their rights to do whatever they want. Once they purchase that property, it is on. If they want to light it on fire outside their house, that is also their right, or they can sell it to somebody else for profit. And if somebody buys it, so be it.
I've done that on camera.
Yes, you have, because you're a bastard. But the point is that you are allowed to do that because it's your property. You bought it. You bought it. It is yours. You can do with it as you will. Nobody else has to accommodate you. If you put it at a price nobody else wants to pay, then you get to sit and hold it. You can eat it. You can light it on fire. Do whatever you want with it. Mm-hmm. But if the market isn't there, then you're not getting what you want. But if the market is there and you were able to buy it and sell it profitably, well, that's the way it is. What do you want?
You know what it reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of if you're sitting at a blackjack table and you're playing, like, if there's
we're back to corrupt Vegas. Go on.
Right? So if there's 6 people at a blackjack table, I'm playing the dealer one-on-one. I don't care what anyone else does. But do you know how many times I've seen in my lifetime, and I'm not a big gambler by any means, but you're sitting at a table and the guy at the end takes a card when he shouldn't take a card, and the other people at the table look at him like with death in their eyes. Like, you mess it. It makes no difference. Like, you play your game however you want, I play my game. But there's people in their minds that person completely disrupted their whole night, right? Like, and they stop.
I don't like that game. I don't like that game.
Yeah, they disrupted my perfectly good card counting. I mean, allegedly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, if you want to take a card and you want to bust and lose your money, that's your prerogative. It's your choice. You're playing. Same as, like, you just summed it up, Carlos.
It is that is a good analogy though, because it's true. There is a way to play the game optimally. There are people who have figured out that if you were collectively working together, you could play the game optimally so as many people as possible could be profitable. There is a way to do that. But it requires a certain amount of that. So it's like, okay, well, fair enough. It is what it is. But the individual doesn't have to play their game. They don't have to be cooperative. They don't have to do it. It would be ideal mathematically for them to cooperate, but they're not required to do that. Anybody is allowed to do whatever they want with that stuff because as soon as you pay the property, so be it. Yeah. So real quick, I'll scan through here. Dealers are supposed to provide more than just cards, share knowledge, fill want lists, and find cards, and provide continuity for the collector. In an ideal world, yes. But truthfully, there's a lot of dealers who don't know a damn thing. Not a damn thing. And they were in business back in the day. Yeah, it was just money. The internet has really disrupted the model. Stamps still have stamp dealers people rely on. Cards, not so much. That's true. I will say the coin dealers also still operate this for certain collectors. They will be like a lookout. They'll be like a filter. And because the old coin collectors are trying to build like a certain set or something, and they basically send the dealer out to auctions to bid on their behalf as a proxy with instructions on, this is what I'm looking for, get this for me. And that dealer will go out, reach out to other dealers and do. So they're actually offering a service. They're actually being the middleman, taking care of this for them so their client can stay anonymous if they wish to and build the collection if they wish to. And oftentimes they're paying a lot of money for that. If they're paying hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a coin, they might not want people to know that it was Eric all along.
Yeah.
Why are you telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
Your days in Sotheby's are finished, Eric.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have to get that rolling truck in Manila to drive a little bit faster because we are on to you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It really bothers me that people will not give me lots of money for cars I don't want to keep. Facts.
That's the way it works.
The exact blackjack story happened to playing dollar hands. If that people are worried about a dollar, they should be playing it. Yeah, very true. Yep. Same in stamps. If folks aren't outraged that the dealer makes money, yes. Because the dealer is doing a specific job. They're literally being the instead of the person specifically going out and doing all these things, the dealer's doing all the legwork. They're reaching out to networks. They're reaching out to other dealers but also, if they're doing their job correctly, they're being a quality control check on behalf of their client because the client understands and has said, this is what I want. And they're rejecting potential candidates left, right, and center because it doesn't meet the client's standard. Mm-hmm. So they're being the filter to prevent them from getting stuff that doesn't meet their requirements. So they're actually doing a job. And if that's the case, most people shouldn't complain about it because, like, well, the dealer's earning their money. It's not easy cash for them. They got to do a lot of legwork to make that work. When is UD Series 1 out? Has there been any delays in that, Brad? What's going on with that one?
Yeah, it should be. Everything is told it will be at the Expo. So the November 9th, 10th, and around that range. And the check, Lloyd Gardner, a friend, sent me the checklist today. It might have been out for a while, but
Okay.
it's the first I seen it was today. And it's ugly.
Yeah, my understanding is that, so I guess the bad news is if it's ugly. The good news is if the checklist is out, it is closer to release because that's been a thing with Upper Deck. And I've had conversation with people from Upper Deck that you may have seen on the show before.
Ooh.
I know. But if the checklist is out, you are closer to getting it. That's the issue I'm having right now with the AEW stuff I've talked to folks about. I don't have a checklist, which means we're still not close. Like, I need to see a checklist first, and then that's like step one. Checklist being released. Great. That means we're a little bit closer to the release of the physical product. And I'm like, guys, I'm getting kind of concerned. We're getting close to Expo, and you're still like stacking up all these releases that are not being released. Meanwhile, Panini's like, hey, we're going to do Immaculate now. How many products are you doing? Like, and this is just Panini's WWE products, let alone their basketball, football products, all the other stuff. Is like, Panini's getting stuff out slowly, but they're getting stuff out. And so is Topps getting stuff out. It's like, guys, Upper Deck, can we get our stuff? Please? Pretty please? So, yes. In cards, there are a lot of collectors that begrudge dealers making money. That is true. Young
Why?
Gun list has been out for about a week now. 22-3 Series 1 is about to drop, and my pool shelf is still waiting on 2021 the Cup. Yeah, I saw the sell sheet on the Cup. It looks nice, but it's gonna be pricey as hell, especially at this point. Young Gun crop is weak in Series 1. So is that kind of what you're seeing, Brad? Is that specifically what you were concerned with?
Absolutely. 100%.
And it looks like 2021 Cup is scheduled for November 30th. That's past the Expo. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate because that would have been good for Expo.
Are they doing a dual rookie class too at the Cup? Someone
don't
mentioned
know.
that. I didn't look into it. I didn't know if there was.
I don't know. I know. I saw in the sell sheet that, like, I want to say it was Jason Robertson is in that one, which is a good one, but at the same time, it's like it's still 2021. Like, we're way back.
Right.
I don't know. We'll have to see what the checklist looks like. Is Ottinger in the Cup? Should be for 2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know.
I love
So
you. You're Dallas guys, right? There you go.
Look, I haven't had any good, exciting young players. The last couple of years, they're finally starting to get a couple, which is awesome. But unfortunately, they're overpriced. I like Ottinger, though, personally. I've been grabbing a couple of small Ottingers here and there just because they're still relatively... Jason Robertson, for me, is a little bit too expensive for my taste. I kind of have to stay away. It's like, no, it's too much for me. But Ottingers are still interesting. So I'm hoping for the best on them. I read on a forum site the Cup will not be a dual rookie or set. Okay, thank you, Josh. Bobbles is like, just want J-Rod and Ottinger RPAs, but it's been so long. Yeah, I think the Jason Robertson is going to be expensive. The Ottinger, I don't know yet. We're going to have to see, but it's getting better and better. I will say, though, I did see there was a person who posted on Instagram. There's a lot of Jason Robertson, and I know Bobbles knows this. There's a lot of Jason Robertson ones that have been patch swapped. So speaking of what we talked about earlier, something to be wary of. People have been catching because they're serial numbered cards, so you can very quickly figure out. By the way, this one had a worse patch earlier, and now it has a nicer patch. It's the same serial number? Question mark. A bunch of them are being patch swapped, and it's because there's a Jason Robertson collector who has been paying attention, who started to document, has a bunch of them, and has been talking to some folks. Found pictures of them before they got altered. So be very wary. But again, remember what I said earlier? Financial incentive. If Jason Robertson was not a very expensive young gun or patch card, would somebody bother to do that? Probably not. But there's money to be made, so they are. I would question it, and it's unfortunate.
Don't you think it'd be so nice if they do? And I know lots of people have talked about it, but just there's 99 RPAs, most of them guys. Just
Database.
show all the patches.
Yeah, database.
100%. And then that would just take away. And I think that would even make the product stronger because if you're a big Jason Robertson collector and you look at all the patches, 99 of them, and you're looking at it and you're like, oh my God, that's the nicest patch.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, okay, that's the chase. So you're going to continue that chase, part of the whole collecting gene that we all have. I just think it's an easy solution, but they won't do it. So I'm sure they won't.
Yep. Will 2020 rookies coming out in 2022 be considered true rookies? Well, technically, they're still from the appropriate year. The checklist matches what it would have been at the time. It's just been long delays in release. And in some cases, to be fair, in some cases, the physical cards were printed in the correct time period. They just haven't gotten out there, which is unfortunate. It's problematic.
All rules and bets are off these last couple of years with
Very much so.
with this pandemic. You can't play that game like we have in the past. All bets are off. It doesn't matter anymore what year things got printed. If it was made, if Upper Deck designed it and sent it out in the correct year, that's all that really matters. Not when you get it or when it was printed or shipped back across the ocean, because the whole world's a mess. So
That's fair. Paul says here, some are released with nice patch and got decent money. Yep. So now folks are swapping the boring patches with the better ones to get that value bump. But right here, this is the key sentence, right? Because they got decent money, it incentivized other people to start playing games with the patch swapping.
Have any of you ever tried? Not corruptly, but just to me, that just seems like what a process that would be.
What kind of a shady individual would even attempt such a venture? What kind of a person of questionable moral character, of ill repute, would even attempt such questionable things? No one on this panel, certainly. No one I could think of.
Like, I know my arts and crafts skills. I mean, my trimming skills, according to Eric, are great, but
top tier per Eric, top tier.
You have a very steady hand, sir.
Like, my arts and crafts skills are absolutely terrible. If I tried, I feel like I got to try to get a patch, just try to pull it. Like, I don't even think it would come. Aren't they glued in there?
Brad, let's start off simpler. Could you do the folded paper and make us a snowflake? Like, just start with the pair of scissors and get us a little snowflake that expands. Let's start there and work our way out.
You have to fold it 4 times.
You have to fold it 4 times. That's right. Exactly. Let's see a pattern. Let's see a paper snowflake. Let's start there. Show us that.
Twice,
Show us that.
4 times.
Show us that.
If you guys will know, I want to attempt that. I might just do that.
I used to make reproductions of display boxes and what have you in my collection. And actually, I did one for one gentleman. It was a 69 OPG football. Very super rare. And I made him a reproduction box. And I said, make sure if you ever sell this that you tell them that it's a reproduction. Because I had the original scan and I scanned all the sides, I put it together, I printed it off.
Yeah.
It looked really good, and he ended up selling his collection without me knowing. It was many years after, and then Chad from California ended up with it in his collection, and then Chad sold his collection, and this other guy contacts me, he goes, Bobby, did they ever do reproductions of the 69? I said, oh, he didn't. Is that from him? Oh, shit. I said, yeah. I said, just trash it, cut it up. It's no good. So I stopped doing it.
Right.
I made some small minis for my display, for my room and shit like that. But other than that,
Gotcha.
Do you do bills by any chance?
bills, yes.
Okay, good. All right, we'll talk
Washington.
later.
Mm-hmm. You remember
We'll talk later.
Washington? Remember?
No, I don't want none of that funny
There
money.
it is.
Says you now.
Brad's got everything.
If you swap patches that the player never wore to begin with, doesn't matter. It does to a lot of folks, yes. How do you ask? Okay, so this was a question. So let me leave this question. I'll go get my refill. But Brad, this one's a simple one for you. How do some guys estimate declared value when you submit a card for grading? How do you know what the right value might be? So what approach do you take to figuring that out? I'll be right back.
So to keep it simple, always I personally, this is what I do, use the raw value on the card. So if it's a modern card, use what a PSA, say if you're using a young gun, just for an example, I would submit the card and I thought it was going to be potential for a 10, submit the card at an 8 value, and then, which obviously you don't want to get an 8 on it, but then let the company, I was going to say PSA, but you didn't say it, let the company bump you up.
Nice neutral approach there, Brad. I like.
Well, I was trying, but then I'm like, I don't think other companies upcharge.
It's the wrong show. It's the wrong show.
Yeah, it's like, I guess we're the only ones that do that. So, but that's what I do, because at the end of the day, you don't want to overpay for a service unless you want the card back, because it has to do with your turnaround time as well. But if you submit anything to PSA economy, starting in the next 2 weeks, economy and everything up, the turnaround time is so fast right now there's a plug, Bubbles. I'm just giving me over here at PSA, but it's not SGC fast, but things are coming back. Like regular service is like 30 days now. And if you can't wait 30 days, even 60 days for your cards to coming back, then
Yeah.
too bad.
We here at the Because I'm Carlos show believe and encourage all the viewers to use whatever grading service and company that you like, that you enjoy. It doesn't have to be PSA. It doesn't have to be SGC. But for Christ's sakes, make sure it's not Beckett.
Even Tag's got an upper hand over you.
Oh, tag the hell out. Send 1,000 things to Tag before you send one to Beckett, please. So use whatever grading company that you like. We encourage that, but just don't send it to Beckett, because I have firsthand knowledge that they hate their customers.
That they do. Well, they sure have obviously not done much for their customers of late.
No,
They think they are, but they're really not. They're in a weird place.
I know we
which company
joke,
is?
but I would rather send a card to Tag. I think they take better care of it. I think they care more about
Oh,
customers.
now it comes out.
Sorry, what was that? Oh, what happened?
Now it
Oh
comes out.
my goodness!
Comes out,
Did
goes
the power?
out.
Did the power go out over there in Bougie Eric's land? Oh, this is terrible.
Shocking.
I was mortified. I was horrified. I was bamboozled. I think I briefly had a concussion, even though I had no contact. It was weird.
Yeah, weird.
Terrible. Just terrible what happened there. Moving on. So real quick here, let me get caught up on where we were. Eric is at a Coors Light shirt. The mountains don't look blue.
No, it's Columbia Sportswear.
There you go. Bobbles here. Surprisingly, not that difficult. We sent a Mac Jones 1-of-1 RPA shield, and it was already falling out of the card due to lack of glue they put on the patch. Yeah.
Really?
Yep. So let's hear. I like this username. Michael Jordan fans are the worst NBA fans then. Hey. Just got a sick. Yep. Look, I enjoyed the username. Credit for the username. Got a sick Verlander patch that says game worn material on the front and not from any specific game or event or season on the back. Definitely a PP for the card manufacturers today. I agree with that. I think that's a fair point. Yep. When you submit to non-PSA graders, they use your estimate for insurance and to refund money if a card gets damaged accidentally. Yes, that's a big key, because you can make up whatever number you want, but just to be careful with it. If you've got $1,000 card and you put $100 on it and something happens, you're insured for $100. So like, don't get too cute about it. Like, there's a time and a place to try to save a couple of bucks. If it's like a legitimately good card, you might want to be a little bit careful with that. I've heard the issue with PSA in submitting too low for a service. Yep. If they mess up your card, the max insurance will pay out as the highest value of the grading 2 you submit at. Yes. That is correct.
Yeah, and they do. So we actually had a Pokemon card that got dinged yesterday in encapsulation. So back to that, a lot of people might not know this, and I'm not, maybe all the companies do this as well, but PSA's policy, again, mistakes are made, and I think their policy is more than fair. So the card was a 7, and now it got dinged in encapsulation. They regraded it a 5. They refund the declared value of the card, which was, I think, $80 or $100, whatever it was that the person declared the value on. So they refund that, plus they grade the card for free, and then they send you the card back. So you're getting, like, I feel like of all the scenarios, what more can they do? They do a good job with that. So
Yeah. It's not ideal, but at least
Like the first time or second time or both?
what's that?
Do they grade it again, you're saying?
Yeah, so they grade it. So it was a 7, and then when it was in encapsulation, they dinged the edge. I guess it wouldn't be a corner on a Pokemon card. They
There's no
dinged the
corners,
edge. So then they said, would you like the card returned raw, or would you like us to encapsulate it? The new grade will be a 5. We'll refund you for the value that was declared on it, plus we won't charge you for the grading fee, which obviously they shouldn't, but I mean, they handle the situation well.
The first grading fee or the second grading fee?
There's only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they redid it, right? It was 7 and then 5.
So basically, you paid for the encapsulation once. They refunded the money for the full declared value. If you want it encapsulated again, there's no charge for the second encapsulation.
No, sorry, I'm not saying that right. So if they grade, so how the card comes in, the card's raw. The card gets graded. No one pays for that grading service.
Okay,
So
so no grading charge. You get your money back, and the encapsulation, if you want it, it's free.
It's free. That's it. Yeah, there you go.
Fair
You
enough.
said it perfect. See, good
That's
work,
good.
Carlos. Thanks for
Yeah.
articulating what I was thinking better
It's a
than
good show. It's on Thursday nights, and it's good if you go.
It covers a lot of ground on these questions. Absolutely.
Carlos, did you learn how to speak Halifaxian at Guelph?
You said it correctly. Look at you.
I was
Are
just
you learning?
wondering-
Are you becoming more worldly as you spend more time at Beckett HQ?
He's getting used to talking Canadian.
The melting pot that is Dallas.
He's gonna
Is
be
that
busy
where you're
next month.
acquiring? Is that where you're acquiring your newfound knowledge there, Eric?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
Do you wear a cowboy hat at work, Eric?
And boots.
Yeah. And you ride in on the horse? And did they give you the corporate horse?
Well, yeah, and you got the trough. You got the right, the trough that's closest to the building.
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
It's a
Interesting.
donkey. It's not a horse.
Oh, yeah, it's Eric. Yeah.
Or it's a jet.
He's
I
got.
won't say it.
they told me it was a horse.
Yeah.
I didn't understand why it was going ee-yaw, ee-yaw, but they
Jackass.
told me it was a horse.
Mm. Use kiss grading. Hope your card is an ace. There you go. Look
Hey,
at you.
Nice.
Look what you did there. Look what you did.
All right, Bob, you get one free one tonight. No sign for the next mean thing you say. That was a good one.
Use
Yeah,
it
one-
wisely, Bob. Use it wisely. Beckett is
One
doing a 2-week
pass.
turnaround times at 40-11. Oh my God. Bobbles is doing bulk submissions for Beckett too? Oh my God. This man will literally take bulk submissions for everybody in the hobby.
He owns
I'll-
all the major companies.
I'm holding out until he does a bulk submission for NASA grading. Big fan of old NASA. Card saver grading. My eyes say I like the card. True. But what if you ding the corner in encapsulation? Do you refund yourself?
Then your eyes don't like the cards,
Not so
And
much,
then-
no.
and then you lose sight in handball.
And then I go buy a new card. And then I'm happy again.
There you go. Kamikaze Sports Card Hybrid. PSA should claim lost cards for all. Trying to undercut. Grade him a 10 and sell. Genius. Genius. He's saying you get the card rated for free. Yes, that's right. Yep. Okay, but here's a trick question, Brad. Trick question from the Sneaky Bobbles. Let's say a submitter. Yes. He basically owns every other company that isn't PSA. Let's say submitter declared $1,000 and the card was only $100 and they damage the card. They won't pay the $100K. They're going to give fair market value.
So in the 5 or 6, this is all I can say. The 5 or 6 instances that it has happened since I started with PSA Canada, I've always got the value that the person declared. So I don't know if that's standard procedure or if it was just, but all 5 or 6 times I'm going to say it happened, and that's what they done, and it was the declared value on the sheet. So again, I will check to see that though. I'm curious.
Yep. So Rick here says the upcard charge is a scam, but PSA is pretty lenient when it comes to upcharging cards. There is a little bit of leeway there. That is true. And Josh is asking for the segment that is sweeping the nation. We had a lot of issues that we needed to discuss in the first couple of hours, but now is a good time where Shady Beckett employee Eric can tell us where in the world name is tonight.
In this newest segment of Where in the World is Named Cardinal, I unfortunately have some bad news. He's in a little bit of a jam right now. He has, I just was speaking to him a little while ago. Unfortunately, he has got himself trapped in a blood pressure cuff machine at his local CVS. And the paramedics and the fire department are on their way. And I've been told that the jaws of life is with them. And they should be able to get him out of the blood pressure cuff into 2 to 3 hours.
So not in time for the show though.
No, he won't be able to join us. He's trapped and it's really sad.
Interesting.
So hopefully next week he'll be able to join us if they get him out of the
So it would be a very busy day for him anyways, due to the day that it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a big day for him in Canada, and he's trapped in a CBS blood pressure cuff machine.
Okay. I'll have to
Interesting.
get one of those whenever they're.
It's true. Well, like I said, after I found out he was Dutch, we might have to get one of those blood pressure machines, and we're gonna find out exactly how we're gonna restrain Eric. Indeed. So thank you for the idea, Bush Eric. Moving on. We read that one here. So moral of the story is send all your 1991 Fleer baseball cards and declare them at $10,000 each and pray they damage them. Well, first of all, Bobbles
Pray.
loves 1991 Fleer cards. But as I well know, the PSA policy is all 1991 Fleer cards are returned in 10-day turnaround, no matter what level you pay at.
There you go. And then
Was your-
you pay.
Door
Yeah,
to
so-
door. And then you pay every time. And since you're putting for $10,000 each, that means you're upcharged.
Yep.
Every single
big.
time.
So if you submit them at $10,000 each, then you're going to pay for walkthrough service, which is $600 a pop.
Yep. And they would literally be like, hang on. There you go. It's like, but if done. Have a good day. Have a good day, sir. Beat that SGC. Moving on.
Beep, 600.
Yep. PSA store on eBay only 10s. Well, they should get 10 pluses. Who has seen the colored 72 Summit Toonie? Just ordered a roll from the Canadian Mint. I hadn't heard this.
I haven't
So
seen
they're releasing a new one?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is it another anniversary or I forget?
Yeah, it's the 50th anniversary for the.
Okay, but is it right around now? I honestly don't remember when abouts it was the Summit
28th
Series.
was when they had the winning game. So
Okay.
it's been going on since September.
Okay, so then that makes sense. Yeah, I could totally see the Canadian Mint releasing the coin for that to commemorate
So
it.
There's a
Makes
series
sense.
that was made on, and I haven't. I watched the first one. It's 4 parts, and
I was in it. That was my acting debut.
which
Oh, really?
which one?
I
What'd you
played.
do in it?
Yeah, I played Dennis Hall in CBC did a documentary. It was a 5-part. Was it 4 or 5? No, 5-part, I think, wasn't it? This
Well,
was back.
so if it was
I
5-part,
watched part one.
did you explain what happened with the 1,000-point scale in the 72 Summit Series in the 5-part?
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
But I did. So I did. That was 15. Yeah, summer was in. Yeah, so it was like 15, 16 years ago. Barry Dunn was one of the producers of the Trailer Park Boys. He was the producer of the show for CBC. And I drove up with the Trailer Park Boys. We all went up and to audition. They went up to audition. I just went up to hang out with the guys and party. Gord Downey wanted to, from the Tragically Hip.
Yep.
He wanted to get the part of Ken Dryden. But he didn't. He ended up not getting it. So we stayed. It was 2 nights in the hotel with Gord Downey, which was awesome. Quite a unique experience. Jerry D played Wayne Cashman. The
Okay.
guy, and I know the guy from what's the show? The Letterkenny ended up playing Ken. The main guy in Letterkenny, I think he played Dryden.
Hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah, there was a bunch of guys in it. Anyways, it was the worst experience of my life. I don't know how people ever. We did some. There was one scene where Phil Esposito came into the room after a game. The guy playing Phil Esposito, and he would spray champagne. And me and my buddy Roddy McCormick, he played Don Ulrey, and we were just hockey guys. We just kind of went up to party, and then we ended up getting roles because we were the only guys that could really skate. They wanted us to use us in most of the hockey scenes.
Yeah.
So we sat there. I think we did 40 or 50 takes. This was all day, making $12 an hour. I didn't speak. I didn't say anything. I was in the show probably like 40.
CBC production, Bobby. I'm surprised they even got the $12.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't like $6 and then they gave you like a free coupon for like Tim Hortons for the other $6?
It was terrible. It was in Fredericton. We'd have to drive from Halifax to Fredericton. We were there for the week. After like 5 or 6 weeks, I was like, "What? I can't do this anymore. Like this is miserable." And he'd spray me with champagne, and he'd walk right in, and whoever the guy was, he wasn't a very nice guy that played Esposito, and he thought he was like Brad Pitt. He'd roll in and he'd spray me and Roddy in the face, and Roddy was a super tough guy, and he'd just blast us, and they'd be like, "All right, now we got to redo it again." And he'd go out and he'd come back in, he'd spray us again, and we're sitting there at like 3 or 4 hours in. I remember going. It was one of my worst experiences ever.
I need to see this. I need to see this movie.
I'll send you clips, Eric. I'll send you clips.
As you should. But right now, what Brad just described is Canadian productions in a nutshell. It really, like at all levels, Canadian like budget not there ever for anything.
Oh, this one, the new series that they did, it's amazing.
Sure.
It's really top tier, unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But the example that Brad's giving though about CBC productions, like that does not shock me.
CBC,
Yeah, that does not shock me. It's CBC. YTV, because they were owned by one of the media companies back in the day too, they also had no budget at all for anything they were doing. I feel like, I think I've given the story, but real quick, I'll just reiterate it. They used to have, in the 90s, they had a lot of little different game shows and stuff they did. And one of the ones they did was Video and Arcade Top 10. That was one of the kids' game shows they had on there. My younger brother was the big video game guy, but I enjoyed mocking him mercilessly. So he would call to try to get on the show all the time. And then I called like once and got cast for the show to do it. So, of course, I lorded that over him because being the good big brother that I am, that's what I have to do. But I went and did it, played the game. I mentioned it when I talked about Wings 2. It was a Super Nintendo game that I have. It's one of the few box games that I have because I won that on the show. I actually won the episode that I was on. Lord knows because it's YTV, probably all the tapes have been burned for years ago for the sands of time because they probably taped over them to play a hockey game or something. Lord knows. But anyway, I would love to get my hands on that tape. I would love to have the clip of it. But anyway, so I won the damn thing. And what happened was they didn't know what they were doing sometimes, and they would do it. And somebody screwed up, and they're like, okay, so we need to record it again. It's like, so you want me to act spontaneously as though you just told me that I won a second time? Okay, then. Great. Can I just have my damn shit and go home, please? Can you just give me my crap so I can leave? The prizes were okay. Like, I can't complain. The prizes were okay for what they were at the time. But yeah, I got a copy of the game. I got one of those creepy crawling, like, oven things or whatever. And a couple of other, yeah, it was like these toys. It was because in the 90s it was like creepy crawlers. You could actually have, I don't know if you guys remember this. It was like this powder and you'd have these bugs and whatever.
Yeah, I got
Yeah, it was like this whole little thing. It was interesting. I thought it was interesting. My dad loved it because he liked playing with it. He just thought it was great. But it was like, I got all this little set of swag and it was like, okay, it's cool. And I just thought it was funny to me to lord it over my younger brother. It's like, well, I went on the game show and I won.
Well, actually,
Keep calling, jackass.
on Facebook. There's a couple groups. One of them is called Retro TO.
Yes,
And
yes.
they show all the old clips of certain things, but you might be able to hook up with somebody there for the YTV.
I have to see. I would love it if I could find that. I know my parents would get a kick out of it because my dad went with us. And then you got a chance to practice the game a little before. Look, it was interesting. It was an interesting experience. I enjoyed it for what it was. I only did 2 brushes with a little bit of the Canadian version of quote unquote fame. So that was one where I got on that YTV show and I was on there with the host Nicholas Pickles. Is that his real name? No, it's not. But decent enough dude. But he was also a radio host. I think he did some radio stuff and some other TV stuff at the time. But anyway, so they did that. And the other one is, and you guys know this one. So Maclean's Magazine. Maclean's Magazine every year did the university issue. And I was in one of those where they did a feature. I know, exactly. It was good times. So it
It's a
worked
beer
out.
glass in my hand. Sorry.
I,
That's right.
I was on, and I was only on one episode, but
America's Most Wanted, yes.
No, no.
So in addition to the America's Most Wanted one.
Beckett's top corporate.
So no, I
shows?
was on one episode of one of the most popular shows of the '90s here in the United States. I think it was season 3 of Cops.
Bad boys, bad
I
boys.
played
What
the drunk man in the domestic situation wearing the white tank top.
So it was autobiographical?
It may have
They
been.
just went to your house with a camera and said, hey guys, just act natural.
They didn't just come to. They may have been called.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
More so, it was more like called instead of just showing up. They were invited
Mm-hmm.
by the neighbor.
So real quick, I'll grab a couple of these comments here. Let me scroll through quick. Dave here says, most of the cards I have is some dings already, but I once did rip a 61 maze and I accidentally cut a Zeppelin cover. A damn good one. I didn't realize it was under the cardboard. Shame.
Oh,
damn.
Shame. Which Zeppelin cover? Just out of
Houses
curiosity.
of the Holy.
1991 Fleer has some fantastic insert cards with baseball and basketball. Yep, Provisions get a pass. Those ugly yellow Carsey Bird. Bobbles really hates the yellow ones. RP Antonio Inoki. Didn't know he passed away recently. Okay, cool. Do I have any of his cards? I do not. Brad, do you get any big residuals royalties for your acting role?
No.
No.
It's Canadian production. Look, I was lucky to get prizes. I probably got more cash value in my prizes than Brad got for being on that show.
Oh yeah.
And I was in my early teens at that point. Yep, Creepy Colors is great per Bob. Yep, it was Video and Arcade Top 10. Video and Arcade Top 10. Fun show. I actually enjoyed watching it for what it was. It was good for like mid-early 90s cheese. It was good for that. It was now the time on Sprockets when we dance. Could be.
I love that part.
Eric was on Cups. I
all
was right.
Does
Go ahead.
everyone get the Sprockets one?
I don't know the Sprockets.
Oh,
Sprockets?
you got to see
It's
this.
a Saturday Night Live thing with
Oh, okay.
Myers.
All
Whatever,
right.
yeah. Austin Powers guy.
Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah. So Bobbles was, I thought you were on Unsolved Mysteries. Might be
What's the
valid.
guy's name from Sprockets? What was his name from Sprockets?
Was it Dieter?
Dita.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Dita. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Mike
it's good,
Myers'
it's funny.
character on Sprockets. Oh, it's hysterical.
That's really good.
I get
And now
nothing.
we dance.
So that's it. So that's the dance reference. Now I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Was it metal? I think they put on something weird. Anyways.
You say so? Okay, just scanning through here. So Nicholas Pickles was a Kiss 98.5 Buffalo radio for a while. That's probably right. That's probably what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Ooh.
Remember that name in radio? Carlos, good pull. Yep. How did you make your face so blurry during the taping?
They make you go like this. Like
That
that.
seems high production values. That's higher than the values Brad got for his productions.
That is true.
So that's, that's not bad. That's half decent. Can't complain about
He
that.
practices in the bathroom doing that. So
Interesting.
My mother watches the show. She doesn't need to know that.
I thought you were just fanning your. Anyways.
If you say so. So Eric was on Cops. Facts. I was going to guess Ripley's Believe It or Not. Facts. What game did you play? It was called Wings 2. It was a Super Nintendo's game. It wasn't very good. It was Wings 2 Aces High, I want to say, was the subtitle. So that was the name of the game. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't anything special. It was, I got a chance to, because we knew the game in advance, you could practice it. So at the time, we didn't have a Super Nintendo. Carlos Sr. rented a Super Nintendo system, because at the time you could rent systems at a good old Blockbuster. So we rented the system and rented the game. And I spent time playing with it. And actually, in the game show itself, I actually didn't play as well as I had played when I was practicing, but it was more than enough. The other kids just flat out sucked. They were trash. So it's like, so actually on one of my first two attempts, I basically went well past where they got onto it in the round, because you were supposed to get as far as you could within a certain allotted time. And you got a couple of shots at it. And if you died, you got to restart and you could try again. So yeah, I won that one easily. And then, like I said, the prizes were fine for what they were, but it was like early mid 90s giveaways. They gave you a copy of the game and some other stuff. Nothing crazy. Yep. So it gives you an era to look at. Yeah. Yeah. So based on that, I want to say like 92, 93-ish, thereabouts, because it was Super Nintendo still. And that game was around that time period. It was still a relatively new game at that time.
My door prize for being on Cops was a bottle of mace and a nightstick.
And the thing is, by giving you the bottle of mace, you mean they sprayed you with mace and then gave you the can after.
Yeah, it was empty. Yeah.
Oh.
Facts. Facts.
After they finished, yes, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep. Who pluralizes Nintendo by saying Nintendos?
I don't know. People say like my mom's. It's like whatever.
Maybe he's got multiple moms. No
Maybe
judgment.
you have multiple Nintendo.
Multiple dads, maybe, but moms. I don't know.
Somebody came over. Hey, mom. Whatever. It works out. It happens. But yeah,
Hey, mom.
that early 90s period in YTV was very interesting. Is all I'm saying. Is all I'll say. It was, and like I said, though, the budget very low, because they recorded a bunch of those shows back to back to back, and that's how they would structure the scheduling of
It
the
was
shows.
good stuff. YTV, Much Music back then. It was really good. They did some really weird kind of Canadian fun, freaky stuff like SCTV
Yep.
in a way.
Nintendo or Nintendos. Facts.
Nintendos.
10 toes.
Nintendos.
Oh.
Just think we lost Yannick.
Like
He had
Jonathan
He was having some
Taves.
Wi-Fi issues. He sent me a message. He was having some Wi-Fi issues. Like you could tell, he was struggling a little bit with the Wi-Fi, because when he kept popping off, it just kept disconnecting, freezing on him, and went off. It happens sometimes. I know. Bobbles had that issue the previous week when we were trying it. It was it just wasn't working out.
It
You have to be
can't
careful.
pick up the English frequency. It only speaks French.
En français. Oui.
Conversion, that's killing it.
Yes. Look, unfortunately, and this is you do with it as you can. I realized that early on when I started doing these StreamYards, I have to be hardwired. The computer's wired. Like I can't rely on Wi-Fi. It's too unreliable. Too many things can go wrong.
Me
My
too,
modem
when I
is my
tried.
modem is actually on the other end of the floor. So if I relied on the Wi-Fi, like look, it can work, but there's a better chance of something going wrong. Way better.
Yeah, I tried too when I was going out to the garage, and it just.
And it happens all the time. It's one of those things like, you do the best you can. You try.
Yeah.
Statement says here, serious note, what's with Pools hitting home runs when they all go live? Hey, Pools is a fan of the show. He's like, I got to hit a home run so I can go back to watching the show.
You remember when the little sick kid asked Babe Ruth to hit a home run for him? It's along those lines.
He took one look at you and goes, "This sick bastard. Hit a home run for this man."
Or the SCTV one where he asked him to hit 3 home runs. Babe, can you hit a home run? And babe, can you hit another home run? It's like, Babe's gonna go, hey, yeah.
I'll do what I can, kid. I'll do what I
give
can.
you an Uncle Buck.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right.
Love Uncle Buck.
Yeah, that was good.
Did you guys happen to catch anything the Big Jays victory tonight? 9-0 over the Red Sox.
I think I caught maybe an inning or so. Nothing too much. I'm trying to get into. I know we're in late September. I'm trying to get into the Jays season. It's like I still feel like I can't watch much until the playoff actually start. Like, okay, start the playoffs. Who's our matchup? I'll watch those games. Like that I can get into. Plus, at that point, then I'm rooting for you, Brad. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Alex Manoah playoff no hitter. Let's go.
So
We got to help Brad. It's the only way we can help Brad now.
Shutout tonight. Just another masterful performance.
So
Like,
so has it led to you? So has it led to you making riches off your cards yet, or not yet?
No, not even an offer.
Because he's a pitcher, no one cares.
But it's not right. It's not.
This sounds familiar.
You know, Brad. You know what would help? It would help if you would send out an email to the baseball community as a whole to be like, you are all uneducated, and you guys are not appreciating a pitcher the caliber of Alex Manoah. Not just because I have cards of his that I want to sell, but still appreciate.
Yes.
Sounds right to me.
You know
This
what?
is the new industry standard.
It's terrible. I almost want to tell Manoah and say, "Will you buy these cards from me? I'll give them to you." Actually. It's so frustrating. Like, why even make cards of pitchers then? Like, why even bother? You know what I mean? It's
Pitchers, look, jokes aside, pitchers don't get the love. They really don't. Like, it's not a thing.
Right.
There are a handful that will get it, but you basically have to start racking up hardware before people really seriously think about it. It's like, okay, win a Cy Young and then maybe win another one. Start racking up 20-win seasons and maybe people start looking at you.
and I get that.
Nacho
Guys.
Page and Sandy Koufax. What other pitches do people really want to spend a lot of money on?
Who was the first one you said?
Satchel Paige.
Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan on his better stuff does okay. He does well. Roger, until he basically got fully implicated into the steroids, actually was actually okay. He
Even
did pretty
here,
decent.
Clemens stuff.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Look, I'll put it to you this way, just for comparison, okay? Talking, and then by the way, this is a good general kind of discussion we've had before. When you were talking about young players, and think about this, Brad's Alex Manoah pick wasn't terrible. He's actually played well, which wasn't a guarantee. Like, congratulations on that, but you're seeing that it's not translating. So, like, the message is still coming across that we said. But just as an example, okay? Take a pitcher who was superlative. Again, some of these guys, Nolan Ryan gets some love a little bit. Sandy Koufax, some of the legendary pitchers, absolute legendary pitchers will get a little bit of love as well because they also threw a bunch of no-hitters. It helps. But, okay, think of a guy who was considered one of the best pitchers of his era, won a ton of Cy Youngs. Is his stuff super high price? Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux has won as many games. Nobody, we talk about, no one's going to get to 300 wins a game. Greg Maddux got to like 350. Like, it's absurd. Like, if you really think about it, all those Cy Youngs, he did win a World Series, so he has a ring. He was great on the Cubs. He won a Cy Young with the Cubs. He won a bunch of Cy Youngs with the Braves. So it wasn't just the one team he succeeded with. He succeeded for decades. He was great for all this time. He was the pitcher of the 90s, easily.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't the big strikeout guy like a Randy Johnson, but he was superlative. Everybody knew he was a great pitcher. All he did was stack up Cy Young Award wins, one after another after another. What kind of value does he have? It's not that he has no value. Let's be clear about this. It's not that he has no value, but is his stuff like super crazy priced? Is it like nuts compared to some players?
I think if he stayed in Chicago, one of the big cities,
and he would have had to win a World Series, but yes, if he wins a World Series in Chicago.
Well, in Chicago, of course.
In Chicago, they would have given him that extra boost.
Right.
But like, he was great. Like, but he was great.
He was a Yankee.
Sure. Yeah.
For his whole career. I mean, he he'd be worth a lot more.
But think about this: we're not making a statement on his performance.
Right.
We're talking about, well, he needed to do what he did and then do it over there, where hopefully more people see it, and hopefully that's enough.
Right. Oh yeah. No, that's the only thing that slows him down is it was in Atlanta.
Right. But pitchers win World Series.
They can, yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like if you're pitching, if you have no pitching, you're not going to win the World Series.
Goalies get pickups.
Absolutely. So why can't I? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to stop my little rant.
Well, the problem though is that they don't pitch every day. That's the problem. Yes, they can. Look, take the best tandem pitching performance I can think of in a long time. The 2001 World Series, the Diamondbacks went in and won the World Series largely on the back of Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson pitched a bunch of games and closed out the clinching game. Basically participated on his end of it to help shut the door in the clinching game. So he came in relief after having already been the starter already a couple times during the series. So he did everything physically possible. Curt Schilling pitched great. I tease Curt Schilling because he is an idiot. But he was superlative in that series. He was superlative, top tier. Randy Johnson was right there with him. They were both great. They dragged that team kicking and screaming to beat a dynastic Yankee team that was trying to win its 4th straight World Series. They were great. They were good. Except they had, Mariano Rivera, who's trash and a traitor. But the point is that they still had this amazing pitching tandem who basically dragged them kicking and screaming to victory. But both guys, price-wise, are they super crazy? Not really. Now, there's a couple of comments here about the junk wax era. We'll touch on that in a second, which, by the way, is a factor. But I'm saying, it's not like the guys down the road in Legends series and Legends sets don't have some amazing cards. I can find an amazing Greg Maddux patch autograph or something, but it's not going to go for the kind of money you would think for certain players. It's not. Even as a legend, it's not. He's not priced like that.
In regards to my pinstripe jumpsuit, first I pumped it. Now I'm going to shill the hell out of it. So just want to let everyone.
Well, they also have mysteries here to catch a shiller.
There you go.
A Manoa PSA 10 auto at auction right now, and it's $18.50.
Yeah.
Facts. Maddox versus Gwynn was classic. Your stopper, you ready? Yeah. Both of them were the best at what they were doing.
Did you see that stat that someone posted it last night, or it might have been on TSN? Tony Gwynn. So Aaron Judge, I'm going to be wrong on the numbers, but Aaron Judge struck out 175 times this year.
Yeah.
Again, I think that's around the number. Tony Gwynn never struck out that much in the entire 1990s.
Yeah. Because Tony Gwynn was an amazing contact hitter. He would just make contact.
Gwynn's water.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a pure hitter, Tony Gwynn was as good as it got as a pure hitter. He won all those batting titles not as an accident. He was consistently great. But again, is he the most exciting player? No. But then you look at the hardware and you say, well, he was great though. He was at the absolute apex of the game at what he was doing.
And imagine if he played in a bigger market. I mean, he played in one of the smallest markets there was, and he was the best hitter of his generation.
Yeah. And their mistake was, unfortunately, the one World Series he made it to. Well, actually, I think it was on the 84 team as well. So, the second World Series, when he was already, later on in his career, was the 98 against the Yankees that were about to start a dynasty. So it wasn't bad timing. You literally ran into the worst team you could have run into at that time. MLB needs to do a better job marking the pitcher matchups the NFL does with quarterbacks. Bob Gibson has great cards. It's fair. I get what you're saying. Maddox is a victim of junk wax. His best card is a Leaf version of Donruss. Yep, I get you. Pitchers don't play every day, so they're already behind the 8 ball of collectors. Yes. The injury risk is always there. That's how pitchers are used now. It's Cy Young, strikeouts, and rings. True.
Yeah, they get injured really easy because sometimes they get blisters on their little fingers, and they have to sit out for like 2 months.
I think Eric is trying to shame the pitchers. He's saying you're not as tough as me. Look at me. I fought people on cops. The same could be said for any sport, though. The QB is only good as wide receivers. A hockey team is only good as a goalie. Yes. Braves fan, collect almost exclusively Braves. Love Maddox, but the man was boring as hell off the mound. Yep. He was an exciting dude. He wasn't. Has Tiffany better than... I'd say Tiffany's better than Leaf. I'd agree. Because Tiffany also had at least a more limited print run relative to that production era. He was very similar to Wade Boggs. That's fair. Rick Lau, good evening.
And that's back when I really liked baseball, when, in the 80s and early 90s and stuff.
87,
and,
look at you.
I mean,
the thing, though, is 87, I think Maddox was in the 87 traded, wasn't he? Maddox was in the 87 traded, I could be mistaken.
He is in the traded, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. 87 though, like in 87 you have the McGuire like first, he's on the A's, and you have Bo Jackson, you have Rafael Palmeiro, and you've got a couple other guys.
Yeah, Jeff Bonds, right? Which is a good. These I bought these at the show in Toronto last year, and I've been waiting to open them to go through and.
Okay, legitimate question. All right, so 87 Tiffany. How much was 87 Tiffany?
So honestly, these were crazy expensive. Like
I believe you, yeah.
I think I bought both sets from a dealer for like $600 or $700
Okay.
for both of them.
Yeah,
But
and you got the 87, you also had the bonds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all worth that, and they were sealed, which is great. So it's going to be exciting when I open them up to see what's in there.
Yeah, Tiffany was huge in 1987. That's when she was going around and singing at all the malls here in the United States.
Ha ha ha.
And she was huge. She was on the radio constantly. I'm
Yes.
surprised Carlos even remembers that to bring it up.
You think you're alone now?
Yeah.
Eric is always alone when he
Good
makes
one.
jokes like those ones. Eric is always alone now or any other time when he makes
I
those
mean, you
jokes.
guys don't have a holster full of Tiffany jokes? What's wrong with you?
The fact that I would be shocked if there is a holster of Tiffany jokes to have. That's what would worry me.
If it exists, I have it.
Look, I here you go, Wes. I wish I was alone right now. Yes, facts. All right, Eric. If you want to make that joke, maybe you should go find a Tiffany rookie card and get in on pumping that.
There you go.
That might be the next logical step. That joke was a BGS 9.5. Thank you, Aaron.
So it's worthless.
Breakfast at Eric's. Facts. See, I think the supplemental jokes are better than your original. Bob Jackson enjoyed that joke. There you go. At least you got somebody who's backing you up.
There you go.
We know why Eric is alone now. Facts.
There's a lot of reasons. That's just one of them.
Yep. Wrong set, Brad. But if you want to sell it, let me know with the 87 Tiffany. Yes. 87 Tiffany has has a good bit printed, but 86 set has only 5K copies. Yes. Yeah. Once they started getting to 87, so they were starting to ramp up, but 87 it like went boom. Like it's really started, and then 88 it went off the charts, and by that point like it's done. Like we laugh because things kind of died off after the early 90s, but 88 is like Greg Jeffries. we're already off to the races.
Like they do a nice job. Like they're so
beautiful.
cryptic, right? Like
I like how you can see like the little grid pattern on it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, here's the thing. I like the 86 set. It's one of those things. Design, I like the dark border on top. I like the color-coded team, labels on it. I actually enjoyed it for what it is. Is it a great set in terms of like value because of the overprinting? No, certainly not. But do I think look, if you're collecting a team, everybody's got that nice color coding going with it. It's actually not a bad looking set if that's what you. And I actually like the red on the back myself personally because red's one of my favorite colors. So it's one of those things where it's like I enjoy it, but I also understand why it's not worth that much. It's just not. 88 was actually less than 87 Tiffany, 25K. Yeah, I'm talking about 88 production in general. I'm not talking about the Tiffany sets. Tiffany sets were a little bit all over the place. Always seemed yellow to me, like the sandwiches on vacation.
Oh, gross. Oh, gross.
You're muted, Bobby.
That's a hell of a reference.
Oh, that's so gross.
This chat is very specific in terms of you will get references. You'll get them. Look, Eric is so discombobulated. His image has started to break up because he couldn't handle it.
Oh, just the
Wi-Fi.
thinking about it. Oh.
His Wi-Fi right now is discombobulated. It can't handle it right now.
I know.
Jeez. It all happened at once.
I don't want to eat pea-soaked sandwiches. I'm just weird like that.
Indeed.
Oh.
Cecil Field is the best rookie in the set. In 86, yeah, you got Cecil Field. I don't think there's another real rookie in 86, though. Because Bonds and Bo are in 86 traded. They're not an 86 set
traded,
proper. Yeah, they're in traded. I can't think of anybody else in 86. Like Cecil Fielder for a cup of coffee for a moment in time was solid because once he hit 50, like obviously people were all over it. But then, other than Big Cess, that was it. as a
Little
Blue Jay,
boxes
as a
of
Blue
trade.
Jay, so we got that. He was a rookie as a Blue Jay.
Cecil Fielder like having his best season, then the strike shortened his year. Wasn't he like on verge to break the
No,
record?
he hit like 50. I want to say 51. It was in 90 or 91.
Hmm.
Yeah, he came back from Japan. What happened was he started off in the major leagues, went to Japan, found
Remember
himself,
that?
aka found the buffet, and then came back much heavier than much heavier. Look, if you go look at, I'll find it. I'll find the picture of Cecil Fielder in '86, and then I'll find the picture of Cecil Fielder like in 1990.
I
It's like
remember.
Cecil Fielder. It's like Cecil Fielder found himself. No, he found the buffet.
Sumo.
He found the buffet is what he
Cecil
found.
Fielder ate Cecil Fielder.
Yes, facts. That is correct. Yes, correct, sir. But it was just like, okay then, sounds good.
But I'm misremembering. I guess you guys may know better. I could have sworn in my head he was on the verge of, and they were talking about breaking 61 and all that, and then I thought it was a strike shortened season that he was taken off track.
Yeah, no. By '94, Cecil Fielder was already on the decline.
Okay.
It was one of those things where he had a brief run. By the way, he was solid for a while. He had a couple of seasons where he hit in the high 30s, I think, if memory serves me. But yeah, he just kind of fell off right away.
I think Rick is reminding me who
Matt Williams, yes, Matt Williams in '94. He was one of those guys. Griffey was also really up there. Griffey was also really up there in '94.
All right. But then the strike happened and he got his
Correct.
season cut short, but he was on the verge, I guess.
Yeah, so you can check out. Like, it's not like Cecil Fielder's svelte. It's not like he's a thin dude. He's not a rail on this.
Right.
But Cecil found a little extra mass when he started hitting these home runs. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, it's interesting. It happens. It happens.
But how did you become a better hitter gaining 200 pounds?
I actually think, to be honest with you, I think it's tricky because I don't know if Cecil Fielder necessarily became a better hitter, quote unquote. I think he just started I think he just started swinging more aggressively, and he started connecting with it, and then they also had the extra mass to go along with it. So it's kind of so. What I'll do is I've got his baseball reference, so I'll quickly go into it, and I can kind of show you, which is it's kind of funny because like he had a moment in time. Okay, so there's Cecil Fielder's basically Cecil Fielder's stats. Let me get rid of this off the screen here. There. So these are all his years in Toronto. Nothing crazy. Like he's barely playing. Like he's not really an everyday player, like at all. 88 was his last season in Toronto. He's 24 years old, 9 home runs, 23 RBIs, and a 230 average. Nothing amazing. He comes back in 1990 after being in Japan and finding himself at the buffet table. And then suddenly he hits 51 home runs, 132 RBIs, leads the league in both, also leads the league in strikeouts, and hits 277, which is better, obviously.
Uh-huh.
And then he follows up by leading the league in home runs and RBIs again. He's down to 261. By the next season, he's down to hitting 244. So it's not like he was an amazing hitter. He was a good hitter, but he was hitting for a ton of power. 35 home runs, led the league in RBIs again for the third straight season. 30 home runs, 28, 31, 39 home runs in 96. Pretty good. And then after that, he never hits as much as 30 ever again. He immediately goes into a decline, and by 1998, he's out of the league at 34. It wasn't like it was this big, long run for Cecil Fielder. He had his cup of coffee. He had his moment. But that was it. And then when it ended, it ended. It ended abruptly. So it was kind of interesting. Just that's the way it went down. And so Staven here is correct. Insane thing, because of Prince's neck injury, they both finished their careers with 319 home runs exactly. They were a father and son tandem. They both hit 50, but they both finished with the exact same amount of home runs.
I didn't know Prince. Is Prince Fielder no longer playing? I had no
Prince
idea.
Fielder had a neck injury that basically ended his career many years ago.
Oh, that's pretty cool. 319. I wonder if he stopped on purpose.
He stopped on purpose because his neck was busted. Yes.
319.
No, like I think towards the tail end, my recollection was that his relationship with his dad was very strained, and towards the end, it didn't work out. So it's like, yeah, we'll see.
I thought he was still playing, but I don't follow baseball at all.
Yeah, he stopped in 2016. He had to retire at 32.
That's crazy that I didn't know that he hasn't played since 2016.
By the way, at 32, he had the 319 home runs. So, which is to say, if he had been able with the kind of, I would argue Prince was a much better hitter than his dad, and he was actually able to. Now, mind you, he was probably the world's biggest vegan. He found the vegan buffet table, different buffet table, but still buffet table. He probably should have easily surpassed his dad's home runs. As it was, obviously, he ended up tied, but he should have easily surpassed them. But then injuries plagued him. By the time he was 30, he was basically done.
How did
It's
he hurt?
unfortunate. Sorry?
How did he hurt his neck? Does anyone know?
I don't recall specifically. I do remember when it happened, but I don't recall specifically.
All right.
But I think maybe it was just maybe he decided to go on an Indian burial ground because he actually went to go play in Detroit, his dad's old stomping grounds. I'm like, maybe not wise. Maybe stay away. Because his best years were in Milwaukee. When he was a Milwaukee Brewer, those were his best years. He led the league in home runs. He had 50. And then he also was right up there. At age 25, he had 46 home runs and 141 RBIs. Which is really good. I'm a big RBI guy. If you can put up those amazing RBI totals, I love it. I love the power hitters who can put up the big RBI totals.
Okay, guys, I'm going to cut out of here.
Sounds
Have a
good,
good
Bobby.
night.
Have yourself a good night. Take it
See
easy.
you guys.
See you later, Bobby. Get to work on that book.
2 or 3 more years, he'll get it. So here, Bob Jackson said, skimming all these episodes of the show you were on, Carlos, I'm amazed how many baseball games were made over the years. Yeah, I used to, one of the fun things I used to do when I was collecting a lot of video games and stuff is I just went out with the idea, because no one wants them and no one cares about them. I went with the idea of, let me go see how many baseball games I can get my hands on. Because they're usually cheap. You can get it for a couple bucks. All systems, it doesn't really matter. There's a handful that are a little bit tougher to come by, but most of them are super dirt cheap. And I have quite a stack of them still. I have them on one of my shelves there. One of my projects that I'm working on is I want to clean out some of the area in the living room because I don't really use it other than when I'm watching my big TV. I'll just sit there and watch. But I have my table, and behind me is like this display that has all the games on it. I used to do some videos from there. I would like to get back to using that a little bit more and do a couple of videos there. I'd be happy to go back there and do some videos. And I've got the baseball games behind me, and there's a lot of them. I don't remember how many I have, but I have a stack of them. Tony Gwynn wasn't exactly skilly. He was not.
He was not.
I almost found Carlos. I found a Carl. There you go. Fielder was on roids, specifically hemorrhoids. Prince hates Cecil. He does. I think Cecil and his son Prince ended up with the same amount of career home runs. They did. And he hated his dad? Yes. He's still being paid by the Rangers? Yep, because of the injury thing. He underwent neck surgery to repair
Still paying him too.
Was that?
I think the Mets are still paying him too.
That's Bobby Bonilla, but yes.
No. I'm saying they're paying Bonilla, but they're also paying him. They pay everybody.
How do you think I make my living? Thank you, New York Mets. Hashtag thank you, New York Mets.
Out to everybody.
PSA upcharges.
Facts. Look, I didn't want to say, Brad. I didn't want to say. But the upcharge, there's a reason I'm a big supporter of the upcharges. Y'all pay your fucking upcharges. You cheap bastards.
It's all because of Bobby Bonilla.
That's right. He underwent neck surgery to repair a C4 and C5 disc herniation. Yes. Prince and Mo Vaughn would have put up big numbers if they didn't get hurt. That's true. Mo Vaughn is another guy who would have put up amazing numbers if he hadn't gotten hurt.
MVP.
Yep. Michael Ham. Yes. Good evening. Absolutely. But it's true. Look, there's a lot of these. Look, I'm always going to have an affinity for the power hitters. I love the power hitters in baseball. I love the guys who can hit the home runs consistently. I love the production guys. I understand now as the advanced analytics era and people are all obsessed about WAR. I really don't give a shit about it. I don't. I never have. I never will. But I love the guys that can hit 30, 40, 50 home runs and put up the amazing RBIs. And it's like, hey, there you go. But that was fun for me. I always enjoyed those guys. It's unfortunate that a bunch of them got hurt and didn't meet their potential. And it happens sometimes. But you can still appreciate there was a moment in time where those guys were the elite, the power elite guys, and that was their moment in time.
I mean,
Dear Cecil, you're going to start. Go ahead.
I grew up, in the 80s, and they didn't have power hitters so much. They had guys that, like Jack Clark could destroy a ball, but he wasn't hitting 50 home runs or anything. I grew up with Mattingly, and obviously we had Boggs here, Schmidt, Brett, and the list went on and on and on, that these guys would just get 200 hits a year over and over and over and over again. And they were slap hitters, and they could put the ball anywhere that you want to put a shift on. I'm going to hit it over here. You want to go over there? I'll hit it over here. I'll hit a home run every once in a while. 200 hits year after year after year. So that's what I grew up with. So as I got older, and you had all the steroid abusers, and they're just hitting bombs every night and hitting 50, 60, 70 homers. Here comes Ichiro, and he's going back to playing like the guys in the 80s did, where he, I think, is probably the best player I have ever seen in my lifetime of 48 years. The guy could do everything.
My takeaway is you're only 48.
That's.
Are you sure we don't put like a 1 in front of it?
That is what my fake birth certificate says.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's weird because my grandmother is also 48 per her fake birth certificate. It's odd.
Well, when I came here from the Netherlands and had to change my name from Karel Vlandervlugen, I got to pick my own birthday. So
Interesting. Just a lot of questions, man. A lot of questions that I have.
Oh yeah, I don't like it when the keyboard makes sounds.
Oh, the keyboard makes sounds.
I don't like it when the keyboard makes
The
sounds.
keyboard makes wonderful sounds. I don't know what you're
I don't like the
wonderful
keyboard
sounds. Wonderful sounds.
That's
So Dior says, are you going to start grading video games? No, I'm not. Most of them are not worthwhile. Like, you really have to pay attention. I don't have sealed games. I never paid the premium for that. It just wasn't so interesting to me. It wasn't a thing. I do see a good reference, though, that I like here in a second. So going in, Roger Maris would have put up big numbers without injuries. He played hurt all the time. Agreed. Juan Gonzalez was a beast. Facts. Juan Gonzalez was another one of my favorites. In the 80s, 30 home run was a significant number. Yes. George Foster, yep. He was a 50 home run guy in the 70s. I think 76, I want to say. Because I remember from the 77 set, they had like a highlight or a feature or something like that. And George Foster hitting 50 home runs was part of that. I see Vlad is careering up similar to Prince Fielder's Ducks. Here's the thing. I love Vladdy Jr. The problem is he doesn't have his dad's he doesn't quite have his dad's full range of area that he can hit the ball. He can hit the ball a lot in a lot of areas. He's actually got a pretty expansive strike zone. But we'll have to see if he can put together a full season like he did. Last year, he put together kind of a full season. That was like a Vlad Sr. kind of season, but obviously he was able to put the full power on display. But Vlad Sr. was a guy who could hit, and I want to make sure I get the numbers right. Because when I think of Vlad Sr., I'm thinking of a guy who's hitting 300 and hitting 40 home runs and doing the whole 9 yards. But he never hit more than about, I think the maximum he hit in a season, I want to say, 44 home runs. So his best season was at age 25. He had 44 home runs, 123 RBIs, and 345. That was his best season, Vlad Sr. Last year, Vlad Jr. hit 48 home runs, which is extremely impressive. But his average wasn't quite as good. It was very good, but it wasn't quite as good. It was 311, which is solid. His first season, he hit 272. His second season, he hit 362 in a short season. Then he hit 311, and this year he's hitting 275. So this year he's hit 30 home runs. He's got 93 RBIs, solid, and he's hit 275. He's 23, though. So we'll see. The next couple of years will tell the tale. If he can put together like another 40-ish home run feature type season again, that's what I want to see. Because as it stands today, and this is the problem with young guys, we said this before, Vlad Jr. has done amazing, given that he's 23 years old this season. But he's hit 15 home runs, 9 in a short season, 48 home runs to lead the league one year, and then 30 home runs this year. Quite good. But don't act like he's a perennial 40 home run, 50 home run guy. He had one season where he threatened that number, and then we'll see. That'll be the next question we have.
He needs to keep an eye on his weight.
He does. That's going to be part of what he either does or doesn't do. We'll see.
And his dad, wasn't built this way, so he must get it from his mom's side. Because
well, here's what's funny is that Vlad Sr. had a very weird body shape, like a weird body, and he looked awkward as hell running. Like, I remember watching him run, I was like, is your leg broken? Are you okay? Do you need medical assistance? But he got the job done.
Oh, yeah.
But regardless, he would find a way to get the job done. And he had a cannon of an arm, too. He actually had a very impressive throwing arm. It wasn't always accurate, but it was a very impressive throwing arm. So it's like, his dad had weird physical gifts. So let's put it that way. Dave King was always a big bat for hire when I was a kid. That's a good example. Still one of the weirdest guys because I think his last season he hit 35 home runs and then was basically run out of the league because people hated him. He also could barely bat his weight towards the tail end of his career. But could he hit home runs? That dude could hit home runs. He 100% could. Look, Dave Kingman's career would have been very interesting if he had been less objectionable to teams and he had been able to keep playing. Again, he hit 35 home runs in his final season. Normally, that means you get to come back and play another season. So if he does that, he could have hit 500 home runs, and Dave Kingman is a very interesting case in baseball history. It's like, was he a great player? I don't know. I don't think so. But he hit 500 home runs. Interesting. As it was, he was in the 400s, like, comfortably. So it's like, weird. I don't know, man. Wade Boggs would launch homers and batting every day. He wanted to be a hitter and make controlled contact. Yeah. Ichiro could hit some home runs, too, if he wanted to. But it was one of those, his focus was slap hitting, high average. That's what he wanted to do. George Foster led the league in sideburns. Look at you. Juan Gonzalez is co-paying the Rafael Palmeiro tax. Yes. Well, it also hurt that Rafael. It also helped that Juan Gonzalez got hurt a little bit early. If he had put a couple more seasons together like he was physically capable of doing, that would have been a very interesting discussion for him. Vlad Jr. is Mo Vaughn, Prince Fielder 3.0. Will have a great short career. It's a valid comp. It could very well be the case.
Yeah, if he doesn't watch his weight, absolutely.
Yeah, he could become one of those guys. Remember Ryan Howard? Yes. He only had 6-year run, but almost hit 400 home runs. Yep. Because when
Phillies.
Sorry? Yeah, the Phillies, yes.
Phillies.
Yeah, 1 year Ryan Howard had, I think it was 58 home runs 1 year.
Yeah.
Which is like was ridiculous. Like it was the guy had ridiculous power. And it wasn't a question of if he had power. It was longevity. He just basically stopped being able to hit, and it was the end of that. He just couldn't. He's too big. Yep. Anybody know any good shops in Montreal? That'd be a Yannick question. That would be for Yannick.
No,
answer.
but I'll give you Yannick's address. You can go over and like break into his house if you want.
Came in his last 3 seasons, age 35 to 37. 35, 30, and 35 home runs. So that's what I mean. Like he was on the tail end, but he could still hit for power. Under normal, like I'm being serious. Dave Kingman apparently had a bit of an attitude problem that he alienated some teams he was on. He wasn't. They didn't feel comfortable with him. But you hit 35, 30, and 35 home runs in your last 3 seasons. Most of the time, teams are going to be like, yeah, okay, bring the guy in. He could probably hit 30 home runs for us. Sure. Let him. Why not? But, like, I don't understand why you wouldn't bring him back unless he was such a problem that it's like, yeah, we don't even want to deal with the guy. And his last season, I think he played for the Oakland A's. So that was with a young Mark McGwire and an upcoming Jose Canseco upcoming. So imagine if Dave Kingman's in the middle of that lineup with those 2 young studs that are hitting home runs like crazy. And Dave Kingman could still hit bombs. Like he was the kind of dude, he could still hit bombs. That's a formidable lineup. That's another power hitter in there.
Look at this.
That's Ron Howard, but yes.
If I remember correctly, Ryan Howard was a black man.
He was.
Correct? Okay.
He was.
Probably still is.
Well, Sammy Sosa, you never know.
Well, that's true. He was definitely not on the Andy Griffith show then.
Yeah. Nope, not so much.
It was filmed in black and white, but it was white.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Hockey 66. Now he wants you to give him information so he can break in at her. See what you've done? Do you want to be back on Cops, Eric?
No, I can't. He'll be. That's going to happen up in Montreal.
You facilitated that. That sounds like an accessory.
It doesn't matter. I'm on the
Brad, that sounds like an accessory, doesn't it?
It does. I'm still confused about hockey 66. Like
we've got 99 and 66 tonight.
Well, I thought 99 didn't say anything all of a sudden. 66.
No, I saw 99 earlier tonight.
He came in after 66 was stealing his thunder, I think.
Look, man, I don't know. There's multiple hockeys, okay? Look, we got a bunch of them, okay? I don't even know, man. I'm waiting for hockey 33. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, Eric will be hockey 4.
That's
just 4.
That right.
Just Kingman 48 homers in Wrigley. Yeah, that was his big season there. What's up, fellas? Just joined. Do we have to take our daughter back to college after the hurricane? No, fair. Hopefully all is good. All good, Baz. Every Blue Jay fan had Vladdy projecting to be the greatest hitter of all time circa 2021. That is true, but I will tell you this. Do you know what was the best time? If you were going to buy Vladdy, 2020, because in 2020 he was a washed-up has-been. At age 20, he was garbage because he didn't hit 50 home runs right out of the gate, which was perfect for me because that's when I bought most of my Vladimir Guerrero Juniors when they were dirt cheap. By 2021, people are turning a different direction on that. Just saying.
Yep.
He was raking it for the A's, but they had young talent and wanted him out. Yep, that's fair. That's speaking Dave Keeman. Howard was in the office, though. There you go. Kind of like Canseco, he was blackballed. Don't forget Reggie was still around then also. Yep. Eric is shady. It's a known fact. True.
Another known fact is Beckett hates its customers.
So out of curiosity, since you bring this up, Beckett hates its customers. Okay.
Yes, that's a known fact.
I'm with you so far. Now, here's the question. Here's where I'm getting confused. Maybe you can help me with this.
Okay.
So Beckett hates its customers, and they have employees, allegedly, of a shady, questionable variety. So does that mean you hate Beckett's customers? Bougie Eric?
Oh, I most certainly do. If you're dumb enough to do business with this shit-ass company, I have no use for you.
Interesting.
So yes, I hate Beckett customers. I think you're fools.
The best part about this is Eric's face on this picture.
Yeah, I don't
think
know
it
how
really
you
sells
thought
it.
that. I don't.
That's not me. That's Yannick. You disrespected Yannick too much, and he provided me with this picture.
God, that poutine-eating piece of crap.
Interesting. Look, Eric, you do realize allegedly you're going to be coming up to the Expo, and the poutine eating guy is going to be there, and Brad's going to be there, and I'm going to be there, and Bobby, frankly, is growing impatient with your ways. And look, I'll be honest with you. I'm sure Tim's a great guy.
Nah.
He will ditch your ass. He will ditch your ass so fast, like you will be a man on an island all by yourself with a whole nation against you.
There's no doubt about that.
And the second you try to seek sanctuary,
no, I don't want to mention names, but we already know last year.
Don't make me fly a name because Lord knows he'll help us.
There was a small incident, and Tim was my wingman, and I turned around and Tim ran away scared.
He did.
So I know for a fact he won't stand by me and back me up because he ran away during that slight international incident. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I turned to him to look like, can you believe this is happening? And it was like Kaiser Soze.
Like that. He's gone.
Gone. I'm like, what if this escalates? Where's my backup? Nope, gone. He ran away.
Brad, I feel like we should start a GoFundMe and see if we can get named down to Expo.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
at that point, it would just be like a room surrounded, like everyone's just looking at Eric and his traitorous ass.
I won't. That's it. I'm not coming.
Well, the problem is the people in New England, Boston, Massachusetts, most of the continental United States, they don't want you either. So they'll throw you overboard across the border to get you on
What
here.
is the Canadians gonna do to me in a you know, what you gonna do? You gonna sorry me to death? Sorry, and I'm just gonna die?
Oh, Eric. Brad, help this poor boy. I'm a Canadian citizen. I don't have this problem.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you'll be dealt with. You'll be there.
Anyway.
It's like I got plenty of Colombian blood in me, my friend.
Yeah, I know.
We can deal with you. We can deal with the likes of you.
Yeah.
Brad will apologize later on our behalf, but don't worry about that. I got you, bro.
Yeah. Carlos will take out his straight edge.
I mean, like, Carlos,
Yeah,
why do you
Brad
have?
will be like, sorry.
It's like, Carlos, why do you have? It's like, oh, I have multiple baseball bats for this thing. We're gonna handle this business. Don't even worry about that. I hope it's like Brad Hip. I hope you like bad knees. We'll deal with y'all. Anyway, last
me
week.
and saying sorry at the same time.
Yep. I'll skip the sorry. Don't worry about it. Last 2 years with the A's. Hockey 66 says I'm 99's doppelganger with a Z. His first year was a monster year, yes. More spicy but cooler. There you go, Hockey 66. Rick Lyle, same time I bought Otani, and in that year it worked out. Yeah, when they're in the down low, you go for it. Kingman left a dead rat in the lunchbox for a female writer to open up the press box. Dave Kingman was a hell of a fella. Swell fella.
That'd go over so well now.
I would, yeah. All right, so what's the context? Hold on. So let me go
No,
here.
we're not gonna. Come on, that's not right.
Dip you in gravy and cover you in feathers and ship you to Cuba. Facts.
Are we supposed to have a hockey game this year at the Expo? It's a little street hockey match. outside?
Well, look, Eric pitched that, but I was already like, dude, it's like you really want me to have an excuse? Like, poof, poof. We haven't even done puck drop yet. I'm skipping the formalities. Let's go.
Yeah, I wanna play hockey with a professional hockey player. Yeah, that's gonna go over well.
It's like all of a sudden, it's like, what happened, Slewfoot? It's like Carlos is in force. Ah! You're getting yours, Bougie Eric. You're getting yours. Listen, I don't want to alarm you. I don't want to alarm you.
I'm a little alarmed.
We haven't seen him tonight. I have it on good authority that there are a few people that are in this chat who are going to be making it down to Expo. So we're also going to have folks from the chat who are going to be there.
Yeah, I'm
Already
not-
know of you as good old Bougie Eric. I'm just saying, like, the army grows,
Yeah,
and
I'm
it
not-
grows in direct opposition to you.
Are they all Canadian also?
Perhaps.
Oh, great. So I'll have more people sorrying me to death.
Oh, I know some of the people we're talking about. I don't think that'll be a problem. Don't even worry about that. They're very inclined with my line of thinking.
Oh, okay.
Don't even worry. I will teach these Canadians. It's like, look, you're going to apologize after. First, violence. Horrific, painful violence. And then we'll discuss the apologies after the fact.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I was just thinking, about Steve Menzies on the show that he probably should.
Oh my God, Steve wants to take out Eric too? Dear God. What did Eric do to Steve Menzies?
But he should send something out because all October 1st, all restrictions are gone, right?
Yes,
On
that is true.
October 1st.
That is right, yeah.
I think it's something that we should probably, because I know there was a fair amount.
Yeah, Eric's diseases are mostly mental, so they're not contagious as far as we're aware.
Sherry's making memes of you, Eric, and sending them to me.
Look, Eric, Brad's wife is making memes of you. Brad's wife.
I was like,
Dang. Come on.
Please tell me she's coming to Toronto with you.
oh yeah,
100%, yeah.
All right. Excellent.
Look, she might put the boots to you at this point.
Well, she didn't. I was hoping to see her when she was in Boston, but she didn't. She was busy. She had her mom with her and stuff. So, but I'm hoping to see her.
Yeah, she might put the boots to you at this point. Like it's getting bad. It's gonna be a whole family affair. It's gonna be a lot of folks. Man, it might just be a line. It'd be like, oh, is that a line for autographs? No, that's a line to put the boots to Bougie Eric. It's a VIP experience. Brad, Menzies could charge for that. Menzies could charge for the VIP experience of putting the boots to Bougie Eric. You make like 10 times. It's like, I made $37 million?
You can post that if you want.
you know what we could do?
Carlos?
We could have
That's funny.
Eric versus Pat Roach from the Trailer Park Boys. That would be a great
I
shot.
have another month to get into shape. I'll get back down to my fighting weight, hopefully.
And listen, if it's your fighting weight that you had with Raccoon, Lord help you. I don't even know if that's going to work. So real quick, I'll go. So Sherry here says en route. Perfect. See you there, Eric. Haha.
Wonderful.
I see nothing that could possibly go wrong, Eric.
Yeah.
Nothing
Brad,
that could possibly
Brad,
go wrong.
you want to send that to Carlos, and if he wants to post it, that's fine.
Well, I got the one that you just sent me. So is that the one you're referring to?
That was funny.
And it was a good screen grab too. By the way,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate the
That's a good
specific
one.
screen grab. I like it.
Oh,
I like
that's-
it. Mwah! Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
But
All
she spelled party wrong. There's no R's.
No Oz party.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So, DR, question. What is some cool stuff Brad has seen recently? You seen some cool stuff there, Brad?
Yeah, some very, very, very cool stuff. I was saying, last night, there's a few cards that are coming back that I haven't talked to the guys yet. But there was one card that was a basketball card in the mid-90s that I just absolutely love. What else cool have I seen? We got back a couple 52 tops. Mantles at one. I had a guy that had a Michael Jordan PSA 9, which was a nice little upgrade. That just came through before the show tonight. Probably I had a stack a guy sent me. I showed it on the show, I think, a stack with the Hal rookies and the Oars. That was 2 weeks ago. This week, to tell you the truth, there wasn't a lot of exciting stuff coming in this week. I think we had about 3,000, maybe 2,500 cards this week.
All right. Sounds good.
But a lot of it was just the usual stuff, which I still like, but nothing over the top.
I think it's one of those things, though, like, to be fair, and we've talked about this a little bit off and on, but I will reiterate it. I do believe that we're right now, look, it kind of plays into the news cycle as well. We're in a bit of a holding pattern on everything. We really are. And that's why I made those videos where I talked about the idea of some people sitting back and kind of waiting. It's not that people don't, I said it earlier tonight, I'll repeat it real quick. Folks are kind of sitting back. They may have other expenses. They may have other things they're concerned with. That's part of it. But for collectors who still like to buy stuff for their collections and stuff, they are being pickier, which, by the way, is not a bad thing. It's not. It's really not. It's completely fine. They're waiting for the sellers to kind of clue in on the fact, like, hey, look, I'm not just going to throw money at you just because you got something. Right now, I'm encountering a lot of sellers who have this belief that they're like, oh, just because I've got this product, oh, they'll just pay this price. And I'm like, no. You'll get the offer you get, and then they'll come back and they'll try to get like almost the same price. It's like, nope. Oh, but why'd you turn it down? It's like, because I like the item. I want it at the price I want it at. This is what the going rate is today. You're going to have to adjust. You're going to have to figure out, adapt. I'm not having trouble selling stuff when I price it properly, because if you price it properly, it sells. It does. But if you can't handle that, then fair enough. I get it. But that's the market right now. So do you want to just sit on the product, sit on the merchandise, sit on the inventory forever? Hope for the market to rebound? It might take a while. So how long can you sit on it? That's the question. You muted yourself, Brad.
Why does he keep doing
Okay.
that?
Because you know what? I'm snacking. And
Oh,
she brought me up some awesome potato chips, and I can't stop eating them. So sorry.
It's all good. So go ahead. What were you saying?
I got an older gentleman came in, and he told this incredible story. It was 3 Canadian $1 bills. So it would have been in the 60s. Muhammad Ali fought Floyd Patterson
Okay.
somewheres in Canada. They fought. Yeah, that's the story. So somewheres in Canada. And in Floyd Patterson's corner was Joe Louis. So they brought Joe Louis to be with Floyd Patterson. And he had 3 $1 bills. One was signed by Patterson, one was signed by Ali, and one was signed by Joe Louis, which was pretty cool. And he told the whole story about it and everything else. So I'm actually sending those into PSA DNA to get encapsulated, and those will definitely be added to the personal collection. That's for sure. So
I have Floyd Patterson's rookie card.
oh yeah.
What is that?
Okay, what would that be?
I'll get it. I'll show you.
All right. So while you're doing that, I'll quickly grab it here. Yeah, no worries, Sherry. We know it's November. It's coming up. It'll be the, well, like I said, I think we might have to get Steve Menzie on this. We can probably get a cut. Look, if we're going to have a VIP experience where everybody can put the boots to Bougie Eric, we might need to get a cut. We could make a lot of money on this, is all I'm saying. Could be really interesting. So here, question is, Brad, will you be at Regina this Sunday?
Yeah, no, I won't be. I was supposed to be at the Beckett Industry Summit, and we had with Hurricane Fiona here. I have to be Sunday all day, so I had to cancel the Vegas trip for the summit, and I have to meet insurance adjusters on Sunday and Monday due to some extensive property damage that we suffered. So so I won't be, but Luke Watch is going to be there representing PSA Canada, and he will take care of everybody, and he's just a fabulous guy. So
Nicely done. Completely fair. But yeah, that was kind of the thought process behind a lot of it, was that because of all that was going on with the hurricanes and stuff, is that it was just, that was the reason why and those of you that checked out the PSA Canada thing we did yesterday, is that, yeah, we had to kind of talk about it. We had to make sure, I wanted to make sure everybody was good, make sure everybody was comfortable and able to do it. We ended up being able to do the show. It was good. We had a lot of fun with it. So that's been good. But we'll keep everybody posted with that. But yeah, it's like we don't even know. It's hard to say what's going to happen with a lot of this stuff. And there's still a lot more to do because right now we got a chance to take a look at it, and Brad was able to show us some photos of some of the stuff. It's like, yeah, some of the stuff, some of those cottages and things out there, and some of the parts of the island and things like that. It's like, not great. It's gonna take time. You're not gonna be able to snap your fingers and just get back to normal. You're gonna have to make some adjustments and do some business in between there. So Aaron Davis says here, I bought more in the last few months than I have in the last 2 years combined. So many auctions, just damn near zero reviews. Won't stay that way forever. Yes, that makes sense. Now I will say it also depends on what you're looking for and what you're getting. I know for my stuff, I'm kind of slowed down just because I'm waiting for certain prices to adjust. I'm waiting for that. I'm also being pickier because of that. I'm willing to purchase. I'm willing to pull the trigger, but I need the price I want. That's going to be really key. Wes here says Antonio Inoki died. We did hear about that a little bit earlier tonight. I hadn't heard too much about it, but okay. I'll have to look into it a little bit more, but that is a notable thing. Thank you, Wes. I'm currently watching the Oakland A's AAA game, like the movie Major League. Who the hell are these guys? Facts. If $1 buys half as much gas, half as much milk, half as much eggs, how much baseball cards should $1 command? Here's the thing, though. Depends on the item. Because for some items, that $1 would be 25 cents before. So realistically, at that point, again, I'm never suggesting anybody should prioritize cards over anything. Cards are a hobby. Cards are a side thing. You take care of business first, whatever that business is. Handle that. But I'm saying as a collector, I have a little budget still set aside. I am willing to buy at the price that I want. It also means I have the opportunity to be selective. I don't have to be... anybody who watches this channel, it used to be a feature every single week. I would have a mail day. Every single week. Going back now a couple of years into like 2018. Every week I would have a mail day. It's been sparse. It's been few and far between mail days right now. And it's because I'm not seeing what I want. The stuff isn't priced at the price that I want. And I'm being a little bit pickier about what I'm grabbing. Which is okay. That's fine. I've made up for it in quality. I've gotten some quality stuff, which I've been very happy with. But yeah, quantity has been way down. I did see that the ComC thing, the shipment that I've got requested, I believe is now being sent over to Canada, which means it should just about by next week. I should be getting a tracking number, which means probably next week I've got a ComC mail day coming in. And if that's the case, great. That's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. But yeah, it's been sparse for the mail days, man. It just has been. I expect we'll get the ComC mail day. That'll be good. I've got another one for ship my cards that I'll do in a little bit once I get all my stuff in. So that'll be another mail day. And then it'll be kind of quiet until the Expo, I think. But it used to be every week. Every week I had stuff in the mail. I'd go to the mailbox and there'd be stuff every single week. It's been quiet, man. It's been quiet for a while. Just because the price isn't there. If you're not willing to come to my price, I'm not going to spend the money just for the sake of spending the money. No reason to do that. So go ahead, Eric. What do you got?
So
You're the rookie.
Yeah. There's one word in here I kind of don't want to say, but I'll see what happens. This is Floyd Patterson's 1952 Dutch gum card D2 plain.
I'm sorry, what gum?
Portuguese gum.
Tread very carefully. The traitorous Dutch man. You will be dealt with. Continue.
So yeah, 1952. Someplace gum D plain number D2. So I was going through a box of cards at a show. I saw this and the other one I'm going to show you in a second, and I paid $1 for both of them.
Nice.
I think the guy knew who Floyd Patterson was. This is a 1962 someplace on the planet gum card, series TV number TV 61.
There you go. Off in the distance somewhere, Paul is approving, nodding approvingly.
So
Makes
yeah,
sense.
a buck a piece. And
Not
I
bad.
don't think they had any idea who Floyd Patterson was. So
But that's the thing. Right now, I would be looking for bargains. Honestly, like this would be the advice that I would give to somebody. I would be bargain hunting right now. I would be looking for opportunities to spend, great bang for your buck. Honestly, great bang for your buck is what I would want. It's not just buy stuff for the sake of buying stuff. Like, look, if it's a truly rare piece and you really want it, that Country of Origins patch card that I had on just the other day, that was a piece I've been chasing for a long time. The print run is 12 of them. Basically, I have to wait for somebody to break a set most of the time for that to even become available. And every single time it became available at higher and higher prices. That's the reason I paid up for that. But otherwise, no. Right now, I'm not in the market to pay up for anything. Unless it's something I really want. It's got to be high up on my want list. Otherwise, no, I'll pick up some stuff here and there. Even my 53 Bowman color set, I can get almost all the singles anytime. It's just like, okay, so what price are you offering? What's the value? What are you doing? That ComC one is going to be fun because it's working a couple projects I'm working on. I'll have a couple vintage cards, some modern cards, my poker autographs. I'll have a little bit of a mix. It'll be a fun mixed bag. It'll be some wrestling cards, all kinds of stuff. It'll be fun. This one here I didn't share. I just picked it up the other day. It was funny because we talked about him tonight. So it's appropriate to what we've talked about this evening. And I'll share it with you guys. Chrome tab and this one. So this is for my 96 Topps Finest Gold Refractor set. Good old Cecil Fielder. So very appropriate given what we talked about tonight. That's the latest addition to that set. So there's another one of the refractors coming in. That'll be part of my next ship my cards order when I get that in with some other stuff coming up here. But again, it's much smaller. If you notice, if you go back, I'd be like, I get a mail day and it'd be like 10 cards, 20 cards, 50 cards all the time. And right now it's like, right now on my ship card, I've got 9 lots. And it's probably like 15 or 20 cards. Much smaller compared to where it was before. I got 3 more stuff coming in from eBay right now. I've got stuff on my watch list, but a lot of it is, dealers are being greedy. So what's happening is the lots are reaching the end of the cycle and then cycling back around. And they're not adjusting the price. And I'm sitting there like, okay, guys, you're not getting a sale. You're not getting a sale. You're not getting offers. You're not getting bids. At a certain point, are you going to take the hint and adjust the price? I had one lot today that finally, after like 10 cycles, the person finally went 99-cent auction. I'm like, fantastic. All right, I'm in. Let's go. Because if it's going to go open market, I like my chances. I'm willing to pay a good price for the card. But I want you to put it in the open market and let's give it a shot. Let's find out what the real market price is today. Because then we'll get the truth. I'm willing to be competitive. I'm willing to pay. But you got to show me something. Right now, it's like, buy now, best offer. I'm going to give you lowball offers, man. I'm going to give you lowball offers. I'm sorry. I'm just being logical. Does that make sense, Brad? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it depends. When you see, like you said, you splurge when you see something that you might not get the opportunity to buy.
If it's legit, yes.
And you jumped at it. I bought 2 weeks ago, I bought for my 66 Topps hockey set, which I'm doing 8 and above in grades. And I picked up a Jim Nielsen PSA 10. So that would be my second PSA 10 of it. I didn't really want to splurge, but it came across and I was like, I'll never get the chance to own that card again. So I might as well just splurge and do it. So I get that.
So do you already have an ore of an 8 or above?
So I have the whole set 8 and above, except for I have a PSA 7 ore that is absolutely gorgeous.
Okay. I wouldn't consider that a failure. That's pretty awesome.
No, but it frustrates me because I sent it to PSA twice now. I've hand delivered it to both the last 2 nationals for a review because it should be, in my personal opinion, it should be an 8 or a 9, no questions asked, and but it's still in a 7 holder. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just going through a couple of these comments here. So here Baz says, I wouldn't buy too much this year unless you get really good deals or items that rarely come across the market. That second one especially, I agree. 2023 things will get even cheaper. There's a real possibility. But that's why I say, like, when I did that last video, the market is the market, I was referring to Brian Gray and the whole 2022 metal soccer thing. But it applies to everything else. If the market is dried up, it means that demand is down right now. Demand is down right now because there's less liquidity in the market. But again, I'm back to what I said. I'm giving contrast. If somebody needs to pay for necessities, that's the priority. Do that. That's more important. I'm telling you to do that. That is more important. But I'm saying to you, if you're a collector and you still have a little budget available, I'm saying don't just jump at something just because it's there, unless it's something you really want. If it's something you really want as PC, then who cares? You know, have at it, have a good time, great. I can afford to be patient right now. Now's a good time to be patient. Now's a good time to sit back. And it's like, look, there's nothing wrong with holding some money in reserve to be able to play around a little bit, and maybe a good opportunity will come by. You could maybe get an amazing deal. Why not? Now's a good opportunity, because a lot of people are eventually going to be losing their patience, and they're going to be like, okay, fine, I need to sell this. I need to actually get some money. And the only way I'm going to do that is by opening it up in the market and letting it play out how it's going to play out. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And which is fine. That's okay. Rick here says, my mailbox is crickets. Completely fair. I get you. I bought some Topps Finest cards from the 90s with protective coating. It looks like there are pockets of discoloration. If I peel the coating, will it look normal? It'll depend. You'd have to show some pictures of the cards. Sometimes, yes. If the peel itself has a discoloration. If it's underneath the peel, then obviously not. Obviously, it won't make a difference. I know that some of those peels over time can bubble. It can create these weird discolorations and stuff. It depends. You have to really take a good look at the card itself. I hate the peel on a lot of them, but I won't remove it unless I am confident that I want to be going that route with that card. So it just depends on the card. For my personal collection cards, on a lot of them, I will at least consider it, but I won't run to do it right away. I'll leave it on there unless it's like already starting to come off a little bit, in which case then I'll go ahead and peel it. It's the same thing with the Pinnacle, like the late Pinnacle, basically totally certified, had the peels on those. That's one that can peel as well. And then also there was the Select Certified, 96, 97 Select Certified. They've got those peels. They look way better without them, in my opinion. However, I'm not going to run and do that on an expensive card unless I'm sure that I want it that way.
Yeah, there's always been this debate to peel or not to peel.
Yeah.
You know, they're made to be peeled, but
They really are.
If you do peel it, it's not the way it came out of the factory. So you've altered. I mean, yeah, I honestly don't know. Is there a higher value for unpeeled cards? Will people pay more to have an unpeeled card that has, the word peel and black lettering over the player's face in a PSA slab? Do people want that more than something that's really nice looking after you peel it off and really shiny and clear? I don't know. I don't know if this debate will ever be solved.
I think it's a fair point. Let me kind of pose this question, and I know Dr. You talked about this a lot already a couple of times. We know Brady rookie, we got it. 89 upper deck, 82 baseball set, which is solid, and over 400 complete sets. Good job by you, but you don't have to keep going to the well. We got it. You bought 500,000 cards. We got it.
I picked two of these up.
Go to the middle. Yes, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so 99 football. Okay.
99 Topps Finest football. So I bought two boxes, and I opened one up, and I had a blast. It was so much fun. But like the Edgar and James and the Fred Taylor's, thoroughly enjoyed it. And you can get like super. I mean, the gold refractors and all. I didn't get anything good out of that one. I'm going to keep this one sealed. But talking about the coatings, I was looking at them. I was like, so ugly. The card's so ugly with the coating.
I understand why it would be a tough decision for some folks, but they were originally intended to be peeled.
Yeah.
A lot of them will literally say like, peel this. It'll have different verbiages, but like it'll literally say like, peel. They're telling you to peel it.
On the player's face or sometimes, and people won't do it because they think it's going to decrease the value because now you're altering the card that came from the factory. But it's just supposed to do that. But it's also like, like the 80 Topps hockey. Are you supposed to scratch off the puck?
Yeah.
Oh, don't scratch off the puck. But it's made to be scratched off.
Yeah.
So
but it depends too, right? Like there's certain things that you buy. Like I collect Sideshow figures as well. I think Sideshow makes like all the comic figures. They do an incredible job. But I never kept the boxes. And people are like, you never kept the boxes? I'm like, well, the statues are, let me see, I'll grab one. I'll show you.
I miss his backdrop, his library with all his shelves.
Okay, I am actually, what I've done, since this was brought up, I have actually put a poll in the chat. So hang on for 1 second, Brad. Okay. I've put a poll in the chat. #team peel, #team no peel. I'm actually curious for those of you who want to go in there and vote on this. It is a bit of a divisive thing with some folks. I'm curious, and feel free, hell, knock yourself out. I'll leave it up for a bit. Are you team peel or team no peel? I'm just curious where you stand on this. I am a team peel guy myself. That's my deal. If I have the choice and it's my card and I'm going to put it in, whatever, I don't want the obstruction. That's my preference. But to each their own. I'm just curious where you guys stand on that. I leave it to you. I'll leave it on for a bit so you guys can have it. So you got the Punisher there, Brad. What? Sorry, I missed part of it while I was typing it out. What's the deal with Punisher?
I'm a Punisher fan, so this is nice, Brad. I like
Oh
this.
yeah, they're sideshow figures. They do an incredible job, and I love them. But the problem, like to keep all the boxes, I think I got say a dozen of them now. I've got Captain America, Wolverine, and they're awesome statues. But it's kind of to the peel or not peel thing. It's like I love these. These are with me forever. They're going to be here. I have them out on display. I enjoy them, and I can't just keep the boxes. Like physically, what am I going to rent a storage unit for the next 30 years for all these boxes? So it's back to, as a true collector, peel or not peel, or keep the box or take out of the box, or what are you going to do? I'm on the enjoy what you have if it's part of your collection. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I like it. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Are all the Hulk Finest cards ones with peel still on? No, it can be without. Is the PVC coating of PVC of gas is really bad? I think it's the way they designed it. It's whatever they put the chemical composition of it. I believe it's based on humidity. I believe personally is humidity can exacerbate the issue from what I've seen. I believe that to be the case. I can tell you that I opened a box years ago of 94 Bowman Best Baseball years ago. All the cards in it were fine. But humidity, unfortunately, has been a bit of an issue where I store the cards. So it's one of those. I went back and checked the cards a couple of years ago, and they went full-fledged Hulk green all the way. And I think it was humidity. I honestly think it was the humidity that did it in because they were just sitting in the boxes. Other cards are perfectly fine and normal, but these cards went full-fledged Hulk green. I was like, it's got to be humidity on this one because I know humidity was a big issue. I've had it. That we've always made the joke about the heat pump thing, and that's something that I have to kind of invest in to have them install here. But part of that is having a dehumidifier with it because when it gets hot, it's the humidity that messes up. Most of my cards unaffected by any of this stuff. The refractors from that era, that early 90s refractor era, humidity. I believe. That is my opinion. Heritage is much less bidding than normal, and there were a lot of cards that didn't hit their generally conservative estimates. That's fair enough, Dave. Thank you for that. Can 80 tops card with a scratch off puck still get a PSA 10? It's a good question. Does the scratch off matter to that one, Brad? Or
You know what? I can't answer that question. I don't know.
It's a good question though.
I honestly don't think you can. You changed the card the way it came out of the factory. I don't think you can get a 10 if it's scratched off.
I wonder though. Okay, so let me put a different angle on this. I feel like it's less about you taking the item, the stuff off of it, in that even to do it at the very lightest level, you still have to scratch the card a little bit. I'm wondering if that affects the surface.
Yeah.
Like, which automatically would make it not eligible for 10. Because if you have to put any kind of anything on the surface, because like, I'm trying to think back to the 80 tops, because I actually got some 80 tops after the fact, and I actually went and removed it just myself, just to see. I was kind of curious. How light can you scratch it off without it potentially affecting the surface? I'm just curious. Like, could you get it off without affecting the surface at all?
And now I think people would pay, first of all, I don't think anyone would do it now. But if they were, they'd be very, very gentle. Where back in 1980, you'd grab a penny and scratch a thing off.
Yeah. Which would, in theory, put a little indentation on it and affect the surface. Affect the surface, for sure. Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I posed the question. I just asked the question. So yes, most people act like peels weren't applied to peel. I appreciate the man for trying to avoid factory scratches. Absolutely. Yeah. I definitely feel like you should peel before it's slabbed. I think that's fair. To peel or not to peel? Words never uttered by a gorilla, other than Silverback Eric. Minority peel what I did, yes. Who else do you have besides Punisher? There you go. CC says us an awesome Punisher. Do you have any other figurines like that, Brad, as well, other than Punisher?
Yeah, I got Captain America, Wolverine, Indiana Jones, Cobra G.I. Joe, Incredible Hulk. Oh man,
A bunch of them, you say?
Yeah, I think I got 12.
Here you go. A slab car with a protective coating on it is an abomination. That's a strong take. Fair enough. I like it. There's no doubt the prices are down and will continue to decline for almost everything except really iconic cards. I think that's fair. Buy 2 copies, one or with another. That is an option. You can definitely do that. That is the thing. You can do that. Yep. It's intended to be scratched off. It's valid. All right.
Yeah, there's a PSA 8. Like I'm just scrolling through because I'm very curious about that. I never really thought about it, but there's a PSA 8 80 tops Gretzky that's scratched off. So obviously you can scratch it off and get a 10.
I think it'd be interesting to get like the official statement on it, but I feel like as long as you're not damaging the surface, I feel like you could get on its own merits.
Because you wouldn't get an 8 with scratched off then.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like if it did damage the surface. So
I don't think you should. I mean, listen, I mean, you guys are all peachy guys up there, so you don't even have the amount that we have down here. And anybody down here, if you have an opportunity to buy the same card, scratched or unscratched, 100% of the time you're going unscratched. That's what people want down here. You know, if you, it's like, hey, I can't tell you how many times I've been asked or I've been at a show and I've heard people say, yeah, do you have one that's unscratched? I mean, like the Bork rookie is the big one, obviously, right? Yeah. And you got Gretzky's second season, and unscratched. That's what they want.
And you missed out. You guys missed out on Messier. Sad.
Yeah. I mean, I have one, but it's not in the tops. You know, I have the Opeachy, but yeah. No moose in 1980.
Tragic.
Well,
Kinda...
I got to take off, fellas. It's been an absolute blast as always, but we got the movers coming first thing in the morning, and I'm going to finish the rest of my.
You got to get him to move the cutting materials, buddy.
I got to finish the rest of my chips and just lie there in bed. But thanks so much, fellas, for having me on again, and it was a great Friday night.
Of course, sounds good, Brad. Have yourself a good evening.
Take it easy, buddy.
Okay, see you, fellas.
Take it easy. All right, so real quick, I'll read this. Kind of like when you open the old Pinnacle card cans, if you get the cards in a cool pen holder. If not, you probably get extra $3 after 20 plus years of holding. Yes. Facts. Let me take a look here. Oh, there we go. We got the picture here. All right, so I'll kind of show this off. I got this just a second ago. So this is kind of, I guess, kind of Brad's display of some figurines and stuff. So I could show that off real quick here. Let's do window here. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Couple of figurines there, Eric.
Yeah.
You got what, Cobra Commander there on the side there? Is that Cobra Commander over here?
Yes. Yep.
There you go.
And Wolverine. Nice. I can't make out that little one. You got.
I feel like this is maybe like a Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah, I keep my just
Joker.
Can't see it. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Captain America, Boba Fett. You got Batman and Iron Man.
That's not Boba Fett. You're gonna get in trouble.
Oh, he's not green. That's right. Who's the gray one then? So who's the gray one
then? The new one.
Oh, he's literally just called the Mandalorian. I haven't watched
the Mandalorian. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, Boba Fett's green, right? He's more of a green color scheme.
Yep.
True. That's a pretty good collection. Not too bad at all.
No, I love that. That Captain America one's fantastic.
I like the staircase over here. I like the see-through staircase thing because you can see like the little bolts.
Yeah.
Bonus points. I like it. I'm a fan.
There you go.
Here you go. Sherry says it is the Joker. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. Solid. Well played. Solid. Well played.
Very nice.
But yeah, when it comes to collecting, like you can get all kinds of crazy stuff. People can go down a million rabbit holes. Like a lot of people have a lot of different stuff. And I think that's what happens with a lot of the collectors. This is the reason why, look, we talked about it earlier tonight. That's the reason why I say, like, look, collectors are going to collect.
Mm-hmm.
Even with economic factors and stuff, they're going to collect. What they're going to do is they're going to adjust. They're going to adapt to what the environment is. Like, they're not necessarily going to be like, oh my God, I got to spend 80% of my income. They're going to be like, okay, right now things are a little bit tight. Let's tighten the belt a little bit. Does that mean I'm not going to get anything? No. But that means I'm going to be a little bit pickier about what I get. That means liquidity is going to go down. Suddenly, like, it's not like, there's 10 of them in front of me. I kind of want 8 of them. What the hell? I'll buy all 10. It's going to be like, okay, look, there's 2 of them that I really like. I'll grab this one. I'll grab this one. There's 5 of them that would be pretty cool. I'll grab one of those. And that's what happens. It becomes a lot more selective. Doesn't mean you didn't buy anything, but it just means you got a lot pickier. Suddenly got a little narrower. You're not going on your eBay watch list and hitting up, oh yeah, buy it now, buy now, buy now.
Right.
No, you're kind of sitting back. You're like, not today. Not today. If it's still there in a couple of weeks, maybe. maybe I'll
Yeah,
think about it.
I'm being a lot pickier too. My mailbox isn't as busy as it once was. Um, and there's no reason for me to spend that kind of money on stuff like it was a year or two ago.
Well, that's exactly it. But the
And
other thing as well,
the stuff will still be there. But before, you put it in your watch list, and it would be gone if you didn't jump on it. Now it's like that thing's been there a month.
so that was actually the point I was going to make. So thank you for that. What I was going to say was that what happened is you do this behavior, and then it would get reinforced with the fact that the card would still be there in a month, and I'd be like, and like most people would logically think like, oh, okay, so it's not getting snapped up, and it's a best offer. Maybe we can lowball this thing. Because all of a sudden it's like, well, if it's not getting snapped up, it's like, well, do you want to sell it? If you want to sell it, I'm kind of feeling like this lower price. So it becomes a lot more appealing.
I gave a guy an offer the other day for something. It was basically take $5 off, so I'd get free shipping. I wasn't being greedy, right? I was like, all right, well, what's his shipping cost? All right, minus $5. The guy counter offered. He had the original price minus 10 cents.
Yeah.
That was his counter offer.
And I've seen that.
I did not respond to that.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I will just flat reject that.
Yeah.
Like if somebody tries to pull that stunt with me, it's a flat rejection.
Yeah, you're utterly ridiculous.
And I have found that though. I really legitimately, truly believe that there are some people who are a little bit, they think they can play games and get a little bit cute. And
10 cents. Come on. That's just you don't belong in society with other human beings.
There you go. Let me just quickly check something here. Okay, got it. Yeah, but I agree with you. It's like you have to be a little bit pickier. Let me read a couple of these comments here. So my purchases, I've turned it from vintage to modern junk wax, and as I spend less and less, I can stop anytime I want. There you go, Carla.
I love that last part.
I
Yeah,
can stop anytime I want.
yeah.
I think it's true for collectors.
Professional career.
Yeah, I think that's true for collectors, but all the flippers are close to done or getting closer to being done. But here's the funny part. At a certain point, the price point will drop to a degree where the flippers can still... But what people don't understand is that they're like, oh, well, the flippers will be gone. The flippers will never be gone. What are you talking about? You just lower the price point. If you lower the price point far enough, you can still flip. Of course you can. Why wouldn't you? If you're at the high price point, then you've got a problem. But it's like, okay, just buy at the lower price point and flip that. It's not that hard. Of course you can. You just change the game. Good evening, Bob Lewis. Absolutely.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Facts. We'll see exactly how many of these folks are actually collectors. I think that's fair. That's a fair point. So we can definitely state that. So let's see here. I can stop anytime I want. I've been telling my wife that for decades. Facts, Dave. Facts. AXI Night 64. Food, rent, school, utility bills, gas, cards. Which, by the way, is fine. That's completely fine. And I would advocate anybody... Look, the cards should be after you've taken care of all the other business. Take care of all the other business. Make sure you're good. I have been very aggressive the last several years. That's why I gave you the contrast. I have been extremely aggressive in my purchases the last several years. I had mail days every single week that I documented on this channel. The last couple of months, I've had mail days, but they've been a little bit more sporadic because I'm not getting stuff in all the time. I can't make that work unless it makes sense. Like if I see an amazing lot right now, I will go buy it. No problem, no hesitation. The price must match what I'm seeing. If the marketplace is quiet and down, I want to get the price that I want to get. I am willing to make a deal at that price. And if they're willing to meet me at that price, they will get the money. I will get it to them, no problem. Done deal. Eric knows that when I did the deal for the country of origins, I paid more money than anyone's ever paid for that card. And I paid strong, good money for it. And I was willing to do that, even in this market, because that's what made sense for that card, because I had been chasing that specific card. Another card, I just say, well, okay, fine, let it go. I'll get the next one. But I've been chasing that one for a while, and they don't come up every other day. Pick and choose your spots, not all the time.
On that last comment there, putting your priorities in order.
Yeah.
If that I agree with that 1,000,000%. And if you go back and even I can't find it because I didn't pay attention to this episode. But in January, when I first started talking about the whole July 1st thing, I was specifically talking to people who got themselves in trouble in the hobby because they didn't follow that rule. They had cards first because that was going to be their big savior, and that was going to give them more food, rent, school, utility bills, gas. So they maxed out their credit cards. They got second mortgages on their homes. They sold, grandma's diamond ring. They did all of that and got themselves in huge trouble. So in January, if you go find, my big diatribe about July 1st is coming, I am talking to those people. I'm not talking to people who have plenty of money and, are doing fine in life and have no major bills or concerns. I was trying to get people to understand this stuff is going to crash in the next 7 months. If you are underwater, get out. Start fixing the problem. Because if you keep maxing out yet a third credit card, or you're going to sit on this stuff, by July, you are going to be ruined. And, obviously I can't talk to the whole world through this, show, but I hope some people listen to that. I hope they realize that, they had to get out of the trouble they got themselves into. But we see people every day at the store, or we hear stories of people that didn't, and they are suffering, and they're taking, a penny on the dollar to just on all the stuff they purchased just to try to get some bills paid, because they are ruined because they put cards first. So, I said this in January. I think it's great that we're still talking about this. This is a hobby. This is for fun. It has to be, at the back end of your priority list, because I saw too many people just ruin themselves, this past year, and weren't smart to try to fix it. Even though, with the audience that we have, I tried to encourage it with as many people as I could, but definitely not able to get to the whole collecting community.
That's fair. And you should take advantage of Eric's expertise. As you can see from his thing, he does have a little bit of an understanding in some of these categories.
This is true.
The tulip bubble. Google that shit. Trust me. Also brought it to us by the
It
Dutch.
goes up in the spring and then it goes down.
Brought to us by the Dutch.
Did you want to see my other Dutch card? I have more. This is my Dutch, same thing, Dutch gum, John Wayne. 1962, Dutch gum, John Wade, Richard Widmark. And it's from what trying to see if it tells you what movie it's from, but it doesn't. But
I don't think so. Not for that.
But, John Wayne card from 1962.
Dave here says food, rent, and responsibility in general is why the best time to collect is when you're a single guy. That does help.
Yeah.
Bob says I'm investing in pumpkins right now. Amazing market.
Honestly,
Smashing Pumpkins or regular pumpkins? Yes.
Either one. I think Smashing Pumpkins is making a comeback. So
they do make a comeback. Yeah, I think they were trying to. Unfortunately, Eric, the whole gambling hobby seems to be here to stay, and that's what gambling leads to. And the thing is, for me, I have no opposition to the gambling element. I enjoy it for what it is, but understand that's going to be part of the game. That is going to be part of it. You have to understand that. So now, if you do understand that, well, then great. You're playing within the rules. You understand the game you're playing, and that's fine. But if you don't get that, then that could be problematic for you. Big Unit says the Dutch are phenomenal baseball players. Traitor.
Ooh, he don't like you.
Disowned. Who knew Eric could chew gum? Facts. Would have thought he couldn't chew and breathe at the same time. True.
All right, that's your one freebie. I hope you enjoyed it. That's it.
It's pretty good.
I hope it was worth it. That's your one freebie.
There's no Smashing Pumpkins, but I did get a Metric album in the mail today. This came from Amazon.
I'd never heard of Metric.
You should check out Metric. They've been going on for a long time. I was shocked how long they've actually been releasing albums. I was like, really? Oh my god! I'm getting old. Not
they-
quite bougie area code, but goddamn,
Are they a Canadian band?
they are.
Yeah, I never heard of them.
They've done very well over the years. I was actually shocked how long they had been going on for. Like, I went in and I was like, oh, the new Metric album's on. Oh, awesome. Sounds good. And I was like, wait, how many albums have they done? How long has it been going on for? Oh. It's one of those things like it's not a pleasant like, oh no.
Oh, you
They-
mean like I was listening to Nirvana in high school?
Yeah, but you're like ancient.
Yeah, and then you realize how old, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but so just out of curiosity, which Nirvana are we talking about? Which specific era or album of Nirvana? Which part of Nirvana are we talking about?
Naked Baby in the Pool, Nirvana.
Okay, so never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. So Metric started in 98. It wasn't that long after that era. Like it was because I think Nevermind, I want to say was 91.
Well, I would guess
90?
I would say 91.
Yeah. I think that's right.
That's when I was. I think I was a senior in high school, and that's when it was. That's when I came out.
Yeah, 91. So Nevermind was 91. And yeah, so Metric actually started off they started off in 98. And they've actually been running very consistently since then. So it's been like,
Nirvana's not.
no, they're not.
No.
Lead singer is allegedly very dead.
He's with Elvis.
Yep. The Duke. Yep. Now the kid is off to college. Definitely more time collecting and buying. Big 2011 Topps Finest UFC Refractors, X-Fractors, and Golds. Lots of music stuff too. Just stuff enjoys outside of football and specs. Fair.
Yeah, but my kid's off to college next year, and that means those bills are coming in. I don't know how I'm going to afford collecting and other hobbies that I have interest in. I'm going to have to like pick 1, 2, and even budget that. I mean, I have lots of hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very fortunate that I have a lot of interests. But when those college bills start, showing up at the front door, I'm going to have to pick and choose which ones I'm going to participate in.
It is true. Did you guys not put any money aside though for college thing like before, or did you literally wait until like right now?
But I mean, we had other bills to pay. It isn't like we have like $200,000 just sitting in the bank for college. I mean,
What are they studying? What is it for now?
what my daughter's going to study?
What was it study? Yeah.
She's going to study environmental science.
Interesting.
Yeah,
All right.
Whatever.
Interesting. Should have gambled better. Cards and gambling. Facts. Eric was there for box debut. True.
No.
Bach. Dutch are pretty good baseball given the small sample size of players they produce. Bert Blyleven was Dutch American. He was. Coach pitched in one of the World Baseball Classics. Yes, I know. Yes, I know, Baz. Yes, I know. But do they wear the Canadian Executive? They might. I met Metric, great people. From what I understand, they are. And actually, I do enjoy, I will say, jokes aside, part of the reason I got the album is that I was actually very, very impressed because, like I said, the band started in 98. They've been going pretty consistently since then, releasing albums on a pretty regular cadence. So I think that'll work out. So I think that'll work with that. Now, I will say, though, I've been impressed that they have maintained fairly consistent quality. This album I actually thought was pretty solid. The last one as well, I actually thought was pretty good. So given that they're comfortably 20 years in, because I think they're now, 24 years in, that the current albums are still holding up pretty well. I was like, not bad, guys. Not bad. It's not the case in all cases, because Matthew Good was another one that was a favorite of mine. The last couple of albums, not so great. They're fine, but not great.
I kid you not. Would you like to know the last album, like vinyl, that I purchased at a store for my listening purposes were?
Was it Bach's second album?
Close. The last vinyl that I purchased at a store to listen to when it came out was Men at Work Cargo.
Interesting.
Go Google that and see what year that was.
Interesting. You know, Vinyl made a revival, right? Been going on
What?
for a while. You know, Vinyl had a
my
revival. It's
daughter-
been going on for a while.
Yeah, my daughter got hooked on all that. She listened to the records like 5 times and went, "Yeah, this is stupid," and went back to listening off her phone. It's like, duh.
I appreciate it. I still like having the album covers with the
Oh
larger,
yeah, I still have
uh,
a bunch that purchased used and things like that, Zeppelin ones and Rolling Stone ones and things like that. More of a collecting thing. But the last one I purchased, went to the store, purchased to come home and listen to, because that was how you could listen to it. And it was Men at Work Cargo.
Mm. Grandpa and mom's side covering college. I did all the pre-college work. Nice. Steven says Eric won't be paying back cars. Oh no, he'll pay. Oh, he'll pay.
I have no more money.
That's unfortunate. Then I'm afraid the rolling truck is going to have to be sold. You're going to have to do what you're going to have to do. Listen, what you do on your college is your business. You don't pay. Remember what I said about the hobby? The hobby is still like if the mob ran Vegas. What do you think happens if you don't pay back the mob? Eric?
They're going to sorry me to death?
I'm not actually Canadian, Eric.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting that.
This will not be an issue. Don't even worry about that.
All right. You I'm scared of. The other guys,
I will deal with you. There will be no sorries when I'm done with you.
no, you concern the hell out of me. Because you're Colombian and that's scary. But the rest of them, no, I'm not too worried.
Yeah.
Now,
Don't worry.
if they pick up, razor sharp skates up and put them on their feet and pick up a hockey stick, that's the only time a Canadian is scary.
What do you think I'm going to get them to do? I'm going to make sure they're suited up. I will handle my end of business,
All
but
right.
they will be suited up for this. Don't worry, we'll get that pickup hockey game going. You won't like how that one turns out.
No, I don't think that's gonna end well for me.
I paid my own way. There you go.
So did I.
It's not gambling if you win. Facts. Hooked on Bach. Facts. Do what my dad did. For 18 years, he told us that he had us covered with a roof and food until we were 18. Then it's up to us. There you go. Eric is hashtag old. Truth.
Your hashtag a big stupid jerk face.
It's a lot of hashtags. If Eric doesn't routinely sponsor the thumbs up button, he would have paid college prepaid. Carlos, the show ruined him. He deserves it. It's the least he can do. Frankly, it's the least he can do. I would have charged him even more if we consider the cost. The cost to our souls. Our souls. In dealing with this nonsense. Also, by the way, thank you for reminding everybody.
No,
He does sponsor the like button, and I do bill him for the likes. So those of you who already haven't hit a like, if you want Eric to pay, and he'll pay.
Could you
Oh, he'll pay.
thumbs down? How about some thumbs down?
Huge payments.
No,
Huge
no.
payments.
Thumbs
If you could
down.
hit the like button, it is free for all of you because of Eric. Thank you, Eric, for your generosity.
People, stop watching this stupid show. Why do you do this? I don't understand.
Cargo released in 1983.
Yes,
Is that correct? Is that right?
That's
So Cargo was released the year I was born.
I mean, I didn't drive to the store myself. Someone took me.
Something Wrench says, what kind of hobbies, Eric? Other than general bouginess, what kind of hobbies are we talking about?
Oh God. Well, obviously I mountain bike, which is why I ended up having surgery. Card collecting. I used to, for a period of time, I was a competitive archer. So I have several bows and hundreds of arrows. I shoot firearms, and ammunition is very expensive. I don't know. There's so many other things. I lost track.
Wow. Hopefully your aim with the firearms is good. It's the only thing that's going to protect you from the beatings.
Well, I can't bring my gun into Canada because you guys are a bunch of hosers.
Tremendously unfortunate. That is sad. And I've got a comment that covers that. Eric, we're going to have a little drooms and 10-pound rocks. Curling. Eric, hashtag, thinks Vinnie Vincent is the best.
Bob, block him. Block him. I don't want him on the show no more.
You're gonna have to fight him for it. At this point, you're going to have to fight everybody. Eric, you're forgetting 90% of the best fighters in the NHL are Canadian. We aren't allowed handguns, so all we had was a firearm was punching in street fights. Facts. Eric rode his tricycle to the record store and spent $3.98 on Cargo in the bargain bin.
No, well, listen, it was like the number one record in the world at the time. It was not in the bargain bin by any means.
Everyone enjoy your weekends. Thank you, Dave. Eric, hobbies, knitting, basket weaving, and walking marginally straight. Sometimes.
I walk a lot straighter now than I did before the surgery.
Fair. So real quick, update on this one. We've got 18 votes on the poll. So right now, team hashtag no peel is leading with 61% of the vote.
Yeah.
So we've got 18 votes. So it is, you know, still a little moderately close because right now you got 60. It's a little about over 60-40. So not too bad. Not too bad. Team
Yeah,
No
and
Peel
that's-
is leading.
And I mean, listen, that's kind of where I thought it would be, is that the majority of people say this is how it came out of the factory, don't touch it. Which, you know, on that, it doesn't make sense. See, the peel thing doesn't make sense, but the 1980 top scratch thing does make sense. Don't scratch it, but you should peel it. Yeah, I mean, I contradict myself, but it's that's why it's a controversy. You know,
Well, the hobby is a bit contradictory and stuff like that. That's usually how it works out. It is a fact.
yeah, don't scratch but peel. You know, it's like, what the hell do I know?
So hold on here. Mr. Lewis, my life hasn't been the same since July the 1st. Daps, man. What's going on, Bob?
All
How you doing?
downhill from there.
He should have known you, man. I mean, that's why it pays to know you.
Facts. So, Bob, how are things going? How are you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, good. I was we just got home from like we have a local amusement park that this time of year they kind of turn it into like a haunted,
Oh yeah.
Park.
So basically, you just walk, and every time you go in, all of a sudden, out pops a picture of Eric.
Basically.
Pretty horrifying.
So we just got back from that, and my wife's on the couch. She's got her drink, and she's watching whatever show she's watching. And I just kind of sit down and stare off into. And she's like, "Don't you have like a live stream you can get on or something?" So I said, as a matter of fact, I think I do. So here I am.
Well
So
played.
my question is, do you have a very supportive wife who supports your hobbies and your interests, or does she hate you and want you to go away?
Yeah, it is the prior. Yes, my wife loves me very much,
Wonderful.
and
She literally was on the show with you a couple of weeks ago, so she
Yeah,
was
right?
supportive enough to come on the show.
Yeah.
right. So
Matter of fact, why don't you go sit on the couch and bring her back?
yeah, yeah. Well, maybe after her glass of tequila, she'll be ready for that.
There you go. I also like that you've presented us with a new angle. So we got
Yeah,
a new
well,
angle
yeah.
on the Bob Lewis
Well,
camera angle today.
There's a lot going on in the other room. So
That's fair. I get you.
yeah, I'm blessed to have another room to come into. This
That's
is
fine.
actually where I started making videos in the room, and then I migrated. I slowly expanded.
That's fair. Now, real quick, I want to touch on one thing with you as well. Now, unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to go back and look at it. I did make reference a second ago to when Bob was on last time with Mrs. Lewis. And we actually tried to give away some stuff. I feel like some people in the chat
Yeah.
might be around for that. I haven't gone back to the footage. By the way,
Okay.
guys, if those of you who were here, I feel like I can double check and
The
corroborate.
card curmudgeon was one.
Yeah, so he's here. So Baz is here. Baseball card curmudgeon is here. The thing is,
Okay.
you guys got to reach out to Bob Lewis or reach
Yeah.
out to me somewhere in some capacity in the comments or somewhere.
Yeah,
That way we can get you in touch with Bob Lewis so he can send you cards.
I
did
they're
win
ready to
something.
go, man. I just need some addresses. I don't care
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you're in Canada or not. Like
Yeah.
I'll it's all good.
Yeah. So the thing.
The other one was somebody that you knew. I think he watches not a lot more than he comments, and then because it was a kind of a newer name to me, but
Yeah, it could be. Like I know baseball card curmudgeon Baz is here. He was here a couple minutes ago.
so
And he was one,
Is
and
Baz the Golden State guy, or was he the Ray Allen guy?
I'd have to double check. I got
Yeah,
to
there
go.
was that, and if he's listening, he can.
Oh,
he can-
Steven. Here we go. Steven. So I DM'd
Nice.
Bob on Instagram. I don't know if you got it. So you have to double check your Instagram there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me do. I'll check.
So
If I
that's
don't
good.
reply to you, by tomorrow, just send me another one, man. Maybe does Instagram have like hey, you have to request this message? Sometimes I don't like. I have to-
There is a thing sometimes on there where if someone you've never reached out to before that you're not following, you might have to just check in there. But take a
approve
look
it. And
at
I
it.
think that's most likely where it's hung up. But I'll. And were you the Golden State guy, or were you the Ray Allen guy?
Yeah. So you can confirm that, Steven. That'd be great. And then I know
Yeah.
Baz was around a couple minutes ago, so we'll see it. So we'll grab it. Baz was the Golden State one. So here you go. So you go, I need to reach out to you still, so that's fair enough. So yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. And Steven, we'll have to double check on that DM. But thank you guys. I wanted to make sure that I want to make
and
sure you got your stuff.
I don't want to be Sports Card Radio coming and saying this guy promised to send these 2 packages and he never delivered on it. Like, what a freaking scumbag, you know. So.
There you
Well,
go.
first of all, you're a Hall of Famer, so that guy.
Oh, that's right. I just pull out the card. I forget, you know. I try to stay humble.
Well, you have me to remind you.
There you go. And now, if you need some commentary on Dutch tulip futures, just saying.
Yeah,
Think
get
about
any questions about Dutch tulip futures and stuff.
So, Carlos, I haven't been able to really watch the last couple. Anyways, my point is, I'm wondering, have you touched on or talked about the Brett Favre situation and like this? That's not affecting you, how you collect, I imagine, right?
Well, I literally made a video about it.
Yeah,
Now, to be fair, though, I don't know who Brett Favre is. I only know Brett Favre.
Oh, yeah.
I know that guy. If that's the guy you're referring to, I do know that.
Yeah, he played for
That
Atlanta,
guy
I
did
think,
nothing
right?
wrong.
Yeah.
It's
Is he a Falcon?
did something wrong.
Yes,
Favre,
yes.
he's clean.
Yeah, he's fine.
Clean as new sheets.
So long story short, I did make a video about a kind of opening-ended question, just to leave it open for folks. I was curious their opinion on it. My stance is I separate the player from his person, and like as a person, he's a piece of shit. Like it's pretty straight,
Right?
And he's kind of been a piece of shit, to be honest, for a while. So he's had that kind of going for, even when he was a player, he's kind of a piece of shit. In fairness, so as a upstanding citizen, he never was. So I'm not going to pretend he was.
He takes PP
Right.
pitches.
Yeah. So the reality is that was not an issue for me. I looked at it as a player. He is associated to some great games that I got to watch, some good memories of games that I got to enjoy. So, and I enjoy the cards. So I actually treat the cards almost like a separate entity. I don't really associate it to the player. That's always been my stance on it, because it's like, well, I have fun collecting the cards. The fact he is a piece of shit is his own problem. That's his issue to deal with.
Yeah.
Not really mine.
Yeah, I it's almost like you picked different sets to collect, and it just happens to be the same player in each of those sets. Because you like, I know Favre is the guy that you're collecting, but you were very, if I remember correctly, you picked kind of which inserts which shiny cards you wanted.
Yep.
So the sets were just as much as a part of that PC as anything.
Yeah. What really worked out is that because he was a feature player in the 90s, because he was winning MVPs and he was in a lot of the best sets. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, save that. You'll be able to retire
Classic.
one day.
Exactly.
That's a Brett Favre rookie card.
It's true. I have this sitting, I think, in one of my Z folios. I was able to grab a couple of singles back in the day, but today. Good.
I was just gonna say, like, he's one of those guys, weird situation where like that second year high series card is like his most expensive
Of his early era, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Big
exactly it.
bucks, baby.
Man, he's
Big
loaded.
bucks. Big bucks. But because he was in so many sets, it meant that you could have the pick of the litter. If there was a great set in the 90s of football, he was in it. So like you basically didn't miss out. So you could kind of pick and choose which one you thought was kind of interesting, which I thought was great. Great. Yeah. Now my thing is, I say it kind of in jest, but I'm actually not joking. Like, look, here's the deal. If enough people get turned off of the guy, then it lowers his price. I was like, oh, cool. So then I can actually get the card that I want super cheap. It's like, okay, double bonus.
I heard
That's
you
awesome.
say that.
That sounds great. Like, look, he's a piece of shit. I agree. Y'all should dump his cards for next to nothing.
Yeah.
I will take them. I accept your terms.
Aaron Hernandez cards are really cheap now.
They really are. They really are. But no, there was another good example given in the comment section. Like I wanted to turn it around and make it a question. I wanted to turn it around and make it a question for folks. I used the Ray Rice as an example of something unfortunate. I actually got a chance to watch Ray Rice in college. I got a chance to watch him at the International Bowl. Have a breakout performance. It was amazing. I got to enjoy watching him early on. And then he torpedoed the whole thing. I have no control over what the player does. It's unfortunate. And in the same vein, another example that somebody gave was Michael Vick. Great player.
Yep.
But he basically screwed up. For some folks, that's an unforgivable sin. It is a step too far. They can't. And I said, I totally understand. And I'm not going to tell anybody no. Like, I totally get it. I totally understand. If that's a bridge too far for you, then hey, avoid them like the plague. Get rid of the ones you have. Totally get it.
Right.
Everybody's going to be different. Some people get the opportunity. Sometimes your heroes actually turn out to be okay, turn out to be pretty decent folk. And if that's the case, hey, great, that's awesome. Sometimes they're just not. They're flawed human beings like everybody
Yeah,
else.
you know, that's interesting because like so Shaq is one of my guys, you know,
Yep.
and just to see sort of how he is today, you know, post basketball career, and even during. I mean, he really was just a good dude, giving away a lot of stuff, often helping as many people as he can. I feel like, you know, and not only that, just like common sense view of the world around him, and not he doesn't just align himself with some particular ideology because it's the trendy thing to do. You know, it's like, yeah. So that means a lot to me to see like the guy that I sort of collected, and not only was he, you know, Hall of Fame caliber player, he's somebody that I would want to have a beer with, and you know,
And that's always a nice bonus. Yeah, I think that's
John's pizza. I have a beer with, or Papa John's pizza with.
interesting.
Yeah, right.
Interesting.
And talk about the general insurance. I mean, he is not shy about endorsements. That's for sure.
Oh,
Yeah, Ben Get or hot icy hot was one.
yeah.
Icy hot, yes, indeed. You can always
He
look.
got in. I think he got in on like, I forget. I see like Shaq shorts pop up for me all the time, and it's usually about some business decision that he made.
Well, look,
But he
could you imagine if you did sit down and have a beer with him? Imagine the intellectual conversations you could have on the premise of Steel or Shaq Fu. You could have some
I'd be more
amazing
interested
cinematic
in
conversations.
Kazam. I would be more interested in hearing his thoughts on Kazam and
Kazam, yes,
Yes.
yes. Not quite on the level of, you know, all-time great cinematic masterpieces. There are some
in the conversation, but it's more of an honorable mention.
But there are tiers of like cinematic masterpieces. You know, I could probably think of a couple movies offhand. I have to think about it a little bit, Eric. But I could probably think of a couple movies like top tier.
I know at the end of the show last week, I was just kind of watching. You were talking random topics, as sometimes happens. And I just was thinking, so are you guys fans, or anybody fans of like DVD commentaries, whether the director commentaries or actor commentaries, or like if it's a classic, you know, Alfred Hitchcock movie, some notable like person doing a commentary over the movie. Does that stuff interest you at all?
For certain movies.
Yeah.
So Eric, I'm gonna go to refill, but go ahead and talk about it. For certain movies, though, I will say, and one thing I'll throw at you guys, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. If you're interested in that kind of thing, there are Criterion collection movies like that where they're like extensive. They will give you featurettes and director's commentary, actors commentary. They go deep. Those are the crazy ones. If you're a collector, the Criterion, those are amazing.
Collections are
and
great.
fit right into that. Yes.
Yeah, Wes Anderson had a couple of them. That I don't have many, but they are. I love all that sort of. Now this is more based on like I haven't been really into Hollywood new movies for a few years now, but the movies that I grew up with and stuff, if they get a special DVD release or Criterion Collection release, you know, I'd be all over that. But yeah, for specific movies. So I just got into it. I used to be a security guard, and so it was like I'd work 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Basically, I show up, I lock the building up. It's me in an empty building for 8 hours. I open the door back up at 6:30 a.m. So I would just bring my portable DVD player, and I would pretty much you watch a movie, and then you're like, okay, I didn't bring 10 DVDs with me, so what else is on this disc? And I would end up watching like DVD commentaries, and some of them were pretty just boring. You know what I mean? Like it's just somebody but. Dude, the one that you ever Big Trouble in Little China? You ever heard of that?
I watched it when it first came out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a great movie. It's kind of like gotten like a cult following now. But
there's going to be a sequel or a remake to it.
I mean, I don't know. Like, anyways, but So speaking of, look at this.
Oh, nice.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So John Carpenter and Kurt Russell's DVD commentary for that. It's like one of my all-time favorites, just because like they're buddies and they're just talking and they're just laughing and they're like, the movie talking about the movie where it was, it was like supposed to be promoted as something as big as like Indiana Jones and This was the time of Rambo and stuff, and Jack Burton comes in, and if you've seen the movie, like he's the hero, he's like the star, but he's like the side. He ends up being the sidekick, really, and the sidekick, like Wang, he's the freaking guy that's doing ninja kicks, like flying across the screen and stuff. So, and it was just like they're just laughing that people didn't get that, I can't imagine why they wouldn't get that in the time of Rambo, when like so clearly the star, the hero is the main guy. And this was just a flip of it, and then all like the like martial arts, fantasy, like mysticism stuff, like that was all. Nobody was doing that, So they talk about just how they're kind of laughing about how like we're always ahead of our time, but too ahead of their time that they never make any money off of it. You know what I mean? But he talks about like how like home movies, people found it on home movies. So it just gives a lot of little interesting little tidbits. And
I think it can create what it does is it extends. If you already like a movie, it's kind of fun to see what sometimes they're thinking, what goes behind some of it, get a little bit of extra in there. I think that's a cool thing. Let me read a couple of these comments here, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah, we get
it. Yeah, sounds good. So Bob Jackson says, wow, Genesis and Phil Collins, including his solo stuff, sold their catalog for $300 million. I can imagine. That's an extensive catalog because Genesis had a lot of stuff. And Phil Collins' solo stuff, some really good stuff in there as well. I can imagine that catalog being worth a ton of residuals. I didn't win anything, but I'm comfortable accepting valuable items for free if necessary. I appreciate your sacrifice, Carlo.
Wow, that was really nice.
Beth says, I think you said you would, what kind of beer is it?
So it's a local, I'm pretty sure you guys don't have Fatheads up there. I think it's yeah, so this is Bumbleberry. It's like a honey blueberry ale. Pretty good.
Interesting. All right. I think you said, Beth says, I think you said you would send me your Hall of Fame patch, right, Bob? Oh, listen, that opens up doors for Bob Lewis. You got to be careful. There's a lot of power behind that badge.
You mean this badge right here?
Look at this guy. If Judge hits 62, do you consider him the unofficial hiker? I don't.
I do.
Regardless of the circumstance, he's got to hit 74. He's got to hit 74.
You know what? And Roger Maris Jr. believes that also.
Yeah. He got to hit 74, I'm afraid.
No.
Yeah, Roger Maris Jr. doesn't count for anything. His vote doesn't count.
There's only one. There's only one set of record books, right? There's only one record book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can be the American League record holder.
Well, he will be. He will be if he does it.
Yeah.
But I think that should be the. That's just my opinion. I've stated it here. We've had many conversations. I'm against cheaters in any sport. I'm against the steroid era, and I don't want to see any of those guys in the Hall of Fame.
They're already in the Hall of Fame.
Listen, I'm from Boston, and David Ortiz went in, and I'm probably the only person in the whole damn state that said he doesn't belong there.
You mean David Arias?
Yes.
True. Facts.
Correct.
So Matt here says, I consider Judge if he gets Cesar Moore to be the American League record holder, which is right.
Well,
Still couldn't carry Barry Jones' jock, but he have the same helmet size. Fair. Shaq won't do ads for companies that won't let him buy part of the company. He's a business mogul. Facts. ALNL, what's the difference today in terms of the designated hitter? None. Big Trouble Little China. The scene in the elevator cracks me up. Nice.
Oh, dude. They talk about that for sure.
Yep. Whatever player hits 5 home runs in the NL gets traded weeks in the season, hits 57 home runs during the AL during the remaining season. He only gets credit for records as far as I know for his stats in each league in that scenario towards league records. No, I think if you hit if you hit a record amount of home runs in a season, you would still get credit for being the record holder in the season, but you would be in a weird situation where you would be the record holder in either league. but you'd be the overall major, because you still played a major league season. You still hit a record number of home runs in major leagues for that season. So it'd be kind of weird. It'd be a weird scenario. You actually had a taste of that possibility before McGuire hit the 70. The year before, I'll double check the number, but I feel like he hit 58 the year before, and he played in each league as part of that. So it was like it wasn't a half and half. It was, but he hit a good chunk of it in the American League, and then hit the rest in the National League.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was 1 year specifically.
If I'm not mistaken, the all-time professional home run records are all in Japan.
For the overall, yes. Yeah, it was Sadahara O has the overall career, but the single season records are still in, because the Japanese record was 55. So, and I think that's been challenged. Even this season, I think, actually. I remember somebody hit 55, I think, this season. I don't know if they broke it or not. I haven't paid attention to it. So here it was, 1997. So 1998 was the year he hit 70. And then the year after that, he hit 65. So led the league in those 2 years. But in 1997, in 1996, he hit 52 and led the league in the American League. In 1997, Mark McGuire hit 58 home runs that season. However, he hit 34 of them for the Oakland Athletics and then hit 24 of them for the St. Louis Cardinals. But he hit 58 home runs that year in total.
So they got rid of McGuire when he had how many home runs?
34 home runs in 105 games. And they traded him midseason, and then he spent the last 51 games in St. Louis.
Do you remember that being a big story?
It was, because I think he was leading the league in home runs at that point. It was just a situation that, yeah, they needed to. I don't remember what the context was of them doing a deal. Maybe they couldn't come to a deal on a contract or whatever it was. But he had 34 home runs, and he was hitting 284 at the time. So he was playing well. So it was a situation where it's like he was 33 years old, and I guess maybe they were thinking like, okay, well, this is about as good as he's going to be. This is about the best we can hope for. He's hitting a ton of home runs. He's hitting well, like 284 average at that point. Solid. And then he went on to hit.
I don't know if you're on Baseball Reference, but does it say what the deal was? Was it? What was it like? What did they get for him, or
for the trade? Sometimes they do. I feel like, but let me see. I'll see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. I found it. So 1997. So this was July 31st, 1997. He was traded. He was traded by the Oakland A's to St. Louis Cardinals for the Eric Ludwig, T.J. Matthews, and Blake Stein.
Solid move.
The A's, of course, had all that, baseball math stuff going on over there. So they must have.
That came later.
Yeah,
I don't think in 1997 they weren't doing it yet.
Yeah.
Moneyball hadn't kicked in yet. They can't use Moneyball as that excuse. Not for that one. That was just a shitty deal.
But no, what I think is the FBI was knocking on the clubhouse door and they're like, get him out of here.
There's a Bob Jackson comment.
I hate this show. I hate doing this. I'm not doing it anymore.
You can always count on the other Bob.
There's always a Bob. The Road Boys don't count. That's from an A's fan. Yep. Oh, the Royd Boys don't count. Fair enough, Rick. Gotcha. Kurt Russell says strangers in elevators, quote, the Big Trouble in Little China scene. Says strangers, quote, the Big Trouble in Little China scene to him all the time. Yep.
Feeling kind of invincible.
Big story for the A's. Ownership has been a joke in Oakland for a long time. Yes. Eat shit, Fisher. There you go. Rentals typically don't get you much for 33-year-olds. Yeah. I think that was probably what hurt the situation, is that because it was rental. The idea was they're trading him mid-season. They're hoping I don't recall what his contract situation was, but there's a real likelihood that he was probably at the end of a contract. Because I think, yeah. So here you go. 1997. Yeah, so it looks like the St. Louis, his salary went up right after that. So it looks like maybe he was getting a new contract right after that. So that probably explains a little bit of it, that like, hey, they were trying to get a. So you go.
He wasn't on any of, I don't know. McGuire never got a ring, did he? Did he with the Cardinals? I can't remember if they.
Not with the Cardinals, but he was in. I want to say 89 with Oakland.
That's right.
Yeah. So they did the one with the earthquake in it. I think it was 89 against the Giants. So it was the Subway. It was the Bay Series or whatever. Yeah. I forget what the term was, but it was the Giants and the A's. The A's got the 3 straight World Series.
They lost the year before to the Dodgers, right?
And they lost the year after the Cincinnati Reds.
Huh.
So they went to 3 straight World Series and won
Wow.
1 out of 3.
Wow.
But that team was really good. Like, that was the tail end of the A's being good. But they had that run there where they went to 3 straight World Series.
I was watching that game live when that happened, and we had family living in San Francisco at the time, and
wow.
they kept showing the Bay Bridge and the collapse of the Bay Bridge, and yeah, we were like horrified and worried for my family that was in San Francisco living there. Well, they're just right outside of San Francisco.
Are they still there today, Eric?
No, they got up and moved to Arizona.
Smart.
Yeah.
It's tough that some of the nicest places are the ones that are directly in line with natural disasters. Like, you're like, oh, dude, because parts of California are just beautiful in terms of what they've got going on there. But you're also on a fault, so you're going to be constantly in the danger of an earthquake at any time, and the big one is always around the corner.
Yeah.
You're a generation away from the big one.
Is it like that up north, even like Sacramento and stuff? I mean, they're not getting the earthquakes that like.
I think it depends on where you are, because don't forget, it's not just one fault. It's a series of fault lines, and there's like offshoots of it. But
I mean, it's gonna break off soon, right? At some point.
Well, that's the thing. But the thing is, soon is relative. Like, it won't be in our lifetime, but there will be. Look, if we lived forever, there would come a point where, like, part of California is literally an island. But by an island, I mean you could literally walk across the gap between the two. Literally just step over it, because it's going to take time. It's I remembered in science class many moons ago. It's tectonic plates. It's literally this movement of these plates, but it takes forever. It takes eons, basically. It'll happen, but it's going to take a really long time.
Yeah, like the rate at your fingernails grow is probably like light speed compared to like what we're talking about.
It's dead slow. Yeah, so it won't be something you'll be able to visually see. It'll be something that it happens. Come back in 1,000 years, and you'll be it moved a couple of feet.
A time loop on YouTube. Somebody's gonna set a camera up at some point.
Exactly.
I don't know how I feel about this comment, because part of me wants to be number one, but I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know how to feel about this. Should I be happy or upset?
Mixed feelings.
So is Bob somebody that Eric knows in the real world, or is this just a commenter on the Carlos live stream?
Not that we're aware of. We don't know. We don't know what the connection is of Bob Jackson to.
He's just a big dumb jerk face that watches.
It sounds like a fake name, first of all.
Yeah, probably. No, he's
Bob
a big dumb jerk face who watches this stupid show every Friday and picks on me and says bad things and hurts my feelings.
Much love, Bob. Much love. Don't change. Ringing 89. Yep. Is getting hotter here just as speed. Bay Bridge series. Sacramento feels earthquakes, and in general, earthquakes aren't bad.
Okay.
Most of them are okay. They don't last very long, but it's one of those things. You just have to be in the right. You want to be in the right place when an earthquake happens. If you're in the right place, you're probably going to be fine.
I mean, from what I like, they happen, and it's not people that are there and that are sort of like desensitized to it all. It's just kind of like all right, it's over. I've never experienced an earthquake in Pittsburgh.
Not that day. It wasn't. Usually it shakes. Some plates would fall off the wall. Crap, broke another plate, and maybe there'd be a crack in the wall. You just replaster it. This thing just destroyed stuff.
Well, that's why I said that because it is tectonic plates. Earthquakes are semi-regular occurrence, but there are degrees, right? There's different levels. What I'm saying is about once a generation you get the big one, give or take. The problem isn't an earthquake. The problem is an earthquake where you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it happens to be one of the stronger ones, and then one that has aftershocks that can also cause damage. That's where you get into big problems, and that was a bigger quake at the time.
Being on that bridge when that went off.
That would have been like the worst possible place. It's not like the earthquake affected everybody the same way, but if you're in that spot, it's the worst place you can be.
I can't, and I'm not making light of any of this, obviously. I can't remember how many or if people died on that, but I'm thinking some people probably died on that bridge that day.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be like the scene Robin Hood Men in Tights. That's a reference. I'm on the East Bank. I'm on the West Bank. That's right. About 45 minutes north of San Francisco. We get quakes, but they don't get in San Francisco. Yep. Depends on where you are. When someone bumps in your chair, that's pretty much an earthquake 99% of the time. Yeah. A lot of quakes are not too crazy, but again, it's right place, right time. It's also how strong the quake happens to be, how much of a vibration you get for it. So a lot of them are happening, and most people don't even perceive them. They're relatively minor. But then there's other ones where you will perceive them. You'll feel it. And then there's ones that are really problematic, and if you're in the wrong spot, that's where you run into a problem. It's nature. It's just right place, right time.
That happen, underwater, and it's a tsunami, and that comes and wipes you out then. So,
well, exactly. That's just it. And look, it's natural disasters, right? There's people that live in Tornado Alley. It's like you can't feel that, and then all of a sudden it happens, and then it's right on top of you, and you're like, well, okay, so what are you going to do? I hope you plan for this. I hope you're in the right place.
Oh, so this property is really cheap. Why is that? Well, we get a lot of tornadoes here. Great, I'm buying a double wide. Just like, come on, God hates trailer parks. Everyone knows that.
Facts. Natural disasters, you mean like earthquake could hit you? Well done. Correct, Bob. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, I know that's a wrestling reference because I watched wrestling back then.
Yes. The best part is that from that reference, one of the wrestlers was John Tenta, I think Earthquake. John Tenta looked like he was comfortably in his 40s, and apparently he was in his 20s when he was doing it. I was like, oh my God.
No way.
Jesus. I was like, dear God, why? Yee.
Oh, wow.
And like he looked way older. I was like, oh, sir. Yikes.
I mean, obviously he was just an enormous man and stuff, but the balding head and
it was the skullet. It was the skullet. The fact that he had kind of the side
and the beard.
It was bad. It was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, he looked like he was 42.
Yeah. From what I understand, though, from what I recall, he was actually in his 20s. And I was like, oh no. No. That's unfortunate. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Not much you can do about that one.
Yeah, that's a face that only a mother can love.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
And as someone who has a face that only a mother can love, I know what I'm talking about.
Well, until you betray her.
I did do that once on the show, and I had to apologize.
Deservedly so. Deservedly so. Cool. So we'll let Mr. Lewis come back here in a minute. I want to update on the poll. 25 of you have voted now. Thank you for that. So the results right now, I'm going to end the poll here in a second, but the results right now as they stand, Team No Peel has 64% of the vote, a popular vote, with 36% being Team Peel. Fair enough. I did not vote, to be clear. I did not vote in this, but I'm a Team Peel, my guy myself, but fair enough. I get it. So we're going to end the poll here. We're ending it at 64-36 for Team No Peel. Congratulations to those of you who selected. 25 votes for the end result poll. So thank you for that. Bob here is saying any new pickups. I think it's been kind of quiet for yourself. Has anything even been on your radar? Let me kind of open that up a little bit. Has anything, at least you've been keeping your eye on, or anything going on with that?
Well, I'm always looking for the 6970 autograph cards plus 6970 PSA 8 and above, mostly PSA 8. So I'm always on the lookout for 1969-70 hockey. Tops or Peachy. That's my favorite set. Just anytime I get my hands on something, I try to do it. I just got this in. So Glenn Sather, he's in his Bruins uniform, but he's on the Penguins this year. So I got that autographed. Got it off of eBay. I did a lot of research, making sure the autograph was authentic. It looked exactly like many other authenticated autographs. So I pulled the trigger and bought it. So he's a Hall of Famer because in the building category as a coach and GM. So, anytime you can get a Hall of Famer's autograph, that's pretty cool. And, people that have watched me on the show and can see behind me and maybe follow me on Instagram, my favorite hockey player of all time, believe it or not, isn't Bobby Orr or Wayne Gretzky. It's Reggie Lemlin, played in Calgary and for the Boston Bruins. I just was hanging out with him again a couple of weeks ago. I I have his game used stick hanging on the wall.
I was
over
gonna say
there.
you got to master the fine art of learning how to point because you literally have his jersey over your shoulder. If
Yeah.
you master the art of pointing at the right thing, you could totally do it. Completely on the wrong side. Yeah.
Like that.
There you go.
So there's an autographed jersey. I got his game used stick hanging on the wall way back there, and I picked up. Now I paid $7 and something cents for this. Okay, but it is a game used jersey, Reggie Lumlin card, and my very first 1 of 1. So to say I have the only copy of this Reggie Lumlin card in the world, it's pretty cool for me because, I'm a big fan. And, so I just, the guy that sold it didn't care. And he's like, who's this guy? From the 80s and 90s. And he's $7 and something cents on eBay. I go, okay. So, that's, to me, as a collector of this player, that's kind of a big deal. Now, I wish as a one of one, they could have give you a better jersey than just a piece of white and that's it. This would be good for a patch. This would be good for some color, but it's just white, which is kind of boring. But it's still a 1 of 1 of my favorite player, so that's kind of cool.
Well, I think In the Game had a couple of theme sets for different decades. I assume that was an '80s theme set. Is what it was.
Cross Between the Pipes, Cross Canada Tour game.
Okay.
Jersey.
Okay, so it was the goaltender theme one. Gotcha. The
So-
reason I say so is that they did a couple of series where they did decade specific ones. They did one that was In the Game decade '90s, and they did one that was decade '80s. So you had, obviously, if you were a fan of certain players during that era, they would look for some of the more obscure players, and it would be a great opportunity for, hey, I was a fan of so and so. Obviously, for me, the '90s one was perfect because that plays right into the wheelhouse of the time that I watched the most. I was following everything that was going on. I was in fantasy hockey leagues, and so like the names that I would remember from that. So I did open a couple of packs of those because I was like, I got to. Like this is my era. If I'm going to open a pack like this is the era that I've got to open up stuff for. Eric's who owned the Rocket in the playoffs. There you go. I thought Eric had a green screen. Perhaps. I just put together the Topps X Lauren Taylor Wave 2 set. She's an artist that did Project 70 cards. Okay, cool. Nice. It's good. If you like the cards, that's a good thing. Was his nickname the Gremlin?
No.
Did he have a nickname?
No. But the last one I got recently is 1983 Vezina Trophy winner Pete Peters autograph. Pete Peters had the lowest goals against average of the 1980 decade. And if you think back to the 80s, you had Gretzky scoring 215 points a year. You had 92 goals in a year. Goalies were made to look foolish in the 80s. But Pete Peters won the Vezina for Boston in 83. And throughout the entire 10-year span, had the lowest goals against average.
Interesting.
And I don't think he gets enough credit in the hobby or in hockey history for that accomplishment. So I picked up one of his autographs. So that was pretty cool.
There you go. Nicely done. So, Bob, the question was really if basically they asked if Eric had picked up anything recently. He showed off a couple of cards there. Question for you. I know that obviously busyness and YouTube is here and there from now and then, once in a blue moon now. Is stuff still coming in? Are you still looking at stuff? What's going on your side?
I mean, so actually, my next purchases are going to probably be from a friend of ours, Mr. Dave Archer.
Oh, nice. Okay.
He's got some Randy Mosses that I was he had showed on one of the IRP shows. I'm sorry, I'm sick. I can just hear myself talking. It's probably
It's all
annoying.
If I catch COVID, Bob, I'm gonna be pissed.
There are probably people that believe that you can catch it through the phone. Imagine that. So, yeah, he had a couple like Randy Moss patches that I'm waiting on some pictures, Dave, if you're watching this. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, I haven't really been I haven't been searching too much, man. So yeah, just busyness is one thing, but just like sort of life happenings, things that are out of your control happen. So yeah, I'm now like I'm home during the days, during the weeks. Um, yeah, you can make that inference that there's no job. So I'm kind of in between there. So we pulled the baby out of daycare, and I'm like home now, and my aunt's in the hospital. It's like just one thing after another.
On a bright spot, Bob. Honestly,
Yeah.
no jokes. I was a stay-at-home dad, and I'd work like second shift. Okay, so and it wasn't even full second shift. I'd go into the office around 3. I'd get out at 10 when I was doing drug and alcohol counseling. So, but I'd be with my daughter from when we brought her home from the hospital.
Right.
All the time. It was awesome.
It has been. It's been a month. It's been about a month now. So
Best job of my life. I go back in time and do it again, and it paid off because even to this day I have a phenomenal relationship with my daughter, even though she's 17 and in high school and all that. The fact that I was the one that was with her like 24/7 when she in those those formative years.
Yeah.
It pays off. It's the best time in your life. Embrace it.
that's cool, man. And I love hearing that. And I can get on board with that for sure. It's been really cool. I'm a pretty involved dad. Like even hearing my mom like tell me like not in so many words like you're a better dad than my dad was with like little ones. My dad's a great dad, but like he doesn't.
My dad himself told me that.
Yeah, like he doesn't do babies and stuff. So it's just like, anyways, yeah. I mean, if I think people know me enough to know that I have no shame in like acting like a child, so it sort of works out that way. I'm on the floor. We have a great time. We'll just say that. And my wife makes more money than I would be able to like make. And really, I mean, I could go work at Amazon like tomorrow, but it's just we're able to with me not working now. The baby's home, so we're not paying daycare, and it's almost a wash. It really is.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Hey, Bob, I got pictures of me, and I'm a proud girl dad.
I got 3 daughters, so yeah.
And I am totally proud to say there's pictures of me dressed up in wigs and makeup and princess dresses and tea parties.
And that was like from last weekend.
And you know something? If my 17-year-old daughter wanted to spend time with me and said, "Dad, let's do this," I'd be like, "You got it."
Yeah.
You only go around once, and if you can spend these quality times with your kids, do it. So I think that's awesome. Good for you.
Good times. A wholesome moment. A wholesome moment.
Yeah. You gotta wait 4.5 hours for it, but it's okay. It'll
Beckett
be worth it.
still sucks. I hate this show, and I hate Carlos.
That was a cleansing for everybody,
Well, I agreed to give him the moment because I figured, all right, fine, I'll give it to him. But as soon as we're done with the damn wholesome moment, it's like we're gonna fix
You want
this.
to see some slippers? Look at these bad boys.
You have like, is that like Steelers like shoe slippers or something?
Is that Bruins, Penguins, or Steelers?
That's Steelers.
Steelers. All right.
Oh yeah.
I'm just glad we got past the wholesome moment. There's only so much wholesomeness I can
These
stand
were
with it.
uncovered. We had a yard sale recently, and these were uncovered during that. Uh-oh.
I just needed to make sure that we got this covered. Like, I can only tolerate so much of this. We have to go back to fixing this.
Dude, they're getting like a little bit of buzz, and then like I feel like they do a video every 6 hours now.
Well, I think I've said before that there's different reasons that people do this. One of them is to get attention. One of them is to try to parlay it into something else.
Sure.
They've done a very good job. At this point, they get a lot of attention. And then some of the videos, there's some good research to it, and other ones less so. It's a big spag. It depends on what we're talking about. but right now they're in a good run, and they've built up like they're comfortably over 10,000 subscribers now, so they've
Yeah.
done a lot.
I feel like they were at 6,000 like 6 months ago. So.
Yeah, it's been a big increase for them, and right now they have a lot of momentum. So if you got a lot of momentum, you may as well make videos. Like
No, I
you're
hear
on a
you.
great run.
That's a great point. I mean, yeah, while it's hot, right?
Absolutely.
I'm doing this to become internet famous and then use my celebrity for evil.
Well, we already talked about this. We already said, and Bob, I don't know if you caught this. So like last week we talked about this a little bit, and I said, well, actually not even last week. It was literally yesterday. I did the PSA Canada thing with Brad, and when I was doing that, Eric was talking about not being a celebrity, which I agree with. He's not a celebrity, but he's going to be coming to the Expo. And I said to him,
Yeah,
well,
I have an objection maybe to this Eric celebrity thing, but go on. I'll
my
explain.
argument was that he's not a celebrity, or unless you want to claim he is a celebrity.
Well, I'll let you know, Eric. Have you ever submitted a question to baseball card collector, investor, dealer in that order
No,
that he read on a video? No.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, there wasn't something that was and I should say I don't know what your last name is actually, but there was an Eric Sanderson that and I don't, that's not your last name though, probably, right?
No, it's Wade.
Okay. So
Yeah.
and I know the Sanderson is a brood thing then, right?
Sanderson, when Bobby Orr flew through the air in
Yeah.
1970, Derek Sanderson passed him the puck, and on the call, Fred Cusick is Sanderson to Orr, score! Bobby Orr scores for the Boston Bruins, and they win the Stanley Cup. So Sanderson to Orr is the
So
call.
to Carlos's point, you're not famous.
Correct. Yes. Now
No.
I did say though, what he could do is it's possible that under the right circumstances, if we negotiate, we come to the right agreement, I will allow him to utilize some of the branding by having a shirt that says "as seen on," so like he can borrow some residual, clout
Yeah.
from simply being here.
Yeah.
Residual clout. That sounds like a punk band from the 80s.
But-
And also something that Eric may have been trying to get himself into, but he was more of a roadie than an actual on performer. The point is that he can borrow that indirectly and be like, "Oh, so you know Carlos and you know Bobby? Yes." It's like
So he wants 20,000 a year for this.
I was thinking 20,000 a day for the show. Like, do you have any idea? You have any idea? Like, I'm sorry, I power strutted to that place. I don't know what the hell you're doing. Like, if you're lucky, we'll let you in. Like, I might just say, like, can I come in? It's like, but I bought a ticket. It's like, I don't know if that's good enough, sir.
Last year, honest to God, first official entrant of the show was me and then Tim.
Interesting.
We were the first official. Now, of course, we were in there the whole day before. We were in there that whole morning.
I was gonna say.
But we for whatever the reason is, we had to walk out, come back around, and we were the first ones through the door because we were really already in there for like a day and a half. And so we came back around, and we were the first ones in line when they officially opened up the expo and let people in.
So you are famous. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I was the first one into the expo last year. That's all I said.
I think if fame constitutes as, hey, do you remember that loser, that idiot that we made walk around? It's like, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, then I am extremely famous.
It's like, do you remember what his name was? I think it was Larry Chester, Zebekiah. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Who knows? Some dude.
Mm-hmm.
Bazir says
Bullshit. Karl van der Sluizen.
you can't even remember it properly. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
It's terrible. In terms of dressing up in women's clothing, nothing has changed for Eric. Had to be said. Agree with you on raising kids, guys. Best time of dad or mom's life. Well done, fellas. There you go. Saban says Mariners broke a 20-year playoff drought on a walk-off home run. Nicely done. Nicely done. Jay here. Good evening. Eric is famous in my book. All that matters in my world. He's New England.
Yeah,
I feel there's a little sarcasm undercurrent that.
I'm a grumpy, nasty, hateful, spiteful Bostonian, just like the rest of us around here.
Facts. It's a true story. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I think we'll see how it goes. I've been getting the vibe that we're gonna have a lot of folks, I think, out at the expo here in November, because folks have been reaching out to me saying they've been getting their plans and everything together. So I think it's gonna be
I
interesting.
thought the hobby was dead.
What's that?
I thought the hobby was dead.
Well, despite our best efforts, we keep trying to kill it.
Every Friday I try to kill it.
Yeah, I'd be cool with that. Like I'm fine either way. But for me, it's like, nah, we're just kind of doing a thing, because I think I got a message from, I was chatting with Paul the other day, and he basically he's got his arrangements now, so he'll be coming down to Expo, so that'll be fun. So we'll get a couple of the commenters here that'll be there. So, and we may end up doing I don't know if it'll be a live. We're gonna try to do some kind of a recording at the Expo. I was talking with Brad, and we're gonna try to arrange something. So we're trying to figure it out. We'd love to do it live if the opportunity presents itself. That'd be awesome. There may be an opportunity to do that, but we got to make sure we get consistent internet. That's going to be the key. We got to make sure we have internet that'll hold up. And if we can manage that, then we can probably get the technology together. We could probably make that. Otherwise, we'll do a recording and then we'll upload it. So I think that'll be fun.
Can I do a book promotion right now?
You got a promotion, Bob?
A
Are you
book
sponsored?
promotion? Has anybody ever read this book?
The Uncensored Oral History of Punk?
I've heard those words many times.
Yeah. Mostly when you look in the mirror?
It's like basically like the Velvet Underground up to like Eric's punk days in the 80s, late 80s.
Eric's punk days were in the 1880s. I don't know what you're talking about.
Boston had a nice little scene there. I'm sure
They
you
did.
know all
That is
about it.
true. That is true.
Yeah.
I
A lot of influential music and a lot of different genres have come out of the area. So
And yet you ended up in the Kiss Army? What, did you lose your standards along the way?
no, I like Kiss. What
You
do
like
want?
makeup, I got it.
Do you like the
discussed
movie
that.
Detroit Rock City?
Detroit Rock City is wonderful.
Yeah, as a kid, I mean, a Kiss fan, I gotta imagine that's like just a good, a good time. It's a decent movie for
Do you ever
anybody.
listen to the lyrics and what it's about?
No, I'm not a lyric guy. I'm more like
it's-
how the
it's-
song sounds.
It's about how a young fan is drinking and smoking weed before a concert, and on their way to the concert, they crash their car and die.
That's not funny.
No, but it's a message of don't drink and drive and come to our concerts and don't die.
I only drink and drive if I have to.
Oh well, okay then.
I never drink and drive. I barely
Was
drink. I
Was
rarely
that
drive.
fan? Don't ask.
Listen, how we conjure up ghosts on this show, I don't even know how to tell you. It happens. Stuff happens.
We got
Okay.
fanatics money. We can do anything.
That's right. Exactly. Holograms.
I could picture a ghost coming from like back there somewhere one
It's
day.
true. It's true. You've got that in there.
I mean, it looks pretty dark. Let's see. At what point can you no longer see me?
We can still see you, Bob. We can still see you, Bob. Still.
Almost.
He's almost on. He's almost gone.
What?
We can still see the arm a little bit. We can still see your head.
I'd give it to you. You're gone.
Yeah, now you're gone. Now I would consider you gone. There you go. Kiss is great for what they are. Drug City is a decent movie. I got to laugh because I know I'm going to die. Why? Bubbles, yep.
All right.
Bob's basement is haunted. We did find the correct spot for you, Bob. We did find
So
the correct
now I
spot.
know where like my wife's mark is when I can like on a Halloween episode we can just be sitting here and she can be back there scaring the shit out of people.
I like it. I like it. Look, these are important things, Bob. As long as we got that figured out, these are important things. I like it. Bob's basement is haunted. There you go. I love it. Bobbles enjoyed that one. Good stuff. I like it. But yeah, it's one of those things where like, look, I think you joke about it, Bob. But the reality of it is yeah, I've enjoyed several different eras of the hobby's dead. Like I've literally enjoyed several of them at this point.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was going to the Expo in the early and mid '90s and the late '90s, where it's like where companies went out of business. Pinnacle, Donruss Playoff, they went out of business, and I still went to the Expo and we still bought and sold cards. It was weird.
Yeah.
Didn't really matter. We just went out about our business, and it meant people had to get a little bit smarter. It meant they had to adjust their prices accordingly. They had to be a lot. They couldn't be overly greedy about it. They had to be like, no, just do what you need to do. But the dealers, some of those dealers from back then, are still the dealers today.
Yeah.
Somehow.
I mean, I do watch. I mean, Sports Card Radio did a video, and even that collector, investor, dealer guy, like,
Yeah.
you know, what cards sold for recently versus sort of like where they were a year or two ago. I mean, like none of that affects me whatsoever. Like, you know, that, so I don't care about any of that. I mean, it's interesting, but like, I don't, you know, the fact that Jordan rookies are selling for what they are and a Gem Mint 10, like that doesn't, it's just a football.
Are you trying to tell me you don't buy $200,000 cards?
Not usually.
Yeah, but that was so Bob. That was that kind of played into we had the discussion earlier tonight where I was trying to kind of level with everybody where I said one of the things that we do here all the time is that we'll talk about the stuff, but at the same time I can't muster up the righteous indignation on a lot of it. I can't muster it, and it's because it's like, and I'll use the example we did earlier tonight locally. Where there was a Connor McDavid card that had been altered, and people were able to confirm and discover, yeah. But the bottom line is, it's not like a $50,000 card plus. It's like, well, cool. So I wasn't in the market for one before. I'm not in the market for one now. So you could alter all of them, and it doesn't really change anything. Like, I'm not in the market. The odds are you're not really altering the cards that I collect. It wouldn't be worth your time. It wouldn't be worth your money. Like, why would you do it? Is it possible? Of course it's possible, but like, why? Why would you waste your time? Like, how much money are you actually going to make doing that?
That's the genius of it, Carlos. You alter a Mike Modano card.
Yes.
Nobody's going to suspect it.
Yeah, no one will know. Even the person who altered it will forget, because that's how subtle it was. Like, they even forgot they did it at the time they were doing it. But that's but like, it's just being truthful. It's like, look, man, there's always a possibility. There's always a chance, of course. But I'm not worried about it day to day. It's not something that concerns me. It's not, and when it's vintage, a lot of times I'm not necessarily collecting the highest grade possible. So it's like, odds are it's probably got genuine wear on it. Whatever it is, it's genuine wear. So that doesn't affect me. So at a certain point, it's like, okay, so I'm running out of stuff here, man. So it's not affecting this category. It's not affecting that category. And this is the stuff I collect. So you're telling me none of this shit affects me. Why then would I care? So it's like, I can't pretend to care. Like, it literally doesn't affect me.
So I just and obviously that was sort of in jest, like the hobby is dead. I mean, even though, and you know, as I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, you were doing mail days like bang bang bang, you know, at a certain point, and now, you know, on this channel, and now it's, you know, you're still doing it, but it's not as frequent. Yeah, that falls right in line with where I'm at. I'm a little bit, you know, well, given circumstances, definitely a slightly more particular in what I can buy and what I can't. But I had a little set aside from some sales, so that's why I'm waiting for Dave to show me some moss, because I'm really only buying PC guys. Like, I'm not, and that's pretty much Moss and Shaq at this point. Not even Austin Meadows. I'm just kind of like chilling on my man right now. But
does Moss have a lot of nice Patriot stuff? You know, like patch cards or
I would think there would be some. Yeah, I would think so.
He was only here for a short time, but
by 08 there were some decent products though. I would think by 08 there were some decent products.
Best season of his career here. So
so have I talked about the idea that I just heard it thrown out there, like, so if you had, so 07 was that season. Yeah. So if you had a patch card from 08, maybe in your head, you know, some kind of game used, whatever, you could think it was from the season before. And now I don't know how much stock there is in that, because I'm pretty sure people just have like game used jerseys on hand. There's no specific dates or seasons attributed to them. And in some cases there is, but
Yeah.
most times not.
Well, that's the reason why I was saying 08. I'm wondering if maybe the year after would be a little bit easier because you probably get more images of him in a Patriots uniform. And I would wonder how often it would just depend. It's just a guess. Like for me,
That's
it'd
what I
be
mean. Like
might be
so,
around that time.
07 was the year of like the standout, like the
Yeah.
I want stuff from that year, which would in theory kind of come out the year after, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But,
usually that's
no,
been usually my
when
mentality on it.
I went. That's what I did. I went and got a couple 2008 Moss Patriot patches. They're not bad. They're out of 25. I think one's a 2-color, but one of them is pretty lame.
Right.
But you don't pay. I didn't pay much for them.
Yeah.
They're not.
The good news is a wide receiver, even a guy caliber of Moss. Look, football for the most part lagged behind the other sports.
Yeah.
And if it's a non-quarterback, you can get some really nice stuff for not crazy prices necessarily, especially compared to some of the other dudes.
Yeah, definitely.
But Moss is a great example though. If you take a young wide receiver today and somebody's really excited about the young wide receiver, it's like, okay, so are they as good as Randy Moss? And they're like, well, probably not. I go, cool. So go look at Randy Moss's price point and then tell me why you're paying that much for this guy. Because assuming he matches the career, then he actually should be worth less.
I have I'm doing a trade with a friend, and there's a card on my end that's like the big card, and the card on his end that's a big card. So I'm getting a Moss from him that hopefully it will have in the next month. I think we'll be able to make this exchange, but I'm really excited about this one. So I won't even. I'm just teasing that.
All right.
I won't say it's out of 5. I'll just say that too.
That's solid. I like it. Sounds good. Let me read a couple of these real quick here. Bobble says the biggest issue is even though it doesn't affect you directly with the card, trickle down effect happens. So even high end affecting the low end due to hype coaster. I agree. Now one thing I'll say about that though, the old saying shit rolls downhill kind of thing. Yes, we all have a hobby, fun in our hobby, no matter what state it's in. True. But the one thing I want to say about that, and I've been very consistent on this point, and Eric can attest to this. Look, if all the prices drop 99%, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter to me. He's right. Like, he's 100% right that it could roll downhill and affect it. And if people get flushed out of the market, then obviously values would keep dropping and et cetera, et cetera. And I go, cool. But then you won't be able to sell the cards you have currently, et cetera. And I was like, that's fine. I'm okay with that because I'm happy to sell certain cards and some of them are profitable even to this point, and I'm willing to move them, but I'm not making my living doing this. So it's not like it's not a line item on my expense report. It's not a line item on my assets. It's not an issue on it. If you're telling me the collection isn't worth a damn thing and nobody's collection is worth a damn thing, great. So then can I have my favres now for a cheaper price still? Sounds great. I'll take the whole lot of them and then for $20. Sounds good. Give me all the shiny favres for $20. Cool? We good? 20 real dollar cash money, right? Sounds like a great deal to me. So
for collectors, yeah.
So like from that perspective, I'm good, man.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm not.
All right. So, all right. One more thing. I'm gonna interrupt. Have you seen this? The
baseball card vandals? No.
All right. So look at this right here. These Dale Strawberry, these straw problems. I can't see it. So basically, they draw on the cards, man, and told my dang boss Ike Witt. I don't know, but anyways.
So Bob, this is your book that you did under your secret name, the pen name.
Yeah, right. Hold on.
Looks like you showed me the cover. I thought it was
that's a card we all know, right?
Did they actually use a star card? That's hilarious. That was the one on the right is a star card.
Must defeat Ganon to save Princess. That's a Zelda reference.
No, I understand, but I'm saying they use the star card as the as the one they drew on top of, which is
Star
just a
cards
bit
are
unusual.
all the rage right now.
They are. So here you go, Bob. Do you have a Meadows Tops negative?
You mean his rookie?
Well, it just says Topps negative. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean rookie.
I would. I mean, I have a negative, not of a. I probably have the negative. I probably have everything but the 2018.
All right,
From
fair enough.
Did they
he's
actually
got one. Let me know.
a
He's trying to
negative
prove something.
in the card, like a picture negative?
So basically,
Yeah,
so
it's a parallel.
yeah, so in Topps Chrome, they would do a negative that literally is exactly what it sounds like. The picture would be like that black and white kind of like the colors would be shifted over.
Hey,
I had
I'm sorry.
the-
You gonna be here for a sec? My wife, she's just saying the dog is saying she got to pee, so I got to run down.
I'm gonna read a couple of these comments. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Cool.
No
I'll be
worries.
right back.
No worries. So real quick here, I'll read a couple of these. Terrell Owens rookie. I think Terrell is an interesting case. It's an interesting situation because great player, but he caused a lot of his own problems. Like a lot of the wide receivers. Like he created his own narrative. Terrell Owens is an interesting one because off the field, technically, he didn't do anything.
Right.
He never got in trouble. He never really had any major issues. Never really did anything. But he created problems where he went as a teammate, as a player, as whatever. Basically, if he'd just been the player he was, as great as he was, and just kind of just rolled with the punches as he went along, I don't think he would have had any trouble being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like the numbers warrant. Like he was a great wide receiver.
This proves that being a Hall of Famer is more than just numbers. It is, are you a good teammate? Did you help your team win? Did you distract them and contribute to their losses and their, the negativity on the team and the negative attitude on a team, which, creates losing atmospheres. If you went to multiple teams, did each team have problems because you were there? So you can't be a Hall of Famer if you are an anchor in a negative way, an extra weight for the team to carry around. I don't care how many touchdowns you get or how many yards you haul in. If you are a weight, on the shoulders of your team, you are not a Hall of Famer.
Fair. So real quick here, Baz says, never put cards values in a personal financial statement. Treat it as a hobby. Yeah, I think that's fair. 2018, it's not the Chromos flagship. It's 2018. Flagship. I'm trying to think. I wonder if they did have it. I feel like they did. Let me double check. I know that in flagship they had something like that as well, but I'm wondering if they did. I'll take a look. So real quick, Bob here says, what wide receivers are even worth anything? Rice, and yeah. As far as wide receivers are concerned, there really isn't much. There genuinely is not.
Steve Largent, that's who.
The Steve Largent? Man.
That is correct.
Amazing. See if I can find it here. Oh, there we go. I got it. So this is kind of what I was referring to.
Wait a minute. Well, Bob, are you joking? With
He
the
might
who?
be. He might be messing with you. Who knows?
No, come on. Are you joking?
So this is kind of what I was referring to. So I think there was one in flagship as well. But see that's Topps Chrome. And that's Topps Chrome negative. So they have one there as well. So it just depends. Yep. Did I have one? Yeah, for flagship. Yep. That's why I was asking if you had it. Yep. And Bob says, nope. Tell him about Steve Largent.
All right. You know all the records that Jerry Rice has? They used to be Steve Largent's. That's who Steve Largent is.
I was hoping you were going to elaborate that. Tell
All
me
right.
a story about the time that Steve Largent ran away from you. He had a restraining order on
wide
you.
receiver in the 70s and 80s for the Seattle Seahawks, and he had all the records and statistics, and then Jerry Rice showed up and just blew it all away.
Yeah. To be clear, also, I want to emphasize that because he played for Seattle, that hurt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like he lost out on a lot of potential attention, given what his numbers would have warranted because of being in Seattle.
Playing for the Giants, or something, you'd probably know who he is. But I mean, Steve Largent is a Hall of Famer. He is a legendary player in the NFL.
See, Bob's trying to incite you.
No, Bob, he was first best.
Larry Fitzgerald is most underappreciated. Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald for his abilities and his accomplishment, and also a guy who kind of stayed out of the way, did his thing, stayed a loyal team guy, no issues.
There, from what I understand, there was a very close moment where he was going to come to New England and play with Tom Brady, and then I think he would have had a season like Moss had, and that would have finished off his career in a legendary way.
Fair. Do you have his rookie card being the Steve Largent? You got your Steve Largent rookie in a BGS Black Label.
I don't really collect, cards
The
like
footballs.
that. I would. I tell you, if I saw a Steve Largent rookie card at a price that I thought was reasonable to me as someone who doesn't collect football, I'd buy it.
Yep. Great guy, one of the best to play the game in terms of Larry Fitzgerald. Staven here. Miles was a bigger problem with actual off the field issues. He was. When he joined the media, his image got squeaky clean and kept it. Listen, that's what it takes sometimes. People forget, like, A-Rod is doing this right now. If you can it is a popularity contest. People don't seem to understand. These Hall of Fames are popularity contests. If you alienate the wrong people, it haunts you. It like sticks with you. It gets attached and associated to your name, and then you've got a problem.
Jim Rice, and yes, it's on a hockey puck. That's what I do. I met Jim two or 3 weeks ago. So Jim Rice was an asshole to the media through the 70s and 80s. He's still kind of a prickly kind of guy. They made him wait years and years and years and have to be put in, I think, either by the Veterans Committee or his last year of eligibility. I forget exactly. So he's able to put HOF on, his autograph. And it was all because of his attitude and behavior with the media, who are on the Hall of Fame committees that vote for these things. They hated him, and they were going to make him pay for what he did to them, and made their job so hard while he was playing. He should have been in the Hall of Fame a decade before, but they wanted to punish him. So I'm just trying to say, yes, your point is 100% true.
Yep, it is. People underplay it, but it's the number. Look, if you are prickly, then your numbers had better be so ridiculous they can't deny you without looking like idiots. You have to make it so difficult that they're like, okay, we hate you guts, but we're going to put you in anyway because we have to. And that's kind of how you have to play it. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, if it's even borderline, they're like, yeah, you can wait. We'll let you sit for a while. I remember when Fitzgerald almost went to New England. Yep, just asked Jeff Ken and Barry Bonds. Yes. Fitz was second in yards to Rice with 40 less games played, and Carson Palmer's the QB for a good bit. I don't think it was a really long time in it. He did have a couple one, but Carson Palmer's actually decent quarterback for his. And they did get dangerously close to winning that Super Bowl against the Steelers. And Kurt Warner almost winning a second Super Bowl with a different team. Got really close. And Larry Fitzgerald did an amazing job in that Super Bowl run to get that close. It would have been different. Media was a bunch of babies and self-aggrandizers. Yep. Statement says, but Jim Rice is borderline in terms of cumulative statistics, while Miss and Tio were neck and neck. Oh, Moss. Yeah. Moss and Tio were neck and neck, second and third behind Jerry Rice, so a little more egregious. Yeah. So Jim Rice was, so what I'll say is Jim Rice was a Hall of Famer, but he wasn't, to Eric's point, he wasn't such a slam dunk that they could look past it. It was a situation where they could justify it based on the fact they didn't like the guy. Whereas the Moss and T.O. ones were a lot more difficult because statistically you don't really have the case. You look at both guys like, they're kind of both first ballot, really, if you look at stats in terms of what they did on the field. But then they came up with the excuses and were able to do that after the fact. Moss rehabilitated himself a little bit, which helped him a lot and made it easier for him to move much quicker than Terrell Owens, who really, they're like, we kind of don't like this guy.
Yeah. So Staven says he gets my point, which I'm sure he does. So my point is basically the people, because Carlos mentioned popularity contests and etc. And the voters, the people who have the power to vote, which is usually the sports writers, hold grudges. So whether you're Jim Rice and someone could fairly argue borderline or whatever, and not, obviously, Moss is undeniable. I mean, he's just absolutely undeniable. There's no question. Anyone who questions Moss as a Hall of Famer is just never watched the man play football once. So I get his point, but I was just trying to give an example of Carlos's point that, if you're a prickly cuss in your playing days and you're causing problems, you're going to pay the price no matter how good you are.
Yep. So Will here, good evening. How good was Jerry Rice? 20 years after he retired in this era of inflated offense, pretty much all of his record still stands. It's true.
Well, it helped a lot that you had, arguably the greatest quarterback of all time throwing to him. So when you have the greatest quarterback of all time and the greatest wide receiver of all time on the same team, I mean, that's just that. I mean, what now with salary caps and stuff, you can't have that.
I think that's fair. One thing I'll say though is if you go back and look at Joe Montana's stats though, he didn't rack up the gigantic passing yards. It's one of those things where Jerry Rice made everything out of every opportunity, all the receptions and all that. He got the yards. He would get the yards, and he accumulated. He was a huge contributor to helping. Joe Montana did his job, but Jerry Rice did his job. And it was one of those things where both guys were complementary of each other and made that situation work really well. Ocho Cinco, look at you for Hall of Fame. There you go.
But that goes back to Bob. I hate Bob. So Ocho Cinco is another one in the TO thing. I think TO was better than Ocho, but when I was talking earlier about that weight that you put on your team, I don't care what your stats are. I don't care if you have Jerry Rice numbers. If you are a weight around the neck of your team, you are not a Hall of Famer. There's more to being a Hall of Famer than numbers.
Indeed.
And I hate Bob.
Indeed.
That's true. Jeff Garcia was a very, very respectable quarterback in that league and did not get the respect that he deserved. And the fact that that guy had to, and I still don't know and don't care, it means absolutely nothing to me, but the fact that that guy had to deal with questions about his sexuality while playing professional football, and instead of getting questioned about the plays, asking these ridiculous other questions, and social media was just starting to come up and be invented, and all these things about him being gay. It was disgusting what that guy had to go through as a starting quarterback in that league. No other quarterbacks had to deal with that nonsense. And if he is or he isn't, or was or wasn't, the guy was a really good player in that league.
Question, Bob. Just from what we had a moment ago. Ocho Cinco, T.O., thoughts? We know you're a Moss guy, so I'm asking you about the other ones here.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Ocho Cinco and T.O.
I mean, T.O., he was a game changer, I think. I think people, you had the game plan around T.O. T.O. would go across the middle, no questions asked. He would, now, what kind of locker room guy was he? That was covered in the media very thoroughly. He cries over his quarterback. That's my quarterback. It's one of my favorites.
But an amazing meme, Bob. Like, I would have put him in the Hall of Fame, if nothing else, like the meme you gave us and the use I get out of that. Whenever somebody asks me about Favre, you got to remember, I also have to deal with Aaron Rodgers, who's also a bit of a head case.
Oh,
so when it comes to that situation, like, look, man, I had to deal with Favre, and then I followed up with Aaron frickin' Rodgers. All right, look, they're both friggin' nuts.
Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt. Excuse me.
Go.
We are no longer allowed to refer to Aaron Rodgers as Aaron Rodgers on the show anymore. His name from now on shall be Cameron Poe.
Interesting.
And
so,
are we not getting the reference?
I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. How did he show up to camp this year? What did he look like? It's all
I
over.
literally, I genuinely don't pay attention to one thing he does in camp.
Showed up looking. I'm talking white T-shirt, tank top. Bob gets the reference. The tight jeans, the long hair. He looked exactly 100% like Nick Cage from Con Air.
Okay.
Everyone's calling him Cameron Poe all over the internet. He's a head case. He's nuts.
He is. He 100%. He also has a very, very deep cleansing regimen.
From what we understand, yes.
Yes.
It kills diseases and bacterias.
Yeah. Apparently, all the things. Yes, it does.
All the things.
Yeah. He's a very strange man. Is the point that I'm trying to get at. He's a very odd man.
He's Cameron.
Yeah, talented certainly, but extremely odd. Extremely odd. And at a certain point, it's like I'm not even going to ask any questions. I don't care. Just throw footballs and throw touchdowns, and I'm going to ignore the rest of this bullshit that you're doing. Whatever this nonsense, whatever this is, I'm going to ignore it. As long as you throw some touchdowns. That's all I want you to do. Throw some touchdowns. Don't even tell me about it. I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
And that's what you want from a quarterback.
Yeah.
But
and Bob knows that. Bob knows this. Is like all I got to say is Ben Roethlisberger. Look, just do the thing. Just do the thing. I don't even want to hear from you. I don't want to hear one word out of your mouth. Just do the thing.
Do
win games.
do the fourth quarter comeback thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Do
we
that.
don't care what your sexual harassment and violence against women are. Just throw touchdowns.
Never happened.
Yeah. Not. I have no recollection of the event in question.
That sounds like a Pittsburgh fan to me.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like, but that's where that meme comes into play. Where somebody goes like, oh, but Roger said this, and I just send the meme. That's my quarterback. It's like that's it. That is my response to you. That is my only response. There you go. So let me read here.
Yeah, and I also think he was kind of a isn't he Hall of Good type of thing. That's about all I'll say.
Yeah, that's fair. So Will here says, Eric, look at how Rice did at 40 for the Raiders team. Yeah. No, the thing is, he was great, and he stayed great consistently for a very long time. And he played with a bunch of different quarterbacks over time.
And Rich Gannon was the MVP. So he went to the Raiders. People don't give Rich Gannon enough credit. So he went from Montana and Young, and I don't know. I think he played with I don't think he played with Garcia. I can't remember every detail. But then he went over to the Raiders, and he's got Brown on the other side of the field, a Hall of Famer, as his wide receiver partner, right? And then you got Rich Gannon, who's the MVP of the league, as your quarterback. He went from, the greatest situation in history to a pretty goddamn good one. So
was that Napoleon Kaufman days, or was he gone by then?
I don't recall. I have to think. I have to think back on that one. I remember I was watching games around that time, but I have to really think about that one. I'm not sure. It's a fair question.
He had a couple good years.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like with football, there are going to be guys who have these eras. There are going to be guys who have these runs, and sometimes it's like that's all you get. You have to enjoy it for what it is. One of the fun things for me a little while ago, I went and grabbed a couple. I may grab some more down the road. I had a lot of fun, to be honest. I went and grabbed a couple of the. I went and grabbed a couple of the Green Bay running backs because there are a couple, and I would love to find a couple of decent copies of some of the Amon Green ones. That was because Amon Green was one that I played when I played Madden at the time, and I was playing. It's like, all right, let's go. I'm just gonna hand it off to Amon Green. Let's set this up, and it'd be a lot of that. So it's like, but you had
to find he's like the leading all-time Packer rusher.
It's got to be something like that. I don't remember if he's.
I think he is because Scott had said that, and just kind of blew me away. Like I didn't even realize I knew he was good, but geez. Anyways, go ahead. Excuse me.
Yeah, all good. But that was kind of the way it went. Is that you had to kind of work around the fact that, look, there was no specific like one standout player like that, but you had different players that were like excellent. They were really good. So it's like, okay, it works out. It is what it is. But Amon Green was fun, and it was fun. It was fun using him in those games and having it. It's like, all right, man, it is what it is. We're gonna work with it. It's all good. Scroll through here. Rich Cannon was great. Got that one. Kaufman was gone around that time. Tim Biakapatuka. Just typing that name. Not sure if he was there during that time. He just wanted to type the name. Fair enough. Yep. Rice played with Garcia. Yep. James Starks was a stud. Yeah. And there are these players that have these little runs, and it'll work. And it'll work for a little while, and then something will happen, injury or a variety of different things will happen, and then that'll be the end of that. But these guys can have these runs. It's good times. But anyway, cool. All right, so we'll wind her down. We had a solid full-length show tonight. I think I've got a chocolate chip cookie that's got my name on it, so I'm going to go claim that in momentarily. But Bob, thank you for joining us. I wanted to kind of hang out a little bit. When you were able to join us, I figured we'd hang out and chat a little bit, so we'd do a little bit of that. Glad you're getting some time at least. Obviously, not for the specific reason you were planning on it, but glad you are taking advantage of some time at home. Enjoy it. Enjoy it for what it is. It's there is a bright side to that you do get to enjoy some of that time. So that is good. That is a good thing. And then well, maybe you should use the excuse though, like, hey, now there should be some prolific Bob Lewis videos. What the hell, man? You're there. Flip on the camera. Let's go.
Yeah, you got a baby in this time.
Next nap time, I'll consider that for sure. I did dig out my comics, and I was contemplating doing like a video, just detailing maybe after looking through maybe my top 10 favorite covers or something, something to that vein. But I want to put together a CGC order to grade some of the comics after doing a little bit of research and stuff. So that's kind of where I've been at hobby wise. Not so much cards, just I've dug out the comics.
Nice. I think that's fair. I think that'd be an interesting change of pace. There's nothing wrong with throwing in a little variety in there. Like, look, it's your channel. The channel is called Bob Lewis. It's not called Bob Lewis Sports Cards. It's called Bob Lewis. You can pretty much go in whatever direction you want there with a little bit of that.
You could just sit in front of the camera the whole time and just smile, and there you go. Bob Lewis.
That would be an on-brand Bob Lewis video, yes. It would be. Yeah, NFL not for long, so we'll hear. Did we already go with the Tua Tagovailoa? Yes, we did. I guess long story short, though, to summarize it, concussion bad, head trauma bad. NFL needs to do a better job of taking care of the players. Does that summarize it reasonably, Eric? Is that fair?
That summarizes it very well.
Yeah. We're not a fan. It's like and we will make fun of a lot of things. Head trauma we don't make fun of. We leave that one alone. That one's is like, nah, man. And it was really stupid. He should never have played the second game. Regardless of what was going on with the first one, finish checking him first, and then we'll discuss it. He can skip a game. He didn't need to be out there on Thursday. It was pointless. You saw that one, Bob. Any quick thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not adding anything. Hearing what you just said, so I didn't see it happen. I had the game on, and I came down and just saw like the whole team basically on the field. I was like, what the heck is going on? Then you start putting the pieces together, and like, yeah, I just felt like it didn't have to happen that way, but.
Yeah.
Oh well.
The turnaround just didn't make any sense because they were still doing some checks on the thing previously. Like we didn't have it. I'm actually really glad that we gave it another second though, because we did get this comment in. I'm appreciative of it. Dunkachino. I still can't believe the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Makes me sick.
No, they didn't.
Facts, Dunkachino. Facts. Look at you proclaiming to be like a real Patriots fan. You betray your teams. How dare you?
Well, no, I don't want to do that because we got the deal with Montreal, so I'm gonna not.
I was gonna say it didn't happen. You didn't win a damn thing. There was no Super Bowl winner there.
Mm-hmm. Sticking to the deal.
Yeah. What the hell was that?
That's my wife calling me.
Nice.
You're going.
I'm gonna check out, guys.
Take it easy, Bob. We're gonna wind her down, but have yourself a good one. Thanks for joining in. All right, real quick here. I must have had her D or D Muzzy checking Tua. Stop. That's right. All right, guys. Pleasure joining you all. Thank you for joining us this evening. Great comments, great chat as always. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, I'm going to charge Eric for it. Without mercy and without shame. Charge him mercilessly without shame. But yes, back next week. It'll be the first one. It is already officially, it is now October on the East Coast. So now the month of October begins. So for those of you who celebrate such things exceedingly, and there are some of you I know this, enjoy the beginning of spooky season. Ooh, spooky season.
The next town over is Salem.
Yes.
the traffic for the next month is going to suck.
Yep. It is officially spooky season.
Oh, look who he got out of the cuff. Look at him. Hey, so listen, I told everybody about what happened tonight, how you got stuck in a blood pressure cuff at your local CVS, and you had to call 911, and they sent the fire department with the jaws of life to get you out. I hope everything's okay. Hope you didn't lose the arm. But everyone was really concerned about you getting stuck at the CVS tonight. So it's good to see you.
And also, we might be doing a GoFundMe name. We might be doing a GoFundMe to get you to Expo, because we've decided we're all basically going to ambush Eric, and we might put him in a contraption not unlike something you would see in a Saw film. Given that it's spooky season, I might already have plans. Just saying. Just think about it. And he did already carefully elaborate on trap. There are ways this can be done, is all I'm trying to say. One like Eagles, one Gretzky PMG, Eric edition. On the plus side, my blood pressure is great. Good to know now. Good to know. Have yourself a good evening, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the beginning of October and your spooky season, however much you annoy your neighbors around in that. Good luck to you. I don't have to pack up any of those celebratory things, any of those decorations. I don't have to deal with that. So good luck to you, those of you who do. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you later.